You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Hear our malice. For every soul they took away. To our name. closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright. 'Cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
vows in vain. Something else.
我知道你在想什么。
战胜他，并证明自己，击败强大的对手。
竞技体育要分出输赢，
想让自己更进一步吧。感觉人就是太难了。冠军让全世界的人都知道我的存在。
想要在这个赛场上面奋斗，我一直打下去。
距离上次拿到银龙杯过去多久了
？3年。
3个月，心情非常开心吧。
一切都是很平常的一件事情，就是感觉胜权在握了。
拿第一个冠军可能是运气或者怎么样，我觉得拿第二个冠军就是自己有实力。
下一次捧起银龙杯会是今年夏天吗？
因为春季赛输了决赛嘛，这次夏季赛的目标就是冠军。
谁不想？
任何冠军都没有用，但是我的目标还远不止于此。
所有人都想成为冠军，但是冠军只有一个。你会为此付出超越其他人的代价吗？
我不认为这是代价。
跟我的队友一起战斗，这就是最开心的事情。
5个人一起去跨过困难。
我相信我的队友，我的队友也相信我。
这银龙杯我不是一个人可以举起来。
向共同的目标去努力，去并肩作战。 没有最好的个人，只有最好的团队。一起战斗吧！
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 10 of our LPL Summer 2024 playoffs. It is time for elimination. We've had 2 of our top 4 matches already, and now today is the day that one of our top 4 must fall. Today is the day to decide between Weibo and LNG who is going to press forward in this tournament. I'm joined by Nymera, as the stakes, they've never been higher. This is where it really heats up.
It's elimination, it's in LNG's home court as well, in Suzhou as well, so it definitely has an extra bunch of meaning for them as well. We saw that scenic shot of the city just before that. And we have 2 teams with weirdly a similar kind of trajectory too coming into this. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk about it. But when we now have LNG versus Weibo, 2 teams that were Worlds representatives last year, it is starting to heat up again.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is going to be, I think, quite an exciting matchup. There's a lot of narratives, as you alluded to there, but also just in terms of gameplay, I feel like these 2 teams are on a very similar level. You can see how we got here. Weibo versus LNG, game 10 down at the bottom there. The loser will go home, but the winner has the opportunity to face up against top esports in the 11th game of our playoffs, and the winner of that, of course, will go up against ALG in the final. I'm sure Weibo feeling like maybe they've got a shot, as LNG already lost 3-0 to top esports, but maybe Weibo can carve their path, and maybe they see top esports as a winnable opponent.
It's going to be rough either way, and the important thing about this series is because of the way that championship points have worked out, neither of these teams are qualifying for Worlds today, which means I kind of enjoy this. It's not focusing on Worlds right now. We get to zoom into the regional rivalries and all of these great players against each other. We have ex-teammates fighting each other. We have teammates and players which are coming back into form after some time away from it across this year. It means we can really get down to the nitty-gritty about this tournament, this playoffs, and what it means to both these teams.
I mean, I think that's the most exciting thing for me is when LPL is about LPL. I'm not really that worried about who qualifies for Worlds until they're qualified. I care about who wins that Silver Dragon Cup, and both these teams are still technically in with the running. Let's take a look at LNG to start ourselves off here. A veteran roster, to say the very least. I mean, Scout and Gala, the two that jump out at you the most, but the rest of the squad as well. Powerful players in their own right.
LNG, a roster that we saw in the finals in summer last year, went to 5 games versus JDG. That was an incredible run from them, of course. Sad end for them at the World Championship last year. But right here, right now, they have built themselves back up after a difficult 2023, changing in Weiwei for Tarzan, of course, who left the roster. I wonder where we'll see that player after this. But it does mean now LNG coming into this, they had a really solid Rumble stage. They did lose 3-0 in their last series before this, the top esports, but they are still a team with an awful lot of carry potential, particularly out of Gala in this split, but you have to mention Scout whenever LNG are doing well. But I think Gala has been such a fantastic player, particularly on stuff like the Ziggs in this split so far.
I mean, his Ziggs is incredibly impressive, but when you give him a late game AD carry as well, like, he's very safe hands to get you a game. Let's take a look at the Weibo roster as well, because there's another AD carry on the field that's also incredibly safe hands for a late game team fight, and that's like, I mean, Xiaohu going up against Scout as well. You just mentioned Tarzan, who
oh my god,
LNG.
we saw him again.
Well,
He's
where
here.
he is. And guess which team Weiwei left last year as well? It's Weibo. The junglers have literally switched.
So these incredible mid-jungle combinations from last year have completely switched it up now, and there was a massive time where we were looking at, you know, Tarzan coming into this roster in summer, Weiwei coming at the start of the year, where it just felt like nothing was clicking. Somehow these teams have made it work. They've made their compromises between different styles. They found a flavor which works for both of the players in that combination, and they've become engine rooms of both these teams. But you're absolutely right. You can't talk about Weibo without talking about Lights to some degree as well, because he has been the safe hands on this roster. For me, though, the most important player here on this Weibo lineup has been Tarzan, though. I think that Tarzan has been such a miracle maker on this team. And if he gets himself a better matchup today than sadly he could find in his last series against Wei and BLG, maybe that could be the winning angle for Weibo.
It possibly could. I mean, Tarzan, the most MVPs of anyone in the split at 10 for the team. That was a truly miraculous performance coming out from him throughout the regular season. And I think we need to talk more big picture about these two teams and the way that they've got here, because both teams really struggling towards the start of the year and towards the start of summer, and they have grown so much to be here suddenly top 4. And like it's kind of unbelievable that both of these teams managed to make it into the top 4.
For those who didn't watch the group stage and then the Rumble stage, you may have missed the fact that LNG and Weibo were clearly, coming out of group stage before Rumble stage, maybe 8th, 9th best teams. And I don't think that's arguable. They were very much struggling. At the very least, they weren't top teams. They have made it to be top teams into top 4, clearly so now, and a lot of that has been because Scout and Xiaohu have recovered. They have had a pretty pants year, actually, between the both of them. Xiaohu, we were wondering if he would stay gone at this point, whether his form would never come back. Scout, we knew he could be good on occasional games, but honestly, he was part of the problems for LNG too. Both of them are now absolutely back on their resurgence. It feels like both of them are real big pieces in the way that they play out side lanes. We'll have a whole talk about that when we get into game as well, because both these teams play that very differently. But they couldn't play the way that they do, and they couldn't have reached top 4 without them being on form. And so both teams very thankful that they have.
Yeah, it's a really exciting conversation with Scout and Xiaohu, not only because, you know, they have a somewhat similar play style but different approaches to it, but also just the history between these two guys. You know, this is the classic EDG RNG matchup. They're on different rosters now. They left those legacies to try and forge new legacies on these rosters. I mean, Xiaohu made it all the way to Worlds Finals last year. Now, trying to make it back to Worlds again, trying to make it further into the LPL as well. It's just such an exciting matchup. I never get tired of Scout versus Xiaohu. It never fails to deliver.
And if you want to communicate to someone who's maybe watched LPL sporadically over the last few years about how much has changed about the bedrock, the things that we take for granted in the LPL over the last few years, this matchup is one of them. Because you see Scout versus Xiaohu, and you realize that neither of them are on those legacy orgs which they made their teams, that made those teams historic with. You could say the same for Gala, leaving RNG. You could say the same for Tarzan, leaving LNG now as well. He was there for years. There are I'm sure there are other players here as well, which you could probably dive into hugely about the teams which they made their names on. This is one of the special things about LPL 2. You have a bunch of players who have been top tier in the LPL. They have made teams successful. They have made their teammates successful in some cases too. And now they get to face against them. They get to find whether they were the part of the teams, the part of those teams they made famous that worked. Were they the reason they were successful? Or is it actually just the end of their story? I think we've now seen, and now they've reached that top 4. Now they've reached Worlds Finals, LPL Finals in last year too. These players have really made a name for themselves outside of those teams. They have struck out on their own, and largely they've been rewarded for it. Sadly, though, one of them goes home early from playoffs here.
I certainly do. I mean, I think the biggest example, honestly, in terms of the exodus from big organizations is the fact that we've got Xiaohu versus both Gala and Breathe. Like, there are so many RNG players on the server today. It's going to be exciting, but I've got to say, the thing that is most exciting to me is the mid-jungles. We've literally switched mid-jungles from this matchup. If you think back to last summer playoffs, we saw this matchup. It went all 5 games down to a full 2-minute Nexus siege to finish the series out. It was incredibly intense. Breathe is the only player on the server that wasn't a part of that series. He stepped into, he's like the awkward third wheel stepping in on this. There's clearly been an argument, you know, and we'll see if he can withstand the awkwardness. But for the junglers, I feel like the pressure is even higher. You've got to prove that switching over was the right play.
Especially when so much of the heartache for these teams earlier in the year, when they couldn't make it through to later stages of playoffs, when they were slipping down the rankings, was because these junglers weren't integrated well. Wei, when he played with Xiao, he was allowed to be that gremlin in the jungle and just play towards getting into your jungle as Poppy, as Trundle. He has needed to tone that back and play more on the same page as Scout, who wants to be more methodical. The reason why Scout played methodical for so long as well, and why it worked so well last year, is because Tarzan was that methodical player, but he's then had to integrate into his team and get them to realize his vision of the game too, over on Weibo, and that took a little bit of a while too. The first half of the group stage was not a pretty one for Tarzan. I think that he's gone on to be the most important player of his team, though. He might just be the most important player today against LNG in LNG's home arena in an elimination best of 5. Folks, we have so much to yap about these teams because it is so good. These stories tell themselves.
They certainly do. This is why I love the LPL top 4. There are so many players, and especially the last 2 years, with all of the swaps that happened among the rosters. Gala being one of them, stepping out on stage. You heard a big cry from the crowd as he stepped out. Definitely a fan favorite. And Hung as well. And to be fair, the support players, I think we've really got to talk about as well, because both Hung and Crisp had to fight for their spot within their rosters across the course of this year. You know, Hung fighting with Mark, Crisp fighting with Expert for his own roster spot. But now, as we come to top 4, as we come to elimination in playoffs, both supports feeling really in form.
I think that's been huge too, because the overall story point for all we've talked about these matchups is both of these teams were not top 4 for pretty much any part of this year up until the last part of summer. They have had to grow to that point. Yes, Weibo and LNG were teams which made it to the World Championship from the LPL last year. Weibo made it all the way to the finals there. These teams were not at that level for most of this year. They've had to change with the roster changes, they've had to compromise between player styles, and they've had to find form again. Because the supports are back on form, because the mid laners are back on form, because the junglers have been integrated into their roster, we are now talking about the teams we probably should have seen all year. If you were fooled that Weibo and LNG were not top teams, that is purely their own fault, but they are here now, and they are deserving of these top 4 finishes. They did lose both in 3-0s before this point, but they are very clearly better than the next tier of LPL competition, and I think that hopefully that can be shown again here today, that they are really deserving of this top 4 positioning within playoffs.
They certainly are. It didn't look like it for a lot of the split, but they have leveled up. Light looking extremely excited to be here today as Crisp steps out onto the stage as well. And that's all 10 of our players. And, you know, it's crazy to think that these two teams made it up to top 4, but, you know, you were just talking about Weibo making it to Worlds Finals last year. And one of those players that I think a lot of people will be surprised to hear this next statement, but this is Weibo's first time being in the top 4 of the LPL. He's made it to Worlds Finals, but he's never been top 4 in the LPL. Weibo, last time around, only got top 6, and they made it to Worlds through the regionals, through championship points. Weibo's never been in the double elimination portion of the bracket before. He's lost series and playoffs before, but they've always been the end of his run. Now he gets a second chance for the first time.
So what you're saying, oh my word, you've just said LPL is more difficult to win than in Worlds. Incredible. Wow, we learned this here today,
folks. Second in Worlds.
Yeah, I guess the precedent sets there. And I guess as we get close towards Champions Select, we talked a lot about the stories. Then we have to start talking about that draft as well and what we expect out of the teams. So, talked a lot about the rivalries and how the players have compromised to bring their styles together. So let's talk about those styles. I think if you look at each of the top 4 teams in LPL now, you will realize that they all do have different ways to play around side lanes, but the way they play around side lanes is very, very different. Not every team would do this in the LPL, but the top 4 teams very much have indexed towards that. Particularly for LNG, I think they're the easiest team to categorize in that. If you want to understand LNG as a team, realize that their greatest nemesis on the Rift is towers. They hate any kind of architecture, they hate structures, they are there to destroy them. LNG are the tower-taking team in the entirety of the LPL. They just destroy them. If you want to get some like reading material, if you find yourself on a break this series, go back and watch their group stage game versus Top Esports. They ended up taking 6 towers to 1 in one full spell swoop in 5 minutes. That's what we know this team can do. On the other side for Weibo, you look at them as a team which are very, very much more about making plays on the wider map and having Xiaohu not actually getting the resources in the side lane in the way that Scout does. Scout is the person that gets the resources for LNG, whereas Xiaohu gets on something like the Zeri and just positions himself to hop back over a wall and play safe like that and try and make sure that the team is getting resources elsewhere. It's 2 very different ways to play the map. I'm really, really interested to see which of them is going to be on better form and how these styles are starting to rack up against each other.
It's going to be so interesting when we get to some of the macro decisions in the mid game as well, because I feel like the way that those side lanes influence the rest of the map and the way that these two teams rotate around going to decide everything. You can see Xiaohu there, deep breaths on the stage, getting into playoffs mode. And we've seen what Xiaohu can do in playoffs. Typically, it's been in those spring playoffs in the past. It felt like last year Weibo really came alive in summer. Maybe the same is true this year around as well, because spring was a rough old split for them. The start of summer, honestly, was rough. But they've somehow made it to top 4, and it feels like they've gone from strength to strength. They stumbled when it came to this top 4. I mean, both teams stumbled in their matches against Top Esports and BLG. But Scout versus Xiaohu, I mean, it never fails to impress. Both of these players just, I guess, saving everything for when it matters the most. You know, it feels like they really have just got better and better as the years gone on.
You know, you were talking about the spring thing as well. So funnily enough, LNG are completely the opposite. LNG lost in both spring of this year and last year in their very first round of playoffs. Now, of course, in spring this year, they lost a 5-game series to Weibo again. There has definitely been a bit of a running history now between these two teams. And the side of Weibo, they've got a little bit better, I guess, in that spring split comparative to them. But LNG, they have been ramping up towards the back end of the year. Now, into our top 4 elimination match, first draft of the day. What are our priorities going to be? The Zeri, the Lucian spring to mind, stuff like the Ashe, the Rumble, almost a certainty to the Ezreal. I'm interested to see if that one actually makes its way through the bans onto the hands of Gala or Light.
I'll have to see the Lucian taken off the board. And also that Renekton banned early on. This is a ban that we're seeing more and more in playoffs, and a lot of early picks of that Renekton, but won't be seen to start us off today. I feel like Zika and Breathe, both players that really would have proved themselves today. So those top lane bans towards Zika of the Rumble and the Renekton could prove brutal. Gala loses his Ziggs.
So what's left? They go for the Corki. This means you're passing up potentially Ashe Lilia, something like a Leona as well, maybe a little harder to lock in because the Ashe Braum is still available for LNG to slam into them. There's a lot of power picks up here. The Corki being locked in first was a huge pick from yesterday. If people were watching the BLG Top Esports series, that was something which Knight used to great effect. If this is the power pick and they can show it first, that's very important to determine in the mid lane matchup.
I feel like Corki was the pick at the start of summer, and then it went away for a little while, sort of. It's very much back at the end of playoffs. Ashe going to be that first lock-in for Weibo. They could go for a support alongside the Ashe if they really want to just lock in that bottom lane. Maybe go for a priority elsewhere.
It's been a really good pick for Light as well, so you can potentially now think towards going towards Nidalee or Lilia, one of the two for Tarzan. He's been very powerful in this early pathing. He goes towards the Nidalee and says, all right, let's go stamp my authority in this jungle matchup. Both of the jungles have switched up from last year, and I want to make sure that I'm dominant coming into this all-important series. The Ezreal does make his way through the draft. The Leona locked in now means the Braum is an easy lock-in for Weibo. Braum is very good into the Leona, and you already have the Ashe to go aggressive. It was just nice early game plays too, if you want to combo it with that Nidalee right from level 1.
I think both teams will be happy with their early lock-ins here. Feels like very potent picks on both sides. Very different styles as well in terms of the approach. I mean, Tarzan going for the early, essentially blind Nidalee there, whereas LNG kind of sticking to S+ tier meta picks in that, you know, this Ezreal has been an absolute monster in the bottom lane. The Corki's been an absolute monster in the mid lane as well. We'll see what the rest of these drafts end up looking like, because right now, Nidalee doesn't have a whole lot of setup for Weibo.
No, but you do have the Braum to help you with level 1 stuff. It can keep the Leona back, and that's important, because one of the things which hurts Nidalee is other supports roaming into her jungle 1v1s. She wants that honorable 1v1 or wants her to support there first. Braum makes sure that one of those two things is much easier to achieve. Nothing really locked in towards the top side yet. Really, we've got mid and we've got solo lanes to be locked in from Weibo, LNG. They'll be locking in jungle and top lane as well. They are going to lose a couple of their jungle picks. I am very surprised that Lilia has made it all the way through these picks and bans. That's such a powerful pick for both of these players, but that's now open for LNG if they want to pick it.
See if Weiwei chooses to go for the Lilia, something that can contend with the early speed of a Nidalee. Contend with the farming capabilities at very least. Weibo now have to decide one of their solo laners. Which one do they want to go for? I mean, mid lane, you already know what you're up against, so you could leave that counter pick for Breathe up in the top side. Especially with K'Sante gone, with Renekton gone, what you really want to blind top.
Yeah. So Xiaohu wants something safe in a side lane. The way that Weibo plays side lanes is having Xiaohu on one of the bound champions, the Tristana or the Zeri, where you can kind of hop over a wall if you're threatened in a side lane. Yone can do similar things. That makes a lot of sense to me. It also gives you some extra teamfight engage. It means you actually have AoE CC now. The Ashe is single target. The Braum is harder to land that stuff. And of course, Nidalee doesn't. That's not really her shtick. So Yone is going to help with that one. It's going to be a last pick, counter pick top lane for Breathe.
Oh my god, he's going to go Fiora. He's going to go Camille. You can't lock in a tank, surely. As Kennen now going to be hovered up in that top side as well, and Zika will lock it in. So aggression here for LNG as the Vi comes through from Weiwei. It's not something we're seeing a lot of this year, but it's certainly a way to make action kick off.
Yeah, and this last pick hover, this is genuine. It is very good into the cannon, and it is locked in. This isn't the first time we're seeing it, and this is something which I love to see from Weibo. Too many teams are blind picking the cannon. It is not a blind pickable champion if the other top laner has a big enough champion pool. Breathe locks in the Nasus, expect him to put a couple of points into the E early to then start pushing out the lane, but also poke out the cannon, and then eventually be a real late game menace. LNG need to be very aware now. If Nasus gets a good start to the lane and they don't shut it down, that's a big problem. The other problem they're going to have is if they go towards the Nasus too early, you're then leaving the Nidalee with an Ashe Braum to potentially make early plays too. I think Weibo have walked away with a very confident draft. There's a lot of pressure now on LNG to make sure that Weibo is shutting down multiple parts of the map, and that's turning that into a Nidalee jungle matchup. This is a hard game now for them.
This Vi has to be instrumental. It's something Weiwei has played a ton over his career. We all remember the last couple of years, Vi has had more than her fair share of presence. But can she survive in the current meta when these AP junglers have been taken over in their first elimination match in Weiwei's first ever top 4? He slams that Vi to try and be the initiation tool for his team alongside that Leona. Will it be enough is the question for LNG. Weibo very confidently counter-drafting here in game number 1. These two teams have played time and time again over the last few years, and it seems to go to 5 games every single time. There are absolutely no stakes when it comes to Worlds this time around. They're both qualified for regionals if they're eliminated. This ain't about Worlds. This is about the LPL. It's the first elimination match of our double elimination here in 2024 summer of the LPL. All right.
As is tradition, you get some of the random shouts at the end.
I don't know if the Weibo fans are just closer to the crowd, Mike, but is it me, or in LNG's own arena, did Weibo have a larger cheer there?
Well, I'm going to wait until later into the series. A fine question indeed. LNG. Well, they're an elimination match in their own arena. I would imagine as the series goes on, and hopefully, as you were saying, between these two teams, we've seen a lot of 5-game series. Hopefully we get that again. I would love to see that between the two of these teams, for the stories of the players, for the stories of the teams, and the way that they've played around each other in the LPL the last couple of years, and it's going to come down to... Now, I think early jungle pathing is so important in this game so far. Breathe, he's gone for the airy build, he's going to start E, he has Doran's Ring as well, gives him some extra ability to just poke out weird stuff like that. The Cannon actually really hates this matchup, so if that's left alone, that could be a real problem for LNG, but Weiwei has other problems too to deal with. There is Tarzan on Nidalee. Tarzan is the early jungle pathing god right now. He has been on such good form throughout summer. He is one of the best junglers in the LPL. He might even be contesting for the best at the end of this playoffs. We'll see if he can get himself a revenge against the likes of Tian and way later into the bracket.
And I think there's a big conversation of the difference between during the split and playoffs, because I think Tien during the split was absolutely unbelievable. In playoffs, I mean yesterday especially, not quite finding that same level of impact. Tarzan feels like, again, in that previous series as well, not managing to find his way into the series against BLG. Maybe Wei is the best jungler in the league after all. Seems to be the bane of the other greats.
Well, and this is the great thing about the LPL, right? Where we have so many players on great form when you get towards the end of playoffs. It does become a genuine conversation. I think that coming into this playoffs, it was very hard to tell who our top teams were coming into it. I think we'll say that BLG are really making a run for it again, and both these teams will see whether they can contend, if they do get towards that point beyond this series, beyond these teams in front of them as well. So let's check in with that early jungle pathing again. Both junglers have gone from top lane to bot lane. You can see that Zucker gets the early wave push in, gets a cull immediately, knows he's going to be on an island, but it does give him a little bit of sustain in that laning phase. It allows him to potentially get to his item break points a little more quickly. Breathe is just starting to freeze that wave out, get some stacks with his Q. You don't always have to hard push with that E. First big play of the game hasn't really happened just yet. Weiwei, Tarzan, both the double buffs. Tarzan off vision right now.
And he spotted Weiwei as well, finds the spear, looks for a 1v1, waits for the Q to come through before getting that red buff slow, and finds another spear as well. Big damage coming up through, the execute from the Q's not quite enough. The spear, not gonna hit. Weiwei survives in the meantime. Hung forced to flash on the bottom side. Crisp flashes to try and find his Winter's Bite.
We did say Nidalee early pathing, and Tarzan on that is a very powerful threat from Weibo. Tarzan gets 2 great spears there. One's blind and the other one's a prediction on the blast gun. Manages to get Weiwei out of the jungle. Means that he's going to get himself a camp from the enemy jungle. He'll get himself to that scuttle crab, potentially on the top side too. Hang on, where's Weiwei going with this? Weiwei might end up getting double scuttled if he goes towards top side and the camps are already gone. He could be in a lot of trouble here.
It looks like he maybe wants to just try and fight or something, or maybe just didn't realize the Gromp is gone. He's pinging towards the Gromp. He's going to walk over a ward as well as Tarzan takes this top scuttle. Weiwei had no idea this was going on. He'll be able to get his wolves spotted on a hawk shot as well. Tarzan doesn't go bot side for the double scuttle. He goes back into his own jungle.
Yeah, but the Hawk shot there just means that, again, Tarzan has all the information he needs. And the big thing here is, because Tarzan takes the camps in topside, Weiwei has less reason to be topside. Now, he might go here anyway and try and do something onto Breathe, because he kind of needs to do something about the Nasus at some point. If he just gets access to farm and starts stacking up, that's a big problem in its own right. But you can see that Weiwei, by staying topside, is starting to lose out a lot of value. If he gets a dive here, it's great, but he has to get something out of this top lane dive now. Otherwise, he's lost too much.
Is it me, or does it already feel desperate for Weiwei in this game? Like, we're only on the first play, essentially, and Crisp is moving up to the top side. Weibo, they've read this dive, and with Tarzan arriving,
no
dive is even going to be able to happen. Breathe just farming underneath the tower. He's taking some damage, but he'll be okay. He'll get his reset off, and LNG find nothing.
Huge loss for Weiwei. This is one of those points where you realize the most valuable resource a jungler has in the early game is time. Weiwei uses that time topside. He's not farming. He didn't go towards his camps where he could be doing that, and he doesn't manage to shut down topside. Tarzan gets a couple of extra camps. He will at least, Weiwei, get himself that bot scuttle, but he's still falling behind Tarzan in this early game. That's a problem, because the Nidalee is going to get quite hard to deal with in an individual 1v1 matchup. If you let this advantage get too out of hand, and particularly when you're on the Vite, you also want to be rushing towards that level 6. That's also been delayed.
Tarzan with a bit of a lead to start us off in this game. It's the only really sizable lead to talk about for the time being. Zika, mild CS lead. Same can be said down in this bottom lane, but nothing too crazy. So we'll keep our eyes on Tarzan, and he has really been the main character for Weibo across most of this year. Feels like maybe that'll be true today as well. Park now moving towards the mid lane. The Shadow who trades aggressively. Tarzan's here as well. Spear just going to land onto the minion wave. Nothing too much is going to come from it. Weiwei has started these grubs though. Tarzan's moving over. One grub already down. Tarzan might have overstepped. Okay, dodges the Zenith blade. That was a little bit too close for comfort. But there's 4 here for LNG. They want to fight this. But Breed's coming up from the top side. He's level 7, and that's a big chunk from the E.
And Tarzan manages to get himself to safety. Thought he was going to get jumped on by Hung there. Doesn't quite end up being the case. Weibo a little bit slow to it, but they managed to make it work all the same. LNG not really able to get a foot into this early game. They've gone for triple cull across their lanes too. They have been trying to get some value, but it does mean they're not really in a position to fight early. They're trying to now batten down the hatches and get something out of it. They're not that far behind in gold just yet. It's not really exploded too much from Weibo, but all of these things we're talking about, you got to bring them up, because if they do end up getting a little bit worse than this, there will be a domino effect. When you have the grubs, which weren't secured by LNG, meaning that Weibo hit tower more, and by the fact that you're getting poked out by this Nasus because you haven't shut him down, that's going to be a problem too. Zucker, he needs to have Hung here. At least he's here for the defense.
Hung arrives. It's still 2v3.
Ash Arrow,
Scout
fired.
doesn't have TP, and the spear lands as well. Ash
Ash
Arrow
Arrow
incoming. Zucker goes for the slicing maelstrom, but he can't quite clear the wave. And now the dive is underway. Breathe trying to tank as the True Shot Barrage goes right between all of the Weibo members. Zucker down to 100 HP. The ward underneath the tower. The wave stalled. Tarzan smites for his spear. Flushes to take a bite out of Zucker. And now Breathe moves in. Hung alone under the tower. And another spear lands. Tarzan's already 1,000 gold ahead.
Alright, we highlighted this jungle matchup. Tarzan away from Scout in that mid-jungle duo. Weiwei was the player to replace him. Both of these mid-jungles switched apart, and we put that focus on the jungle matchup. Tarzan has been monstering this early game, bullying Weiwei out from parts of the map. Misses a spear in the Skull Crab. What can't this man do? He gets himself 2 kills early and he's 1,000 gold up.
Phenomenal early game from Tarzan so far, and I wasn't sure if Weibo were going to be able to survive, or sorry, LNG were going to be able to survive what Weibo were bringing to the table there, since the gold lead was so close throughout most of it. But then finally it culminates in this top dive, and it's just beautiful.
I mean, spear hits, the soulfire hits, it's a lot of pain very early on. Even with the Ash Arrow missing, the fact that Zucker and Hung have to go closer towards the Nasus E, which is a lot of damage, is a big problem. And now we're going to start seeing a lot of problems after this. Yes, the gold goes to Tarzan, but the big thing here is that Nasus is not losing lane. Nasus is stacking, Nasus is starting to get gold. We've only seen Nasus in the LPL really when they've been losing lane. Getting attention like this, getting a slight gold lead in the early game, it means more, because this champion is going to explode at some point.
Nasus is just such a problem later on in the game. We've seen it a couple of times where he's able to just scale up, and it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. Even champions like Ezreal can struggle to kite away from a Nasus. Wither is just so potent. Here we go. Ash Arrow across the map here from Light. Oh, so close. That would have been amazing.
2 shots towards top lane, neither of them hitting so far, but just keeping Zucker on his toes. If one of those hits, and that gives a kill over to the Nasus. One, by the way, you kill someone with that less hit in the queue, that is the plus 12, it's a lot of stacks over, but also it's just that ability to stop Cannon from winning lane, and that's a big problem too. A lot of this early game, we're talking about Wei kind of being afraid of what's happening in that top side matchup. At least nothing's happened on the bot side with the Ashe Braum, that's a bonus for LNG, I suppose. But the fact that this top lane matchup is now in the state that it is going to be a problem later on. I guess we need to check in on another thing too, which is, of course, LNG did get themselves that dragon with the earlier play in top lane, taking a little bit of long time. And LNG do have triple cull coming through from their lanes as well. That will help them get some value, but they are waiting for that value quite avidly at this point. They would quite like that gold here and now to make sure they can start pulling some plays back of their own.
Tarzan lands yet another spear on a dive, and the CC, the slows coming through, make it so much easier to land those javelins. Gala almost stunned. The wave arrives though. Buys a reprieve. No, it doesn't. Tarzan weaves it between the minions. Tarzan just can't miss. Gala dodges, keeps himself alive as Wei arrives, and Hung tries to set up the play. Crisp is there. Trisha barrage is good, but the damage isn't there just yet. Weibo finally fall as Scout arrives to pick up the pieces.
It is some kills back. Scout gets 2 on the board. That's an important amount of gold for LNG. We said they'd quite like that golden pocket to make some plays of their own. While all this is happening though, Xiaohu does take some plates in the mid lane, and of course another kill does go down as well to Weibo. It's not clean, it's not a clean 2 for nil. At least someone does die from Weibo. Wei is a big beneficiary of this too, though. At least going to get himself something, and now he's out.
No, he's not. He's got a crab, but Light's going to block his Q. He can't escape. He's slowed by the Ashe. Has to flash away. Xiaohu was moving over as well. I can't believe he got away with that, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither. He manages to just about get away from that. Cost him the flash. I was about to say, oh, it's worked out well for Wei. He's got himself on the early game. Great Nidalee side. Maybe you can pull back in the early game, but it's not quite as easy as that. These spears. Oh, hang on, he gets a hitbox snipe there. That is a hitbox snipe. Those are so rare. I didn't expect to be seeing one of them today. It forces the E out afterwards. On that mechanic, turns out champions are just a little bit fatter than minions. You can hit them like that. And Gala is immediately forced out of this play. Because Gala's not there for the follow-up auto attacks, it does mean enough damage comes back to kill Hung on one side of it. But gosh, it's very rare to see them. Tarzan is on incredible form in this early game.
I just want to, reiterate to everyone at home, because, you've seen Nidalee's takeover games in your solo queue. On 0 ping, hitting spears this consistently against professional players is nigh on impossible. It's so difficult to play Nidalee at a good level at 0 ping because the spears are so telegraphed. They're so easy to dodge without CC. It doesn't feel like Tarzan even needs any CC. He's been absolutely on point. Will be LNG, though, answering back here. This will be 4 grubs for them. So, an advantage for them. A much-needed advantage for them. The gold is not that one-sided for Weibo right now. And let's be honest, this composition from LNG isn't going to not scale. Corki, Ezreal, along with a Kennen up in the top side. If they can find the right fights, this looks good for them later.
And also, look at all those tasty, tasty coals. The agricultural project from LNG is starting to bear fruit. They're just about to pop in, so Scout's going to get it on the next wave. And also another thing, it is all about these side lanes now. We're into those side lanes. LNG, they are going after their destined enemy of turrets. That is the biggest thing which LNG do. It's going to hurt if they get hit by arrows, though.
And Light keeps on baiting me. He keeps getting so close. LNG are really good at dodging those arrows. They just haven't figured out the spears yet. You'd expect that to be the other way around.
Yeah, one of them tends to travel faster than the other. You'd expect one of them to be a little easier to dodge. But hey, you know what? Not going to press to LNG. Not getting hit by the arrows is, on the whole, a good thing. So, Pearls, 2 out of the 3 being cashed in. Gala has 1 more wave left in him to get his as well. And that does mean that the gold gets even closer back to even. I mean, Breeze getting those plates on the bot side, of course, gets some extra gold, taking over to him. This will now be very much a focus on these side lanes. We talked about this before we loaded into that first draft. Every team in the top 4 plays side lanes in a different way. All of them play side lanes, but they have a different take on how to do it. LNG, they love taking towers. Weibo, typically, they've been a bit more versatile in the way that they play towards them. They try and play a bit more fluidly around the map. They leave Tarzan in positions to make big plays, and they allow Xiaohu to play very defensively on one side of the map. Typically, it's the mid laner getting the resources, so it's very different when Scout gets the resources here, and he's got people roaming to his lane all the time, as you can see on your screen.
Breeze Breed once again trying to defend underneath the tower. You can see on the minimap, Wei moving up towards that top side, but he's gonna pause on his way to the top lane and look towards the Herald instead. Remember, LNG also got the first Drake of the game. Next one is up on the map right now, but LNG are doing a really good job of controlling these objectives. You know, 4 grubs, this will be Herald for them. First Drake, potentially second if they can make a move over. Tarzan, he wants to contest, but he's a little bit late to the party. And now he's in the back of the pit. Looks like Weibo want to fight, but I don't think that's a fight that they should really be taking. TP coming through, but Tarzan's already gone. Weibo, what was that of a contest? It's a disaster for them, and now Zucker is on a perfect flank with slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohu ults himself out, but Breed will be sacrificed. LNG, they get the Herald, they get 3 on top.
What are Weibo thinking there? What is Tarzan thinking there? And all of the Xiao, who's going to chunk him down. He doesn't have ult. He doesn't really have a way out of this one. That should be a death. The Herald's coming through. LNG, turn it on.
I feel like the early game shot calling was so good. And the call there was just send it. And boy, did they send it towards LNG. They've sent this game gift wrapped. As LNG now soar ahead with a 2,000 gold lead.
I don't know what Tarzan was thinking there. We've praised him so much in that early game, and yes, we had to do that, but then you look at this mid-game. This has been something which Tarzan has occasionally done. He can sometimes get overbold looking for what he assumes is going to be one of those game-changing plays. Yes, getting himself a Herald steal or a kill that could have changed things for the better, but his team wasn't in position to respond at all, and Weibo, they bite off more than they can shoot. So Weibo, they are going to get themselves their own first turret, but LNG took that one just before it. But the big winner of all of this now is Scout. Yeah. Scout gets those resources from the side lane. He might even teleport towards bot side. Well, he doesn't need to, he's here already.
So Wei is just going to take a huge chunk of damage there. Got Light's flash at least, but doesn't feel like it was worth it. Scout now stunned and no real follow-up. So a couple of summoners, couple of ults, and now Drake started by LNG.
So, what do you have here to fight from Weibo? You don't have that arrow. That's one of your big things. Xiaohu not in position. Looks like Weibo, they're giving up on the objectives and they're going towards top side of set. But now the problem is you still are against Scout with a boatload of gold, people in his lane. And once again, LNG, they are finding the Nemesis and they're going in towards bot lane with the ult.
I love this buy pick. This is how you find kills. This is how you make the action happen. Can Weibo answer? Some spears coming through from Tarzan. He's out of mana though. And the tower's going to go down. In the bottom side, more gold into Scout's pocket. We saw what Knight did yesterday on Corki. Scout is looking to replicate.
Oh, here comes Breed.
TP comes in. Breed now. Let's see this Nasus pop off. Zucker, good damage onto 2 here. Tarzan dives in, but that lightning rat's got damage, and Zucker wins 2v1. Zucker finds them both.
Danger! High voltage! Zucker 3 kills on the board. Breathe might be able to chase him down. He already killed Hung on the other side. He's going to try and chase this. I don't think he catches him though, and Gala might even be able to turn around already. LNG! What a phaser play!
Zucker even gets loco gold for the mid tower as well, and suddenly this cannon is very much in the game.
So, Weibo have lost the plot a little bit in the last few minutes. So good for the first, 13 minutes of the game. Then Herald spawns and everything goes loco after that point. Weibo haven't really hit the Asher as they wanted to. Haven't really managed to use Tarzan as a kind of baton pass from the early game through to the mid game. He's not really getting the damage done. And suddenly LNG, what did we say about them? As soon as they get towards these side lanes, as soon as they get towards that, they love taking around these side lanes. And they're starting to use that to get so much damage. This is after, of course, a lot of the first players already happened. Zucker does have a lot of damage to the Leandries already, and this is a huge overestimation from Crisp and Tarzan. Zucker gets away with a level 2 ultimate as well, level 11 hit. Very, very powerful.
I feel like Tarzan as well, just slightly overestimating his damage. If he just stayed behind Crisp for another second or so, I think that kill is pretty much in the bag, but Zucker manages to get that point-blank damage down, and in the meantime, I guess Breed just absolutely walloped Hung somewhere. This has been a weird game. It looked so good to start with for Weibo, but it feels suddenly like, they kind of lost control of what was happening in the early game, and then it suddenly feels just panicked.
And I think LNG, this is where part of their strength shows through as well. If you give them openings, they are actually a very methodical team. They know how to get back out onto the map. They know how to get onto turrets. They know how to get gold onto Scout. Even more damage onto this inner turret. And Weibo, they're not quite prepared to deal with LNG moving all their pieces to the same side of the map at the same time. LNG continually hitting a turret somewhere on the map, and Weibo, they've struggled to find a good response to it, and now they've lost their momentum. I think they're going to struggle to find it again, at least until Breathe hits late game.
Well, if they get knocked out of playoffs at this point, that would be Weibo very much in form to make it to World's Finals. So maybe just setting up for that. I don't know, weird first game coming out. Honestly, for both teams, I was not expecting this buy draft, but I'm loving it, honestly. Like, if you're not into the AP junglers, if that's not working for you, why not play Engage? Has Light hit an arrow? I think he hit one onto Weiwei.
He hit one onto Scout as he Valkyried away, and he hit one onto Weiwei, and that's been it. There's none of the real impactful ults, the big real difference there.
Yeah, tough one for Light so far. I mean, this composition from Weibo certainly can still do damage later on in the game. You've got a Nasus that's inevitably scaling. It's a bit of a Thanos pick, isn't it? But I feel like it's pretty kiteable as well. So we'll see if he can impact the game later on. But, I mean, if everything just slows down now and it comes down to just objective control and sideline play, that's just LNG's dream. That's the way that LNG choose to play if they ever can. So it's all feeling pretty hunky-dory for the boys in blue for the home crowd favorite here.
And serious credit to them. Weibo came out all guns blazing in that early game. Tarzan, incredible form in that early game. But this is the problem when you're picking towards early game kind of junglers like the Nidalee, and one of the reasons why we have, sometimes seen fantastic things out of the Nidalee, but most of the time criticized it, is that your first couple of deaths of the game weigh double, because you're meant to be riding that momentum. Every death cuts that a little bit more. Now suddenly Tarzan went from 2 kills up in that top lane to now 2 and 3. That momentum has largely gone. He has gone towards a Seeker's second. That'll help him against the Weiwei Vi ultimate. But really, he doesn't want to be in that position all the same. You can see that once again, LNG moving around to Scout's lane, just allowing Scouts to get free push in. When they get these pushing lanes, they're so deadly, and Breathe, he might even get close. Might be forced out onto level where it goes into the wall instead.
Breathe in a potentially 1v4 on the bottom side. He's doing what all good split pushers do, and he's sort of not really pushing, he's split defending. As the rest of Weibo start the Baron, it's been spotted. And yeah, I think Weibo realised this ain't the play. Zika spotted though, and this time the arrow hits, this time the combo's there, and this time Weibo find their pick.
Alright, LNG, they move everyone towards bot side, but Zucker, I think maybe he gets a little bit panicked with the Baron call. You can see that LNG, they really moved over towards it very quickly, and I think Zucker didn't quite realize how much danger he was in. Goes down very easily. That's something for Weibo. They managed to get an easy combo for the Nidalee, and it'll open up some aspects of these side lanes again. LNG, they've really been deciding what's happening in the side lanes for the last, 8 minutes at this point. Weibo finally get their choice to go towards this. It is going to be another Dragon over to the side of LNG. So LNG, look, they're still in the driving seat here. They have the objectives. They have Weiwei with a real point of power now as well. I'm really interested in his build too. Gone towards the Sunder Sky into Zeke's Convergence. Quite a nice kind of off-tank build. We'll see how that one works out. And this is what we're talking about here. Everyone's making a beeline towards this Baron, but Zucker shows himself on the minions as he goes through. It's a blind arrow, but it's an educated guess, and Zucker probably should have just waited for his team to get a little closer.
I think Zika might have even just been seen just outside of the Tri-Brush as well. I'm not even sure if it was blind. I think Zika just
well, on
really
the
overstepping, overconfident perhaps. Maybe just overestimating how quick the rest of the gang could get over there to be a part of a play, wanting to be in that great flank spot. But unfortunately, a little overzealous, punished for it. No Baron went down though. It was just the Drake for LNG. So all things considered, Weibo still very much in this one. They are, almost 4,000 gold down. It's definitely very LNG favored at this point, but we've seen Weibo win worse games. It's not usually starting with Crisp getting caught out, I will say. There's Xiaohu fighting with Zika on the top side. Solar Flare goes wide. Good disengage from Crisp, but can he fully escape? Yes. Primal Surge comes through. Weibo walk away.
Every time a play like that happens, watch out for what Breathe is going to be doing with his teleport. Right there, they were walking over wards. He does have that Sterak second item, really helps him with tenacity alongside that Merc Treads. Breathe gets into the back line now, and LNG use their Viol on someone not named Nasus. That could be a bit of an issue if he gets himself into the back line. As it stands, he stays bot side, and he's going to completely wail on this turret.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay with not flanking as well. He's quite happy to just sit in the side lane. 2v1 though. Not sitting alone in the side lane, unfortunately for Breathe. Nearly manages to finish Scout with just 2 Qs, but he will go down in the end. And so LNG, again, this double solo lane in a side lane, finding advantages.
that has been one of LNG's real calling cards this summer. I think the way that LNG kind of found their way into side lanes was by just doubling up on the solo lanes and seeing what they could do. Scout has a teleport, Zucker doesn't right now. 3 items on Scout, so strong in this score. You saw how quickly he shredded through Breathe, who sadly did not have any armor at that point. He'll fix that soon, but definitely doesn't help for right now. Scout, probably the strongest individual person on the map. I don't think that's particularly out there to say. Wherever Scout is, if LNG has anyone to set him up, it's not particularly nice for Weibo.
Yeah, Scout is absolutely monstrous at this point, but Gala not that far away from monstrous either, headed towards that 3rd item on Ezreal. But the 2 items really is where it all kicks in. And if he's able to just free fire for a little while, he will take over a fight himself. This is the problem that Weibo now face. You're against a triple threat composition at the end of the day, and there's incredible setup for those threats with the Leona and Avai. With Zerka looking for flanks, with Scout, obviously, we've mentioned him and Gala. It does feel hard to win a fight unless you can find, you know, a great arrow from light that turns into a big pick and maybe find an unfair fight. That feels like the only way that Weibo win.
And the problem with that now is I really like what Scout has done with his build. You went for a QSS, helps against the weather and the 1v1 versus Nasus, helps against the arrows too if he managed to get caught out there. So you've got a cleanse on Ezreal, QSS on Corki, 2 of your key targets going to be much harder to hit. Even the Seekers on Zerka will make it a little harder to register those kills. LNG feels like they're in a huge point of power, and Crisp is overstepped.
So the flare onto Crisp, there's a stun to follow it up. But not too much committed here from the side of Weibo, from the side of LNG, sorry. It's Weibo trying to retreat once again. Crisp has to keep coming in here to try and get vision, and every single time he does, he's chunked heavily. Does seem to be getting away with it each time, but only just.
Crisp, yeah, he's using that shield to its full value, making sure it gets enough, it earns its keep, we're going to call it in this game. So, Weibo, they are behind the game. They are facing up against some really nasty items. There's a minute until the Dragon, which will be a Cloud Soul for LNG, which is really nasty because it means that everyone gets to kite everyone a lot easier, which is nastier for the Nasus. And before that, there's also the Baron up too. LNG, they have all of the room in the world, all of the vision in the world to start forcing around the objectives.
They're trying to find the spear. Zerka on the top side, and there we go, all onto Breathe. Follow-up is there as well as Chris just trying to survive the opposite side of the play. Breathe down. And LNG find themselves a pick once again. Weiwei wants to turn it into more. He's looking for that flank, but instead, escorting the wave on the top side. LNG can just break it in him tower.
Easy as you like. They've still got 40 seconds till the Dragon. It's not like they're late towards the spawn of that either. Great target selection from Weiwei. Gets right onto Breathe with no one able to really help him out. Weibo are going to answer with the mid lane outer turret, but Weibo are the ones reacting now. They are the ones which are behind the map and have been for a long time. And LNG, look, you could make some jokes about how slow they are in some games, and this has been a slower game in some ways, but they are methodical. They have a flow chart, and it works really damn well when they know what the decision tree looks like. As soon as they get that advantage in side lanes like they did after that Herald fight, really, things just went all their way, and Weibo are really struggling to break this comfort zone for LNG now.
It just feels like for Weibo, it's been a bit of a lackluster game, hasn't it? This is not the start to the series that they wanted. And it's been, I don't know, I kind of wish we'd seen a little bit more in the way of attempting plays, in the way of trying to turn the favor of this game. But now, they have to try and fight out over Baron. Hung going to be stunned by Light, but Light has to be careful himself. Solar Flare comes through, a rocket from Scout as well as Xiaohu. Svantik at the top side. It's going to be slicing Maelstrom used, but can't quite finish the kill off.
So, Weibo, they stop the Baron going over. Once again, not a great Ash Arrow. And now the problem is you don't have the Fate Sealed, you don't have the Arrow, and Soul Dragon is up. LNG, this should be a free Cloud Soul for them unless Tarzan goes for cheeky steal. Does have himself Flash, does have himself Seekers. Is he going to be allowed anywhere near this one?
I think he's got free entry on the bottom side right now, while the rest of Weibo try and spar with LNG, but Gala's got some damage, so is Scout. And Weibo are feeling it. Xiaohu moves in immediately, ults blasted towards him. Scout's got the DPS, but Xiaohu still survives for the time being. Weiwei about to go down, but Tarzan forced away. Weiwei in the back of the pit. Scout gets one, and the rest of the fight won by LNG. Scout gets another, but Breathe trying to take over. The dog's got teeth, but unfortunately, he's got no bark.
Breathe can't quite get it done. Gala fells him. And LNG, they might even not stop for the Dragon. They were thinking about ending the game. They do decide to have a little bit of discretion there and make sure they get themselves that salt. They don't think they can end the game through bot lane, but honestly, the fight might just be the death knell for Weibo all the same. Weibo let the control of the game go around the side lanes after that Herald. LNG have not looked back. This isn't going to be the end of the game, but it's going to be Soul. It's likely going to be Baron and Weibo. They have, sadly, not been able to right this ship.
Slow and steady wins the race, and just keep your eyes on Scout and Gala, because this is just the perfect fight. Trenesril and a Corki just kiting everyone, getting as much damage as they like out.
Yeah, the Scout probably gets about 10 auto attacks off. Now that is a lot for a late game fight. He gets so much DPS off, and yeah, Breathe manages to get some really good damage off at the end of this, and I think that the double tenacity works out really well for him from items, but he can't quite get that last Q away to kill Weiwei at the end. Would have been quite close, I think, on the damage calculation there, but sadly for Breathe, not able to get towards that unbeatable Nasus, like diving into your, well, I say diving, Nasus doesn't dive, he waltzes at you really, but he runs you in that late game kind of fight, and he can win with enough stacks. He just hasn't been given that position to do so, and the damage on the other side from LNG is more than enough to answer him at this point.
And I feel like Scout has had an absolutely insane game. We've been talking about Scout and how good he's been on this Corki, but I do want to mention Weiwei as well. These snap engages have been fantastic from him, and Hung have been so decisive. And the fact that you're having a Vi game where you're being this proactive and this decisive, and you haven't died a single time, like Vi is one of those champions that you die a lot on. You just do. When you go in, you're in. And he's somehow managing to survive each and every single one of these fights. He's had a fantastic game on what has to be just described as an off-meta jungler.
So, when we put onto the scoreboard of who's winning in this mid-jungle 2v2, LNG getting the better of it right now. Another arrow into Hung.
Slicing Maelstrom's pretty huge, though. Xiaohu goes straight into it, and Zika even survives. Light annihilated as Breathe tries to get into the backside, but there's just not enough. He's sent back to the kennel. Tarzan back in his box as he's pooped on the carpet again. It's 64,000 gold to 53. It's a 10k gold lead. It's LNG. I mean, they've sort of made this first one look easy.
Weibo, they had the early game, but they had nothing more than the first 12 minutes. LNG, in front of their home crowd in the elimination match, strike first.
LNG looking clean. Looking clean. And, you know, to start the game off, that Nidalee looked good. Weibo found themselves a small lead at the start of the game. Unfortunately, LNG did a really good job of answering that lead, of denying the potential dives, of denying the potential ways for Weibo to get ahead. And once things were even, it felt like LNG were very happy to just crack it into cruise control and slowly win out the game.
Yeah, and you were shouting out Weiwei in that game. The fact that he had that game deathless after you see a Nidalee who gets 2 early kills, absolutely insane. LNG, very methodical. They saw the opening into the game. They got themselves into their comfort zone. They did not look back.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. LNG 1-0 up. We'll jump into a break, and then hopefully we'll see a little bit more from Weibo.
of them all, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall, let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 here. I'm joined by Nymera and LNG. It was slow, it was steady, but it was beautiful gameplay throughout this game, completely controlling Weibo.
Yep. Cashed in 3 goals, got a double kill onto Scout. Scout takes over the game, and Weiwei helps him do it. Fantastic, methodical gameplay from LNG, and I'm really glad we touched on how they did that as well, because it's something that they have shown time and time again. They hate towers. They hate you having any kind of structure. They just pile everyone into a lane in the best possible timing that they can, and they get Scout a load of resources. And Weibo, they just couldn't stop them from doing that. They couldn't stop the overloaded sidelines, very quickly setting themselves up, and they ended up messing up that dive bot, messing up the play around. The Herald gave over just a little bit too much gold, and then it just felt unplayable after a while. All the gold on LNG went to Scout. A lot of the gold on Weibo went to Breathe instead, and Breathe very nearly did some late game nastiness on that Nasus, but even he couldn't pull off those late game team fights against the amount of gold that was given over.
Yeah, I mean, they were just so far behind, and I feel like this composition from LNG is so easy to pilot in a fight. This was one play that nearly turned it, or at least a highlight for Zucker, who didn't necessarily have the greatest game for himself, but a fantastic moment at very least. Was a lot of focus on towards him, coming out from Weibo earlier on in the game, managing to survive that. See, this is one of the moments where there was that focus on towards him just get annihilated.
Yeah, this is one of the funny things where you look at the highlights coming through for this, you think, what story are we telling here? There is no story to tell. It's just some of the funny tee moments that happen. You know what? I'm not exactly sure. For me, I think I think Weiwei walks away with my MVP, but Scout would also be a really good shout from here. I think the mid jungler from LNG had such a good series. It's not even been a full series yet, but it has a great first game here, and you can see even in this fight, see, Scout gets something like 10 plus auto attacks off in a late game fight. That is far too many for a Corki. Corki should not be allowed to auto attack that much, but hey, made it work in LNG. This is one of the better games we've seen from them methodically and actually closing out that game against another top team that we've seen from them in a while.
We'll see who is going to grab that MVP. I am curious at this point. I mean, Slice of Maelstrom is a hell of an ability. It definitely does a lot in those fights, doesn't it? But I don't know whether it's enough to grant an MVP or not. I mean, Breathe was doing his damnedest. He was trying to finish those kills off, but just didn't quite have that damage. And there we go. Okay, yeah. Scout does get the MVP. All is right in the world.
I will say, I think Weiwei will probably feel a little bit robbed. But hey, Scout used the gold very well, but he would never have been in this situation were it not for Weiwei's really clutch decision making. His target selection was really good. But either way, the fact that we're talking about the mid jungle in this matchup, where it is a battle of these two split up, changed around mid jungles from last year, Scout and Tarzan against each other, Xiaohu and Weiwei against each other, and it's Scout and Weiwei winning out, that's really cool.
It's exciting, isn't it, to see what potential there is for LNG, and also to see them winning with this bit of a different style where Weiwei just moves away from AD junglers entirely, just goes for a buy, just goes for hard engage, and it looked beautiful. It looked fantastic, and when you get your early rotations being things like the Corki and then the Ezreal Leona, like who's banning Vi right now? It's very easy to set up a comp like this.
That Corki priority you're talking about too is huge, because yesterday we saw Corki be first pick priority. I think it's going to be first pick priority here again after that first pick win there. If you don't have a good enough answer to it, what are you going to do? I wonder now whether we're going to start seeing some problems of LPL teams which are focused very much on the ADC mids, having Zeri, the Lucian banned away, the Corki being the one which slips through the cracks and being very good. What do you do now in terms of that mid-lane matchup? The Yone, especially when it's Xiaohu, who is not being given resources on Weibo, that's not the style which he plays in this team, is not going to be able to keep Scout down like this. So do we have to switch around now? Do you need to make more playmaking mids come through? Do you need to have something that can make plays onto the AD carry and stop them from scaling up? We might need to see a bit of a heel turn here.
Well, I'm absolutely vibing to this music as we get towards game number 2. We could well have a change up from Weibo. I think just locking your mid earlier on in the draft could be the solution for them. They'll be going over to the blue side this time around. Maybe that'll be the answer. I mean, they could just first pick Corki. Job done. Maybe that's the solution. Just be on blue side.
Maybe that's it. Wow, you've cracked the code. Blue side all along. Incredible. Funny thing is, I actually thought red side was looking really, really good recently because of the amount of top lane counter picks which were destroying games. I mean, the Nasus could have done that game, but hey, if we've suddenly found, there's an Omega broken champion like Corki, which just ruins every mid lane matchup in the way that the bans are coming through, sure, blue side seems pretty good to me.
I do wonder if we'll see a bit of a change up from Weibo when it comes to like mid laners and stuff like that as well. I mean, we saw a twisted fake game from Xiaohu earlier on in the split. That was actually very successful for him. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. In fact, I played 2 games of it. Here we go. Blue side for Weibo. Let's see what their priorities are and if they do change things up. Yone banned away. That makes me think there could be a Corki coming.
That would make a lot of sense. Scout has also used that pick to great success at being part of the engage combo. Because remember, the difference between Xiaohu and Scout is given all the resources. Xiaohu is playing defensive on side lane. It means that he's not necessarily going to be the person to keep down Scout when it comes to that individual matchup. The Rumble, no surprise that's been banned away. So what are we getting through? No Lilia Prio in the last game as well. Worth noting, Corki does seem to be very, very high up on the table. Zeri also available though, so we might see a difference in those priorities. Or not.
Yeah. I mean, Corki, definitely pretty competent in the side lane. I don't think it's too much of a worry for Xiaohu, and it does just seem like it's back. It's back in full force. Corki seemed to go out of fashion for a while there. He is fully back on the table as the first pick, and now LNG. You mentioned the Lilia. It was ignored in game number 1, but Weiwei likes the look of it here for game 2.
Potentially does. They've got a couple of options. Misfortune was one of the bans in that first game. Misfortune has become such a powerful bot laner over the course of LPL's back half of this split. Very, very lane dominant. Pairs up well with something like a Leona or an Alistar or a Rel. Rakan's pretty good with it as well. Also, very, very broken with Lilia, because if Lilia gets the sleep and Misfortune starts ulting, it doesn't break the sleep. If you've never ran into that combo, I hope you ever do in solo queue. It is disgusting. It means that Weiwei gets himself a better farming jungler, still gives himself the ability to carry and I'd like something like a Zyra or a Brand or something like that, but also gives him that side of engage, which he had very much used well in that vibe in the game before.
So now to Weibo, what do they answer with? And maybe a bit more of a utility style out from Tarzan here. A bit of a role reversal. It's what we saw from Weiwei in game number 1, was that Vi as a setup tool. The Maokai locked in. You'd assume that goes to Tarzan.
It seems so, and I know, it's very confusing. Normally you think that Tarzan would be swinging from the trees. Instead, he is now the tree. It would look very strange. All of those things said and done. What do they lock in next along this, though? They could go towards something like the Ezreal. Nope, they go towards that cannon towards Breeze. So they're the ones which now lock in this pick and say, all right, Zucker, your chance to try and counter it.
Does Zucker just slam Nasus here? I'd love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it, but I don't think that's going to come through. I feel like LNG respecting the mid lane a little bit here. And understandably, after how little impact Xiaohu was able to have last game, getting that Zeri in now definitely feels valuable for LNG.
Yeah. And as we said, particularly with Scout, what he tends to do is play very safely on the weak side when it comes into mid-game, and he just uses that wall ride. He just Tony Hawk's his way out of every single dangerous situation just by skating back to safety. We'll see whether he does that again. Now, the thing which you need to do to make that style work is have someone else be worthy of taking that gold. Are you going to give that over to Zucker? And of course, that's something that Xiaohu would do on that pick. Scout is actually the person that actually gets the resources on that pick, though. That wall ride allows you to play aggressively and defensively. And I want to see now whether this Zeri can be something that can contend with that Corki. Of course, the Corki is the first pick for Weibo, and it was for LNG as well. This could be very important in determining the mid lane matchup in the rest of the series.
So the Nasus gone to set up for that cannon in the top side, trying to remove any bot lanes that can face up to Gala. I'm excited to see Gala on this Misfortune pick. It's not a pick that he's played a lot of this year. He's only got 2 games under his belt. We all know how proficient Gala is of an AD carry. I'm sure that this is a pick he's plenty confident
he's all right.
But I'm
got a pentakiller too.
I'm just excited to see him with something that can have that lane dominance, especially with Ziggs being banned both games so far. I feel like that's the pick where he really focuses on that laning phase. I'm excited to see what he can do on this Misfortune.
So, Light still has Ezreal available. That's probably the easiest champion to lock in safely. You could go towards something like Ezreal, Leona as your last picks for Weibo. You could also go for the Maokai on bot side as well if you have another combination you want to be playing towards with that. Could also be going towards something like a Jhin. Jhin is also not too bad because there aren't any tanks locked in for LNG. Thinking about that for Weibo. On the other side, looking to counterpick that top lane for Zucker. What do you have left? You don't have that Nasus. This would be very different. That could very much start to do things differently. Rise for Zucker.
Or potentially Rise for Scout and the Zeri top. I mean, Zeri can do very well into... double range matchup in the top side could be an option. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm not a top lane guy, but shenanigans could be afoot here. There's the Jhin locked in for Light, so not going all out aggression, but we'll be able to potentially contend Prio a little bit, and Crisp goes for that round.
I do like the Jhin because there aren't any hyper tanks on the other side. Jhin can actually do damage. The Alistar very quickly locked in. Zucker has played a game of the Rise, so I'd assumed it'd go towards there. But of course, yeah, there was some flexibility. You were right to call that one out, even though we haven't seen him mid lane for a while.
I got a little.
I think it will likely go towards that. Hang on, I was just wondering what was happening with the other side for Weibo there, whether they were going to try and get the cannon into mid lane instead and have a Breathe play the Corki. Looks like that Rise will be top side, so watch out for those Realm Warps. They can be very, very deadly. Bringing that Alistar into the play. You can have Weiwei fishing for Swirl Seeds, maybe a wormhole delivered Alistar into the backline as well. Watch out to see how LNG can use that big ultimate. A lot of teams, I think, have forgotten how to play against Rise Up. This could be a way for LNG to really catch Weibo off guard.
Zika's played this Rise once already this split. It was against 369, it was against Kennen, and he dominated. 7-2 and 7. 369 limped away from that game, 0 and 5. Zika has set a precedent on this pick already and locks it in for game number 2 here. And I feel like LNG have kind of, you know, shown the prowess of that Kennen in the top side, baited Weibo into going for it, and already had the answer.
Blind pick cannon is not something you should be doing all too easily in the current meta. It is much easier to counter than I think a lot of people have been prepared for. And I love to see that adaptation. Best of 5s between these two teams tend to get spicy. We have seen game 5s. We have seen 2-minute Nexus defenses. We have seen a whole lot of drama. This is an elimination match. That drama only gets even more important at this stage.
It certainly does. And it's going to be the damn one Kennen as well. Nuggery represented up in that top side has breathed the new player on the block when it comes to this matchup, and he's got his work cut out for him. Counterpicked in the top side. So, game 2, and a different look from Weibo, with Tarzan being on that setup alongside Crisp, and plenty of follow-up from the laners. We'll see if this change is going to be enough, as LNG have certainly drafted themselves some laning power. The Misfortune bot with the counter pick up in the top side. Weibo grabbing that Lilia. It's a very different look from game number 1. Weibo will be hoping it's a little bit more successful.
I've had a wonderful idea, Joe. What if you had, like, a FedEx Rise, or like a delivery person Rise skin? Could you imagine, like, the ult basically being the little van which goes off and you just start throwing packages with each of its abilities? I would find that so entertaining.
Every character that you teleport with your Realm Warp is a parcel until they use an ability.
Yeah. We come up with the best ideas for this.
Gala takes a big hit there, like getting his 4th shot in, but takes a chunk himself. We're fighting for Prio. Important versus that Misfortune. If she takes control of the lane, it's difficult to get it back, and Exhaust already cleansed away. Oh, but the headbutt means no flash 4th shot from Light onto Gala there, and he will use it on the wave. I wasn't sure how saucy he was feeling. Doesn't go for it in the end.
Alright, so that's 5 summoners down in bot lane in 2 minutes. Classic LPL TV2. The mount up with the crash down. Very powerful. Level 2, not quite hit there.
I love how Light doesn't even entertain the idea of following up on that. That was entirely to blow Gala's flash. That was entirely just to get rid of that summoner.
One of my favorite things about LPL, and it has been for years, I think there was a period in, like, I don't know, season 7, season 8 or so, where people started realizing that LPL bot lanes were just hilariously aggressive even when they weren't looking for a full kill. Because sometimes you do it for the prio, and sometimes you just do it for what is liberally called summoner economy. Sometimes getting the push in and that chunk and taking away the flash from someone like Gala on the MF, with a very immobile champion, can be really, really important for the few minutes you have that summoner down at that point. So Light and Crisp, they get themselves back to base, they get themselves their first base in the game. I want to see if Tarzan can do anything now to try and punish Gala on this bot side.
So Zika, so far so good in the top side. He's got a 5 CS lead on wave, like, what is it, 6, I guess, 5, something like that. It's not a bad little start to the game for him, as he's able to get himself ahead. I don't think it's 5 or 6, is it? I think I'm getting way ahead of myself there.
No.
We're only 3 minutes into the game. I said it and I was like, that doesn't sound right at all. Yeah, no, but either way, it's a good start for Zika, was ultimately the point of what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's very good. And the thing about Rise into stuff like Cannon is that it exposes something that Cannon really, really hates. 1, easy wave push. 2, being outranged by lane opponents. Why, when we saw a really good series to go check this, it's not in the LPL, but it's a really good example anyway, is the G2 Mad Koi series we saw over in LEC, because we saw a load of AD carries picked up into Cannon, and AD carries can really thread through Cannon because they just slightly outrange him. He's not just bullying down on a Renekton or something like that who has to gap close to do damage onto him. Something like that Rise actually forces him to come into you instead. It's a big old problem. Weiwei is actually going to get a double scuttle here. We talked a lot about early jungle pathing in that last game. Weiwei is the person with the better clear speed this time and is immediately making use of it.
Chris wants to deny that fact as he moves in. Tarzan alongside him, Wei spotted. Gala cowering underneath this tower, hoping not to be dived, but Weibo are all roaming around behind the tower here as they're looking towards the Grom. Wei doesn't have any vision for the time being, and Hung tries to make up for that fact, but Wei moves in. It's going to be a smite off between Tarzan and Wei. Tarzan wins it, but there's the engage double knockup, and Hung already so low. Gala arriving, but he's too late as Wei knocks straight in, and there's a snipe from Light as well. LNG answered here in game number 2 as Gala likely to fall. Xiao, who's killing Scout on the other side of the play. It's absolutely monstrous from Weibo.
Weibo had the better clear speed, Weibo had the better early fighting. Weibo get off the ground, and once again, they find themselves in an early game lead. Last time, it was LNG that could really stabilize after that, and as the spectator is very importantly highlighting here, there are so many minions stacked up for LNG on that bot lane. They are slaughtering the enemy minions coming down into the lane. They will be actually frozen outside the turret too, I believe. So that's going to be another minion wave lost to turret. So insult to injury in terms of that. Tarzan gets himself the smite fight. Victory gets himself that level up off of that too. The extra level, really nice. So he gets himself some extra stat step, extra heal, great flash knockback as well. Weiwei's not getting out after that point. And despite the fact that the Zeri was in the mid lane for Scout to wall ride into the play, he's not quite there early enough to make a difference himself either.
Oh, there's a play in the mid lane now. Xiao, who exhausted, stunned up. Scout, does he have the damage to finish this one off? He does. Blasts the ultimate out and forces the flash from Xiao, who nice play in the mid lane from LNG to try and respond.
Well, Xiao just teleported mid lane. This is just after he came back too late. He can't come back anymore. Tarzan might just cue the wave with an E as well, try and get some wave clear here, but it's going to be a play going over to LNG very nice and early into the game. LNG lost a lot out on that bot lane. There's 1,000 gold lead over to Light on the Jhin, which is pretty terrifying here for LNG. We did say they don't have the best anti-Jhin champions. We don't normally talk as Jhin as a carry, but 1,000 gold lead on him, and you don't have something like a Kasante, you're definitely going to be afraid of that. So LNG getting this small victory back in the mid lane does actually weigh quite importantly for them.
Quite a creative bit of macro there as well, sending your AD carry mid this early on into the game to set up for Grubs, make sure that you're getting something on that top side, because, let's be honest, the 2v2 sort of doomed at this point. Light 1,000 gold up. Gala will be denied entry to the bottom lane once again. Big damage onto Hung. Wei is here, but he doesn't have level 6, so no significant threat there, and Tarzan moves in to invade the jungle. Another wave gone from Gala.
So, do we want to talk about the creative macro again? Because it turns out Weibo had a bit of an answer to that. So they moved their AD carry away for that lane, and Weibo go, alright, we're not letting you get back towards bot lane. They put traps in the easy bushes, that's an engage.
Hung is trying to beat the tank for his team, but he just cannot survive this early Jhin damage. I'm trying to point out as well, plated steel cap's first item for Light here. This is a battle Jhin.
Yeah, he's just walking at them menacingly. I mean, at this point, they may as well just set up like a little border control, a little passport office at bot lane. Because LNG, they're getting their papers checked at this point, and they're looking too happy for them. Breathe, clearing out the wave, taking a trade.
Yeah, he finds an all-in onto Zika, but Zika just sort of survives and then pulls away just in his face. I mean, that was just, Breed just doesn't have enough damage to finish the job.
I think he was mainly just looking to get wave control and a good trade. It's one of those things where you realize you're not getting the kill, but you get some HP advantages, and in this case, you even force Zuck at the back as well. So I'm willing to call that a decent play for Breed to sort out his top lane. This lane has been left on an island. Credit to Breed for keeping up in CS, actually. We did say that Rise can be a bit of a lane bully up there. It can be just really oppressive, and that will become an issue a little bit later once he starts getting into multiple items too. Shahu taking a good trade here.
Scout face check in the mid lane, jumps over the wall, hit the Wei. Be in trouble though. It's only one route for the time being. Good rocket to follow it up, but the sleep from Wei is enough to deny any follow-up.
Ult down from Wei, ult down from Tarzan. Trying to think who that favors more. About the same, I guess. Maybe favors LNG because it means that Maokai can't just use it on a tower now, as Weibo do have the early advantage. So we'll call that slight advantage over to LNG for that one, but not really that much to write home against. You talked about the battle Jhin before, and this is just oppressive, Rise. This is why we saw the ult earlier, by the way, because you want to stop things like that happening. But I do want to see what happens with Light now, because if Light manages to keep getting huge advantages, you can see right now he's getting a slow crash towards bot side. If he gets himself a big advantage, I'm really quite worried for LNG, because look, there are definitely games we see in meta where Jhin doesn't really do much. And that's because he's into a load of tanks, but I think this game's much better.
Scout could be in trouble here. Xiao, who, if he can land a Foss bomb, finish the job. But Hung moves into the play as Weiwei moves up to the top side. Tarzan here to answer Breathe. Doesn't have Slicing Maelstrom for 5 more seconds, but Zika stunned under the tower, and it's 1 for 1. Weiwei takes another shot as Gala's here to grab some plates.
So Tarzan uses his flash, doesn't have that ult, of course. Light on the bottom side, taking some plates. He's been left alone there. Of course, Jin, not actually the worst turret taker in the game when he walks. They increased his damage from 4th shot on towers many times over patches, but still not going to be able to shred through that turret on his own. Not quite able to do that at this point in the game. LNG do get something in that top lane. Breathe getting a kill, though. That's not necessarily what you wanted from that.
It's a weird game so far, but you know what, Breathe, like you say, grabs himself that kill, and actually means that the top lane is still totally neutral, but it's a 2,000 gold lead for Light. And we talked about Light being safe hands as an AD carry. He, you know, when Weibo were really struggling earlier on in the year, it felt like Light was literally that, the shining light for the team. He was the one member that was functioning well. He's not been taking as much spotlight later on in the year, but when you give him a lead, he can still take over a game.
Yeah, I know. Weiwei knows exactly why Light was the safe pair of hands last year, because Weiwei and crew on the top side of the Shy and Xiao, who did a bit of tee-hee funny flipping in the early game, and then Light would occasionally just put on the backpack and sigh and start picking up the slack after that point, get some damage here onto Zucker under turret. Light has just been the safe pair of hands for this team. Maybe less of a carry this year. Breeze focused on again, clearing the way.
Scout almost in turret range there, but throws a bit of lightning back towards Breathe, and now with the sleep coming into play as well from Weiwei, maybe they can finish the job. Look at that burst. Tarzan looks to respond in the bottom side as he gets roots down, but doesn't have any damage to follow up because Hung's kept Xiaohu busy.
So LNG, they get another kill on a side lane. This time it's not responded to, but they're still not answering Light on the other side. They're avoiding the Jin. They do not want to deal with this champion right now. I understand why. 2,000 gold it's a lot. You could make yourself a veritable Fort Knox out of that 80 carries gold lead. And LNG, they don't get really the side lane situation we wanted them to, well, that they normally want to see. They've not been able to get that confident side lane play which they've been wanting to. Weibo stopping these recalls like this is only hurting them more. We did say LNG and Weibo are both very good side laning teams, but they play it differently. Weibo haven't really been overloading the map in the same way. They've just been responding to LNG in the same way, and they've been finding ways onto turrets when LNG leave one of these lanes unattended.
Call LNG vampires because they are avoiding the light at all costs in this one. I've got to say,
that's right.
Scout kind of smells like garlic sometimes, but that's a whole different story. Oh no, that wouldn't be him. The vampires don't typically smell like garlic. Nightmare. I've messed up my gothic lore.
Well, no, I suppose.
Hang on.
Look, talk about the fight, Joe.
Yeah, I'm coming back to reality here as Zika gets the classic play, the double solo lanes. This time it's on to LNG. Zika goes down.
Yeah. So Weibo, they get themselves staked through the heart of Zucker in that top side. Also, again, completely irrelevant to the references we were making before this point as Weibo get themselves into various lanes again. Scout's going to get himself alone in bot side, but I gotta say, when it comes to getting these side lane outer turrets again, like Weibo have been doing really well at making sure they're present on both sides of the map, and when LNG commit to one side, they have someone pushing on the other side at the same time. They've been kind of providing multiple threats for LNG to answer to. This time at least Scout gets some gold back from these plates, but even then, he's behind Xiaohu this time, so Xiaohu, maybe he has his chance to shine this time.
Is this what LPL playoffs is now? Whoever has Corki just gets a massive lead and then takes over in late game fights.
We really had to live through LPL Corki memes for this. Can you imagine?
That would, yeah, and then we get to internationals and it turns out maybe our Corki's not as good as we thought. That would truly be the ultimate finish to the story. Like trying to get some shots onto Gala there. Won't land. Does get a 4th shot of the grenade, though. Wow, hell of a bounce.
Wow, that really hurt. Yeah, it turns out level 9 Jin, with a bunch of gold behind him, is really strong.
And it gets more damage each minion it kills, right? So if it's the 4th one and it kills the whole wave. I mean, that's why Static Shiv is so good on Jin, right? You set up for your grenades and all of that good stuff. It's, you know, it certainly feels nice to play. Breathe, trying to keep Weiwei away. Weiwei away. Say that 4 times faster.
Yeah.
There's a double Drake, comes through for Weibo. And I'm going to be honest now, Mirror.
Yeah.
I was hoping for a little bit more action today. I thought maybe Weibo would be trying to throw some punches at LNG. LNG sped up a lot as a team this year. Earlier on in the year, they were the slowest team in the world.
Yeah, there you go.
Here we go.
Fight!
WBG going to throw some punches. Crisp, the one to throw the first as Tarzan here gets engaged back on. Gala's here, and the sleep with the bullet time. Tarzan's woken up and flashes away. Breed, though! What an angle! What an angle from Breed. No kills come on through, and WBG somehow gets out with his life. Hung might not be so lucky, but no, he is so lucky. And it's Breed to fall instead.
How do LNG win that fight? The exhaust just about comes in from LNG. Didn't actually hit the first bit of the cannon ultimate, but it manages to do just enough work at the end of the cannon combo to save their lives. And this is now a little bit worrying, because if WBG lose that fight, but they do get themselves that big cannon ult into the backline, especially when Jin is influencing a lot of that fight too, and they still lose it, that doesn't bode well for them. LNG last game, all it took was that one look into that game, and they managed to set the map up into their advantage. Once again, though, you can see that scout getting into a sideline. Is this the opening LNG needed? If they get scouts and goal from these sideline turrets, it might just be that. So, starts off with the Maokai ult. See that light gets hit with a little bit of a bit of damage before that point, and a lot of damage goes on to WBG, but it doesn't kill WBG, and you can see that Hung is starting to buy a little bit of time in that front line. Scout comes in first. Not a great ult from Scout. I was thinking that was a bit of a misused tool, but somehow this doesn't end up being the game-ending cannon. Like, you can see, the exhaust comes in late. Breed gets almost a full value cannon combo there. The W coming through, the exhaust is very, very late onto him. But even then, I suppose it makes just enough difference for people to make it out alive. Very, very close run fight. I thought LNG would lose it way harder than that.
That is the most valuable Merc Treads I think I've ever seen. Not only does WBG survive on 100 HP, but also the stun that came through from Breed only lasted like half a split second. So then the W from Light misses because WBG can then zip away again. I mean, that was just unbelievable boost value.
Yeah, and considering the meta removes so much tenacity in runes, Merc Treads, you start valuing them, you clutch them a little tiny to your, well, not to your chest at this point, that boost. To your hooves in this case.
They're so valuable, the British Museum's going to be looking their way any second now.
I don't stop. I can't believe you said that.
Oh no. Oh well. You know, we all try and ignore that here in Britain. Actually, that's not true. There's a lot of protests and whatnot.
No, it's not.
It's not true at all. I'm just lying. That's all. I just come on the internet to tell lies. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Wow, I love spreading misinformation as part of my day job. It entertains me so much. As where'd you go from that, man? Where'd you go?
Well, typically the marbles is one of the biggest things to go to. If that's the direction this conversation's headed. Either way, oh, that play's going to be held up in a museum as Tarzan caught out by Hung. But Twisted advances his way away. So,
Run little tree. Yeah, he's sturdy enough in this case. Made of some old redwood from this one. Very, very sturdy. Dragon coming up in a minute 30, so that's not going to be necessarily the object right now, but the setup's important. Herald going down to mid lane, a couple of grubs to beat. WBG, if you're looking to push in, try and take the full turret.
Herald down should be enough to secure it. And Light goes for the curtain call to make sure there's no defense possible. The shots are landed onto Carla, nearly snipes from the side, but Scout tanks it. Second charge in the mid lane as well. Fantastic little bit sequence of play from WBG.
And also, because the Dragon's coming up in a minute, Hung just uses ults, and LNG don't really have now that front line to really present a bit of a blocker for WBG. The real answer to that Jin is get Ryze right up in his face, get the Alistar right up in his face with that ult running. Can't really do that, so that's likely going to be Soul Point going up to WBG. LNG, see, they're leaving it alone. 40 seconds till that. Yes, WBG can clear towards it, but I really feel like WBG with that push in towards that mid lane and the vision control down, are probably going to get themselves an easy Soul Point on a Mountain Rift as well. That's nice. That's really nice, man. One of the better souls in the game, and I think Tarzan and Chris being the two tankiest members on the Rift in regards to the amount of resist they're actually bringing to the table, going to really, really enjoy that.
It's just great to see the way that WBG are playing this game out. Very different style of game to that first one. Great to see Tarzan, you know, showing that he knows how to control the very start of an early game on that Nidalee. Obviously, he wasn't really able to snowball it, but the first few minutes looked fantastic. And again, that first few minutes on this Maokai really bullying WBG, and it's turned into such a huge lead for Light. And now the way that WBG are playing these lanes out as well. Gala forced away in the mid lane. Instantly, the second there's a window, they threaten a dive.
Yeah, and they threaten the dive, they take the turret. They are giving up a dragon for this, maybe. Are there teleports coming through? No real good wards behind them. We might see somebody just go onto that control ward there to your left.
Damage from Xiaohu. They're 2v3ing them right now as they go in. Okay, headbutt is enough to get the Drake, but can they survive? It's a kill for a Drake for now. Weiwei's trying to escape with his life. The root won't quite land, but Crisp is flanking. The recall from Scout just about gets him away, but this is a Drake for 2 kills in favor of Weibo.
Yeah, 07's in chat for Weiwei. A brave soldier falls at the hands of Weibo, and I guess luckily for LNG, this fight didn't happen just a few seconds later. Now, Weiwei's still dead for 30 seconds. I don't think that's enough for a Baron take. You do have a Jhin, you do have a Maokai without any kind of burn items. There's no real Baron rush throughout on the 20 minutes. It's, you know, if it was a Zyra, probably would have been on the other side. LNG, though, to get themselves the objective, lose themselves some gold. This is a good teleport, though. Xiao has to get away.
Xiaohu trying to zip away. Good amount of damage from Scout before the teleport comes on through, but he will survive in the end. And so now, it's actually Breathe that gets an opportunity to push in a wave on that top side, and that leads to Weibo actually getting topside control. Look at this deep vision from Crisp, and just everywhere LNG go, Weibo play opposite.
And this is a huge thing, right? LNG, when they're winning games, is much more structured and methodical. Weibo, I think they're more towards the improviser end of the spectrum, where they get individual pieces ahead and they start playing around that, much more like the BLG kind of style of play, which we saw against Top Esports just before this. You get themselves that control over topside, as you've been saying, and because now the Baron's up as well, there can be a problem. Light might have just stepped a bit too far forwards, but he is very, very strong, and he's afforded a mistake or two.
But still, Caps won't save him there, not against the Rise, but he does walk away with his life. That fourth shot movement speed coming in. He's got his 2 attack speed items now, so he's a very fast boy. But now Weibo, they begin that delicate dance that has lost so many LPL team series before. They're trying to set up for Baron.
You as the resident Top Esports fan, even with the new emote for them too, the Top Esports Baron Flat Fuel, there are memories there, folks. There are some dark magics being cited here. Tarzan walking in 1v4, does get the steal.
Was it worth it? Yes, it was. He flashes away, and Crisp gets a great engage to set up for Breathe. Not only do they get a red buff, they look for a fight as well. Breathe goes down. Every time Breathe gets an ult, he dies for it immediately. Zaka flies into the play, but Crisp gets a double stun. The rune is there, and Xiaohu's got the damage. Fantastic turn from Weibo. Hung forced to flash. Shots coming through, but not finding their marks.
Sadly, the first delivery of the game from our Postman Rise in the top lane is a bit of a missed one. He'll have to try and re-deliver it at some point. As, yeah, all that does is deliver himself to his own doom.
Yeah, I just realized both top laners looked like they were getting great ults and both got immediately wrecked.
Yeah, I need to, maybe need to revisit that one. Because the thing is, if you don't quite get that perfect engage, which involves a load of CC alongside all of your damage, things go really poorly after that. Tarzan, look, I love this man. I love this man to death. No, very few junglers that think, yeah, I'll have it. Let's heat up a couple of ultimates. That'll work its way in for me. And he just about gets out alive. It's the tankier version of the Maokai. But you're absolutely right. Breathe goes in for the big ult combo. We've seen a couple of times this game, though. The cannon does a lot of damage, but he doesn't necessarily end the fight. And cannon is not exactly the tankiest of lightning rats. Well, Zeri isn't either, really. Lightning rats aren't exactly the tankiest thing in general. But hey, doesn't exactly help them. Baron's going down now. Weibo did get that top side control. They're using it well.
Vision is there. Weiwei wants to try and get in, and Hung sets it up. But unfortunately, it's not enough. Weiwei will fall, outsmited by Tarzan and finished off by Xiaohu. It's beautiful. I mean, beautiful's maybe not the right word. It was a flip at the end of the day, but Weibo get themselves the Baron.
It's a beautiful burger, whatever your preferences are on that one. As, sadly for LNG and for Weiwei, got a little bit cooked in that one. Leaving the kitchen a little bit burned. So Weibo, they get themselves that Baron, and as we said, look, honestly, it's been so interesting from an analytical level to think about the way that these two teams play side lanes but not just quote-unquote play sidelines. They play it differently. Both these teams are doing the same thing. They're playing around the same area of the map, but they do it in different ways. And, you know, look, I like being a nerd about League of Legends. That's why I'm here, folks. That's why we're all here to a certain degree. Look at the difference in Game 1 and Game 2. LNG, overloading sides of the map, playing a bit of that slow roll, playing around these very big 4-man groups. Weibo, much more about the split map, getting individual pieces into the right position, then kind of just improvising around the strong pieces beyond that point. It's two different ways to play around the same area of the game, and that's a great way to see our teams show that variety.
And I think one of the interesting things about how Weibo have played this game is how they're using these non-committal ults, like the roots out from Tarzan, like the curtain call from Light as well. It feels like they can kind of opt in or opt out depending on how the ultimates go for them. Obviously, Breed a little more committal with his ults, and you know,
yeah,
some of those commitments perhaps overzealous. Although, to be honest, every single angle I've thought it looked good as well. Light, second time this game that he's overstepped, does survive once again. I've got to be honest, when we started the game calling him the safe hands of Weibo, I didn't expect these missteps.
Yeah, the light just flickers a little bit in the wind there. As a breeze comes in for Gala's bullet time, does manage to get a summoner out.
Crisp? What just
right.
happened? Gala now getting aggressed on by Tarzan. Xiao trying to follow up, Hung defending his AD carry. Tarzan sent straight in towards him, but Tarzan doesn't have damage. Wei chased on the other side of the fight, but it's golden. Xiao will finish the job on that one as he loses his jungler. Curtain call comes through. Hung has to use the unbreakable will. Will tank it up. The W goes slightly wide. They can't finish the job. This has gone from a clean game to I don't even know what is going on anymore.
That last play, you know, we were talking about improvisation. I'd like to use the example of Picasso. Picasso was an artist who knew the rules and knew when to break them. This is sometimes just like flinging the paint at the wall and seeing what art you get out of it at points. I'm not saying it's completely out there in terms of everything. Working its way out in the artistic sense. Weibo still, they have walked away with a 4,500 Baron power play. Despite that less than clean phase of play, they are very much in the lead. They are very much walking towards a dominant late game. Teleports in towards this dragon. Weibo have been a bit slow to set up for this because of the mess around that. Tarzan's not going to be that quick towards this dragon. LNG, they might just find themselves at another lightning rad experience.
Another round of improvisation so far. Breathe has been Michael Skarn, but Xiaohu creating some cool characters for himself. A 2v1. Phenomenal play coming out from the solo laners of Weibo. And that's a triple kill for Xiaohu off the back of a 2v1. And if that's not the last nail in the coffin, I don't know what is.
Hey, we did say that Weibo, LNG, they have always really given us a good show of best of fives, 5-game series over multiple years now between these two teams. The stories they tell themselves, the players facing off against ex-teammates. LNG dominated game 1, and Weibo returned the favor here.
Corki remains 100% win rate in this series as Weibo answer in game number 2, and Breathe finally gets an ult that he doesn't die for. Phenomenal stuff from Weibo to finish us out. It was off a bit of a flip on the Baron, but at the end of the day, they've done what is needed. Nexus Bear as LNG are trying to fight this one. It's still 5v3. Tarzan goes in to finish the job. Gala will fall, health bars low, but Nexus lower.
And Weibo walk away with an absolutely stunning turnaround for game 1, for game 2. One of the bonuses of having so many veterans in these teams is that there's always someone there who's been against the wall in these situations before. And it's not even gotten that much. 1 game down, it's not even 2. In a best of 5, you have to be able to shrug off a bad game like that game 1, and that's exactly what Weibo did. And the most important thing for me is game 1, Xiaohu got 0 resources and was looking to play for Breeze getting resources on the Nasus. This second game, he's the one that gets the resources. He has a almost 6,000 gold lead at the end there. Scout, magnificent game 1 alongside Weiwei, who was my personal MVP of that one. And in this game, the jungle mid combo really slapped back from Weibo, and that is exactly where our narratives lie as well. Game on.
I'm really curious where the drafts go for the rest of this one now, because it feels like utility jungle is the answer in this series. We're going to jump into a break, but the mid lane has been answered. Xiaohu fires back after Scout's game 1 MVP, and it pushes us to an even series.
we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To the knowledge so intent on our end. We refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once. Strike twice. Rebuild this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, rebuild this We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our
closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, and we have a series on our hands. It's 1-1 between LNG and Weibo on Munch. I'm joined by Nightmare. He's also got hands, and we'll head towards game number 3 here, and it does feel like both teams have shown us something different to find their games.
Yeah, so game 1, LNG, they took a slip-up where Scout got a lot of gold, and of course Tarzan got shut down around a hell fight. They walked into a very methodical, overloaded side lane style of play. They just put 4 people into Scout's lane and just made him roll through the map. That was the dominant game. Weibo, this game, they improvised. They got Xiao ahead, and he actually got a lot of resources this game as opposed to Scout. He was massively far ahead at the end, and Weibo were the ones who won out through the sidelines. The more we play through this series and the more we see of these teams, the more I am convinced this is about a stylistic battle between how these teams play. 1, early game, and 2, those sidelines which we've talked so much about. I'm sure you're getting bored of them at this point, but they're really important.
They certainly are. Also, these wacky plays coming out from Weibo are important, where I mean, I just did not see the angle for this invade, but Tarzan did, and he got the red buff, and then Breed gets his ult, but just gets absolutely mangled, and then Zeka gets his ult and gets absolutely mangled.
Yeah.
Just such a weird one, honestly. This fight was
nonsense. You know, sometimes a team fight is like a coloring book, where you have the outlines of it, it just happens in a slightly different way when you color it in. This is not that. This is like, give someone a blindfold and a sketchbook and see what they come up with, because it ain't what we see all the time.
There was a colouring book, and there were some lines there, but you've given a paintbrush to a toddler, and they've just smeared everything everywhere. Like, they're not bothered about where the lines are. Weibo, I mean, Xiaohu in this final fight as well, literally 2v1ing both the enemy mid laner and the enemy AD carry. God. That is just obscene. Xiaohu monstered them.
I love that. We had a whole year of, and it was relevant criticism, but a whole year of criticism towards Scout and Xiaohu, and we were questioning who had won the breakup between Scout and Tarzan, and with Xiaohu and Weiwei as well. Who had won in these jungle mid lane pairings being broken up? And we've now had a game each of each side of that coin absolutely popping off.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I want as a viewer, as a fan of the LPL, and somebody who gets to cast these games too. It's a great honor to be able to cast games like this. As Chris walks away with the MVP. I am surprised it wasn't Xiaohu, but Chris, hang on a second. We're just ignoring that random ult into the middle of nowhere in mid lane. We're just ignoring that. Is that going to be in the game? Is that going to be in the highlight reel?
Yeah, I mean, look, fair play. I think Crisp did have a really good
Yeah,
game, aside from the weird old mid. Like, all of this early game was a lot down to Crisp, so fair play.
Yeah.
I do think Scout had an exceptional game on the Corki, but yeah, Crisp did have a phenomenal performance on the rail.
Yeah, and you know, you can see through this, Weibo walked away with another dominant early game. Both early games now going to the side of Weibo in different ways. One of them was very much through Tarzan's Nidalee. The other one is, yeah, as you can see here, Chris making huge plays, getting into the right points. And I think this is now going to be something which LNG need to really, really tamp down on. How are you going to stop Weibo getting these early skirmishes? They're very easy, they're very likely rather to leave their lanes. They're very likely to go up into your face, into the jungle, whether that's through Tarzan having a winning jungle matchup or the bot lane gets themselves an ability to move as well. So you need to be aware of the jungle matchup, you need to be aware of that support matchup too, and whether you can stop people moving away from that lane. Because, yeah, Chris, he started this split being subbed out for Xbear, a player which you've probably not heard of before, because he only played his games in the LPL, his first games in the LPL, to replace Crisp early on into this split at the end of the group stage, or rather midway through it. Crisp is on much better form than that now. Now, I'm not going to say that Crisp is on incredible form in terms of flawless play or whatever. I don't think you can say that about a great many players, but he is still on some of the very best form we've seen from him this year. And the more we get to see from Crisp on this kind of level, the happier I am, because he's a very creative player, and you can see how he influences these skirmishes.
Yeah, Crisp looking fantastic, and I have to say, the LPL observers on excellent form there as well, choosing not to just absolutely roast Crisp during his MVP
I
highlights.
would have done it.
I'm genuinely amazed at the restraint that they've shown in not replaying the deal in mid lane at the end of the game. Fantastic game, though, coming out from Crisp. Fantastic game as well, coming out from the mid lane there as well. Xiaohu on the Corki. And I've got to say, at this point, Weibo now going back to that red side, I would not be surprised at all to see a Corki ban towards that mid lane.
I think it's time for that. Both teams have tried different answers into it. We saw the Zeri, we saw the Yone. If you get the Corki a side lane turret kill, it's really difficult beyond that point. Just you give too much gold to the Corki. And when you're not playing stuff like Cassante and hyper tanks everywhere to stop the Corki from immediately blasting through someone, it can be a big problem. Not that Corki's bad into the tanks either, it just means you play the team fight in a slightly different way. So, getting into our third game of this series, immediately through those bans, the Leona makes it through. We haven't picked up the Lilia, we haven't picked up the Ezreal. Corki ban means that is not the first pick anymore.
So, Leona comes on through. Double tree
so
jungle
close.
Matchups. Look at him go!
What is this?
As Scout grabs himself that Tristana. Xiaohu will answer with a Zeri. We are
slow down!
running the draft.
Slow down! This is like F1 LPL.
I'm loving this.
Maybe we're very good at Herald driving. Maybe we do have ourselves a bit of motorsport in our blood. But okay, so we have the Battle of Fangorn Forest. Rest in peace, we have the matchup, the Battle of Fangorn Forest. We have the Ents. We have Ivan versus Markout. We have the Lightning Rats both paired up on Weibo as well between the Zeri and the Cannon. I'm not liking blind pick Cannon. I really think this should be countered. I don't mind Cannon as a counter pick. It can be very lane dominant. And yes, it has won both of the games in this series. But that's a false positive to me. They ban away the Nasus, but I really feel like you gotta have these lane counters prepared for this Cannon. We saw the Rise last game, didn't quite work out, but that is the right idea.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised to see just the Rise locked in again. You've already got AD mid. You're probably going to go AD bot side with an Ivan on your team. Speaking of that bot side, Ezreal still up and available if Lion wants to go in that direction himself. Weibo perhaps wanting to get Crisp on comfort once again. MVP on the rail in the previous game. Takes it for himself again.
So, LNG, you're looking to counterpick the Cannon, and you're looking to lock in probably an Ezreal. It's the best pairing with Leona right now, and just because of the way that Ezreal can so easily proc that Sunlight passive from Leona. Very, very good trading from the start of the game. Of course, scales very, very well into mid and late game, especially Weibo not having that many hyper tanks. You have yourself the Ivern as well. I think Tristana and Ezreal are pretty happy to cut through these, and they do go towards that Rise again. They believe in the quote-unquote counterpick into the Cannon. Hasn't really been that successful in what we've seen. Zucker did have that one great game earlier in the season, but it hasn't really been the pick they wanted to be from that last game.
I want to see someone like Yorick up in that top side. I want to see like one of those kind of counters where you just absolutely rinse them. It is going to be like going for the Jhin once again. And to be honest, for Lion Crisp, who can blame them after how that last game went? They've got that Maokai once again to set them up. In fact, it is the exact same composition from Weibo as the previous game.
And a big thing here too is you have the Rel into the Ivern. Rel Q breaks Ivern shield. Keep your eye out for that matchup. In some other situations, we have like a Leona into Zeri. I don't think you know what? I think that's one of the things they've removed from her kit.
Oh, really?
She's had a lot removed from it. No, you would have been right a year ago, but Zeri's had a lot stripped from her kit in terms of the shielding stuff. I think that's the kit. God, this champion has so much in her kit. Just look at me if I'm wrong, but seriously, that Rel into the Ivern, very, very powerful with that. We have seen some cases where the Ivern just makes people so unkillable. Leona Ivern is a very hard combo to get through, and I'm worried about the Jhin damage into that. The last time we saw the Jhin, it didn't have to deal with this. The shields on top of that Leona are going to make it a lot harder to kill through that front line.
So, let's see who can take this one down. It's the tree matchup, as you said, the battle for Fangorn Forest. But there's a Lightning Wizard up in that top side that keeps on getting priority. Zeka wants to answer it once again. The Rise didn't really work for him in the previous game, but LNG completely changing tact as they come into the third game. Weibo have answered their first punch. But can they respond in kind? These two teams swapped junglers at the start of the year. And we've got an even series to decide who won the divorce.
Ooh, Wei is going to look for level 1 Q over the ward. Does manage to hit that. This could be a kill to breathe. Everyone's stacking up. If he's still in there, this could be a problem. This is chance fades.
I wasn't sure who was going to be that Hun just flashing to Q so that then there was the follow-up from
True,
Weiwei.
yeah.
Weiwei, sorry, and everyone can just dash over using the root caller passive.
Yeah.
But instead, Weiwei is able to grab a ward, early vision onto Tarzan, move back into his own jungle.
Is Weiwei a new entrance into the halls of the Ways? We have Wei, Big Wei, and then we've got Wei as well. Wei Xiao. God, man, there are many of them.
Weibo.
Turns out that yeah, there are many of them. Early ones, as you've been saying, spread across the platform. Yeah, but one thing which we have to talk about now, you were talking about how the utility junglers have been much more powerful in this series than necessarily the carries on one side. Now, we've had a game of utility versus carry in different kind of flavors of that in the first 2 games. We go into the game 3, we have handshook now and said, all right, utility, tank, that's the game.
Does feel like that is the direction the series has been going. Both teams happy with that, but to be fair, whoever wins this one, or whoever loses this one, I suppose, maybe will change their mind on that one. Flash from Tarzan. He wants to deny anything from Weiwei. The red buff slowing, still level 1 on the island, and Xiaohu flashes, but doesn't get the first blood.
Oh, come on. You should give that over to the Zeri. We know how important that is in terms of the red buff, but in terms of well, I think actually, you know what? Weiwei hasn't even Weiwei has actually not even taken a camp. He put the mark down on his blue buff and didn't even take it. But either way, Xiaohu should have probably been given that. We know how important mid lane leads have been for this series in the first couple of games. Xiaohu, incredible game in that game too, but Scout led off the series with an equally impressive game. We did say early jungle pathing and the battle of, who won the divorce between the junglers changing teams is so important. This early jungle pathing going the way of Tarzan is so important.
Certainly is. His Scout gets a good trade in the mid lane. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Tarzan had stopped DPSing. His red buff was ticking on Weiwei. I think he was trying to give the kill to Xiaohu, and it just, they don't think it'd be like it is, but it do.
It do be that way. They know it that way because the way that it is. So we have Weiwei going to run towards bot side. Has been slowed in his first clear, but is here. Tarzan's not in range just yet.
Gets rooted. A little bit of damage from Gala, but nothing too crazy. Weiwei try and make his way into this bottom lane. Not spotted just yet. Sly and Crisp, I think they suspect something's going on. Weiwei moves over to the Scuttle Crab instead to try to smite this one away as fast as possible. We'll be able to do so. Tarzan's still on his grump.
Can he get himself a double scuttle? If he gets himself a double scuttle, he's happier than he was before, of course. Tarzan did a really good job to stop Weiwei completely running away with the early damage, well, the early advantage, I suppose. Ivern, not the necessarily biggest power clearer. Shame CC coming onto Hung.
Yeah, roots there. Tarzan can't quite close the gap. Didn't have his flash available. Hung will walk away, so he's okay with that one. Interestingly, Weiwei didn't go up towards the top side for that Scuttle Crab. He's gone for his chickens, he's set up for his Krugs as well. Sticking around that bottom side, just in case Tarzan tried to get too aggressive.
Yeah, I think there were some mind games there. Tarzan knew that he would lose the top scuttle if he went to contest it, so he stays bot side. But Weiwei then kind of knows that Tarzan would stay bot side, and he doesn't want to leave his bot lane in a 2v3. This is the mind game which you play into any jungler, I suppose, but also into Tarzan. Gets onto light, maybe.
Exhaust instantly cleansed there by light. The root call is good from Weiwei, but it's a little bit too late. And it will just be the wave pushed in. The Ivan shield's helping to just thin the wave as Gala will push that one in, look for a reset. So far, just that singular kill on the board. A few more attempts, nothing quite sticking.
Yeah, and these early games, we've said in the first 2 games, Weibo really come away with advantages from those early games. Of course, in the first game, LNG turned that around. LNG would like to actually get a lead in the early game for once. They did lose that first kill onto the jungle, which isn't exactly what they would have liked, but at least they're managing to protect their lanes a little. 1v2 in the mid lane, okay, Scout?
Yeah, Scout's just like, and what? What are you going to do about it, Tarzan? Just starts auto-attacking. I mean, he's got a Vamp Scepter already. He's got a pot in his inventory as well. He's quite happy to be aggressive in these trades. Tarzan does have the lead, obviously, from that first blood, but not been able to find too much more since then. Hung looking for a chance in the mid lane here.
No flash as well. There is a chance if he oversteps. Of course, no tenacity at this point of the game. Probably won't get it in his entire build.
Oh, he's
hovering towards the side of the lane. Hung is.
Hung has flash to make the engage happen as well. There's the Zenith Blade, there's the stun, and a root caller to follow it up as well. Buster shot sets up for a kill for Hung. How is no carries getting the kills?
Oh my word, it's just executing that mid lane with extreme prejudice. Xiaohu goes down. Mid lane advantage is so important, and getting gold into that lane is really important. So yeah, not giving that kill over to either mid laner now. I guess it's 1-for-1 across the board for both teams.
And both essentially on supports as well. Both Hung and Tarzan one step closer to getting a locket to start the game off.
Yeah!
It's such a huge bounce back. Either way though, LNG off the back of that will be very happy to start these grubs off, and you can see Tarzan making a beeline down towards that Drake to try and respond.
I will say, for those of you who are ARAM enjoyers, you know exactly how hellish it is to play against supports with actual gold. Sadly, in Summoner's Rift, it does mean that you deny that gold from someone who is just going to be a lot more useful at some point. Look, in this game, I will say, if you are tanky as Leona and you then get the Ivan shields on top of you, oh, it feels so good. It feels so good in this game. And while you are going to have, you know, the Maokai ult and the Rel ult being big AoE engage, if the Leona is stood in front of that engage, Jhin is going to struggle to cut through the Leona. I think Zeri's going to struggle to cut through that for a little while too. So it really is on Weibo to make sure they can somehow ignore that Leona, especially if they're getting ahead of the game early.
And I love that LNG and Weibo, they've seen the rest of playoffs. They've seen the high-octane gameplay the PLG top esports are bringing to the table. They both lost to that high-octane gameplay. And in this elimination match, they're playing it slow, they're playing it safe, and rightly so. Like, everything is on the line here. Both of these teams full of players that either have succeeded massively or veterans that really haven't been able to ever make that stick. I mean, hang on a second, I'll hold that thought. Breathe, goes for the ultimate onto Zika here. Zika with a bit more of a CS lead than last time around. Breathe again, can't quite finish the kill.
I was wondering whether Breathe would essentially flash for an extra stun, but I don't think he would have had the kill threat. Now Daisy summoned in bot side, Weibo. See that extra front line and the engage.
Engage from Chris, but immediately the curtain call to finish it off. Xiaohu finally gets a kill, but Chris has gone down. Tarzan jumping onto Gala. Xiaohu exhausted, so he can't finish the job. Light now chasing onto Scout as Hung tries to escape, but rooted, and Xiaohu's here to zap him down, to slow him up, so that Light can flash forwards to finish the job. Hung will fall, and Weibo find a fight.
Xiaohu gets the kill after that one too. So Weibo, they do walk away with another fight. It's not led to a gold lead so far, but it's still something in this early game. Biggest thing which happens in that fight is that Weiwei dies first. He should not be the one tanking the damage. It should be Hung doing that. The fact that Weiwei falls first is good target selection from Weibo and bad positioning from the front line. of LNG. Weibo are very happy with that one. If they can replicate that later into the game, it will be much easier to fly through these team fights in the way that they want to. So, that's going to be 2 kills now. Actually over to Xiaohu, but it's not led to that much of a gold lead, all things said and done, actually. Scout's still managing to keep himself within touching distance.
And that is what I'm here for, because we are almost 10 minutes into the game, and the gold only 300 apart between the two teams. And I'd love to see that trend continue. I would love to see an even mid-game, and it be truly down to just how these macro trades go. Gala, Arcane shifts away from the root and gets some good damage onto Crisp there. As it's a fairly even one. One thing I do want to point out, we joked about Talzan finishing a locket early. He has finished that locket. That's huge in early fights.
Oh, it is. It's a lot of damage if people go in for the big AoE engages. This is the big thing, right? There is no reason to walk up to Smoggleboy there, buddy. Wait, had a fantastic game. Game 1 on the Vi. You are not the Vi this time. You can't get out like that. Zucker.
Flashes for the root, and there's the follow-up from Weiwei. Zucker sets it up, Fates breathe in, breathe goes for the slicing maelstrom, and it's an easy finish off with Weiwei entering the picture.
All right, so we haven't seen much out of the Rise Cannon pick for a while. We did say that Zucker had a game of this before this series. It was a win. He dominated that. I believe it was a win anyway, but he definitely had a good individual scoreline with that one. The last game we saw it did okay in laning phase, didn't really win, and it didn't really contribute as much as we would have wanted to see after that point. I think in this game, if you get that early gold lead and you get to an early Rod of Ages and the early tier stacking as well, you are very happy though. I want to see if this Rise is a fake counterpick or if it's actually going to have value.
So far so good in this second game, and I have to say, Breathe having a tough series. Remember, he's the new kid on the block in terms of this rivalry. These two rosters have fought a lot of times in the last year or so. And yet, Breathe steps into this matchup. He's yet to have that big of an impact. He's had a couple of ults that looked like they were going to be huge in the previous game, but didn't quite work out. This time around, it's going to be Hung's exhaust that he has to watch out for, but Weiwei can do a lot as well to protect his team from that cannon. We'll see how it's going to pan out for him. I want to see more from Breathe, though. He's a player that for years now, I feel like, he's been so close to being one of those top players, but it just never seems to quite come to fruition.
I feel like Breathe is kind of taken up. This is going to sound a little bit weird, folks, but I feel like he's in a similar position to what Wayward was in spring, where he is clearly a good top laner, but he is clearly not as good as the best top laners in the league right now. He's kind of in that gatekeeper role where he got absolutely blasted in the series versus Bin, and a couple of others that we saw versus the Rumble stage as well. He is definitely a player which Breathe, which Weibo have used to play very well around in terms of laning phase. We'll stop that thought though, as technically, I thought that Weibo would be able to get these grubs before LNG moved up towards it. This would have been 6 grubs for LNG. It's been a bit more contested than I thought it would be.
Talzan moves in. Now it looks like Weibo will gain control. Weiwei backed off from that one. Does have his smite available as they move in to potentially snag away a 4th one. Hung trying to tank, but no. There's 3 grubs for Weibo. Can they survive the fight though? Root onto Chris, but he's just gone. That is not a tank at this point in the game. TTP, here's Breathe's chance to set himself apart. The exhaust is good, but the CC is enough. Hung goes down, but Zika's still going. Scout is still going. Breathe flashed away from and will end up falling. Scout gonna chase it, and the Buster shot finishes the job.
So it is 3 grubs for Weibo, but at what cost? The ult's coming through. Don't think he'll kill Zucker. Stops the recall. Really now going to have to be a battle to see how much value Zucker can get out of the gold he's got from these fights. He is the person who cleans up that fight. 2-0 and 2. Almost 1,000 gold lead for him. This Rise, if this counterpick is going to work into the cannon, and we know the cannon can get counterpicked, it has to work now. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for.
This feels tense now. We were 1-0 just 3 minutes ago. It's now 6-5. Maybe I'm slightly misrepresenting the numbers actually when I think about it. We were even in gold just 3 minutes ago. It's now a 2,000 gold lead in favor of LNG. And Scout with 2 kills already with that blade. Xiaohu wants to challenge him because he's got 3 kills in the blade. He's got his boots finished off. These mid laners both taking over. Corki out of the picture, and suddenly these games look competitive.
I love that these teams just always find a way to have fun series. Yeah, Chris goes down very, very easily. Doesn't get a chance to use his combo or anything. Breathe gets a great ult, but once again, it's another exhaust onto the cannon. Comes through. A little bit late into the combo again. Probably could have stopped a little bit more damage. I think the W doesn't get the damage reduction on it, but still, it's enough towards the end of it. You can see how much work the Ryze does by just running people down at the end of this. If you get the passive from Ryze, that little speed boost when you hit the 2 rune overload, can be very, very powerful at running people down, especially now you have that tier 2 boost. Weibo needs to be very careful with Zucker now with even more gold. Rod of Ages now very early into his build too. He is online. He's going to be scaling up very, very quickly.
In 10 minutes time, that Rod of Ages will proc. He's headed towards an Archangels as well. You can see the tier in his inventory. This is a champion that's only just starting to get into fruition. More than 10 CS per minute so far coming out from Zucker, and expect that number to continue to rise. You can see him on the crux right now. He is power farming.
So this is going to be a little bit of a, like an advanced, I guess a bit of a kind of complex point, I guess, but early gold is good on everyone. That's kind of pretty easy to grasp.
That's
early
not
gold
that complex.
is better. Yeah, early gold is better on people who have items which need time, and there are only really two items which work like that. You have tier items, then you have Rod of Ages. Ryze builds both of these, so if you get early gold on Ryze, it means even more to him than it does typically on other people. It means that your Rod stacks quicker, it means that your tier starts stacking quicker as well. The fact that Zucker is now this far ahead on a champion like this in a matchup which is meant to be a counter is really, really important. You shouldn't be like getting this much gold this early on a champion like this.
Early fight, so great for him. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more out of the Realm Warps than we did last game, leaving us wanting a little more last time around. Breathe could be in trouble as Hung in that bottom side, but spots Tarzan with the Stride's Bloom. Okay, no recall for Scout. Crisp realizes that's not a 1v1 that he can win. I don't think he realized it soon enough. I wasn't sure if Scout was going to go for more there. Xiaohu shows on the wave. I think Scout knows that'd be a risky endeavor.
All right, so we get through to that part of the game, which we've talked about to death this series. It's all about side laning now, so to a big extent of it anyway. So we have Zucker, who's likely going to be pushing out whatever lane that he's in for a while. Interested to see how Weibo can get themselves somewhere onto these towers. LNG, they already broke that top lane outer turret. See that Zucker, he's being respectful because he's on the weak side of the map right now, but I want to see if Weibo can actually break open the map before LNG slow things down and play the more methodical style, which they won game 1 with.
I'm looking for an invade here. And it does feel like, for me, Tarzan versus Weiwei really is the matchup of the day in terms of switching teams between these junglers, who wins that one out. But
oh, I thought you were just an avid botanist or something. Just
well,
really like arboreal matchups.
Yeah, I just love trees, man. I just can't get enough of trees. The thing is, that's sort of where I was going next with this conversation, is that I was kind of hoping for like Brad versus Zyra. I was hoping for some Karthus, you know, some craziness. Instead, we've got full support from both junglers that played utility. We saw Weiwei bring out that Vi earlier on in the series, and it looked fantastic for them. And it does feel like that is the trend that's going to continue for these two teams throughout the rest of this series.
Really like what LNG have done here. They're going into the bot jungle now. Realm Warp could come in.
Breathe takes a bit of damage, but the rune comes in, and I mean, Hunk's going nowhere. Redemption. Weiwei keeping his support alive for now. Bomb on the head of Crisp. As it's a long fight, it's a drawn-out fight, but in the meantime, Zicker's pushing the waves.
This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. LNG, drop the Herald mid means that no one's answering bot lane. Everyone's trying to fight mid lane. When they go towards bot lane, they jump on them. They also stop them going towards bot lane. And then while they're still in bot jungle, they get some answers onto mid lane as well. LNG, really, really good at taking towers. They just love taking these things. They're really good at it too. Managed to break open basically mid and bot lane in one fell swoop in terms of the macro. This has been one of the biggest hallmarks of LNG's style of play.
They just hate architecture. Gaudi in absolute shambles watching LNG play as these towers fall.
Maybe they can complete a game in less than, 200. How long did it take La Sagrada Familia to be built? 200 years or so?
No
Too
idea.
long. A long time. It's a great building. Great building. Very long time to build.
Logistical nightmare. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not one that knows a lot about architectural logistics and how to build massive projects, but it can't take 200 years. Come on, guys, we've got the technology.
That they do. Had it for quite a while, I guess, at this point. What other architecture things? I know the Pantheon in Rome, largest freestanding dome, I think, of its era.
Famously not built in a day.
Yeah, I know, incredible, right? They put their time into that. There is that. I know that someone did try and do a Minecraft build of Rome, but they did try and build it in a day. That was quite the challenge. Maybe someone could find that.
I think
very tongue in cheek.
The thing is, it's difficult to know exactly what Rome looked like, but that's a conversation for a different time. We're not looking to build, we're looking to destroy that tower. Still surviving. Click on it, observers. I need to know the exact health.
Yes.
51 HP on that tower. A stiff
It's a full
breeze
deck
at
of
this
cards.
point
Wait,
is
no,
all
it's
that's
not.
required.
Yeah, it's not a full deck of cards. There's one missing from that. It's 52. Anyway, we'll leave that one.
So
you
it's
see
the
that
deck
light.
of cards from most child's youths back in the day, you know? Nobody had a full set.
Missing a Joker card. Look, LNG, this is their comfort zone now, and I'm actually quite worried for Weibo. They're against the gold deficit. You have, 6 stacks in the Rod of Ages, and the Seraph starting to stack up as well. Gala is being a bully and stopping Light from recalling. And LNG take all of the outer ring of turrets. Weibo have taken none of them. The Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. This means that it's harder for Breathe to get flank teleports because they don't have any of those turrets taken. This is the domino effect. LNG set up the map and they start choking Weibo out. Weibo still probably want to fight this Dragon because they'd love to get a soul point, but it is so hard for them.
Tarzan desperately, even just trying to hold on to control of his own jungle at this point. It's LNG very much in control of the river, and they love to push that vision line even further. But Drake is the call. There is a ward in the Dragon Pit, so maybe there's some kind of play available from Tarzan, but the Drake's just going to be gone. The roots come in, and now a fight for Weibo. That's what they've got to look for. But LNG stands strong. They look for the engage themselves. Xiaohu locked up by the solar flare. Here comes Breathe once again, looking for Scout, but he doesn't have the damage. The redemption saves everyone as Crisp looks for the follow-up engage, but he's down. Buster shot is there, and it's absolute carnage in the river. Blood flowing. Zika teleports out. True Shot Barrage hits too. Wei trying to escape with his life, and he won't get rooted. Escala over the wall, chasing Memora's Tarzan. Flashed on by Zika. The damage is there, and Wei gets the shield out, but the curtain call. Dramatic as one falls, and Wei survives. Tarzan down. Zika still alive.
It's blood on the ground. I don't think this is the Battle of Fangorn Forest. I think it's the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. The Legions go marching in, and they are not seen returning. Weibo, they lose a huge amount of gold over that, and LNG got so much value out of the Ivan, out of the continual shields, and out of the Rise. Zucker has turned up to play, and he's going to go straight back now towards this Baron as LNG look to get the coup de grace.
LNG find their advantage and immediately pounce. Breathe on that top side of the play, but still 10 seconds until his ult is up. They can't contest. It's Baron for LNG. It was Drake for LNG. It's a fight for LNG.
Just look how much value the Ivan gets out of this. Hung, frontliner, goes in, gets the refresh shield from the Trigger Seed as well. Daisy's doing a little bit of work, goes down here, but the redemption, huge value as well. And what happens is, I think Weibo lose track of their main goal here, because they see Rise and they see a bunch of carries, and they get some of the carries, but they give a split fight over the Rise. Zucker is sat here, he's probably got 5 rotations during this fight, gets a reposition with his ult, and this is where I think the really big oversteps come in. We see that Weibo, they're trying to improvise again, but they don't understand how much value this Rise is having in this game. I've not been a believer in the Rise, but I really think that it gets a lot of value out of this one. When the fight gets split, you can just start churning through this machine gun mage build.
I mean, excuse me, Xiaohu jumps over the wall. I just nearly laughed myself to death. Xiaohu jumps over the wall, and Zika literally just EQ one-shots him. There you go, 5,000 damage
oh my God.
from Zika in that fight. He's not even scaled yet. He's not even at that point in the Rise. Well, I say that. He's 1 minute away from finishing that Archangels. He's got, oh, sorry, not the Archangels, the Rod of Ages. He's got his Archangels online. He's headed towards his Zhonya's as well. I mean, Zika's taken over.
Yeah, so if it was bad before, imagine what it's going to be like now. It's so hard to kill. He's got so much damage. And as you see, Weibo, I think Weibo have been too ready at trying to split the fight. I think they're afraid of taking a grouped-up fight against the Ivan and the Leona, because they don't want to just go straight down the middle into this hyper-tanky support with the Ivan shields. But they don't want to split too much either, because then there's Rise there. LNG have all the answers with this kind of gold on the Rise.
And it just doesn't feel like this Kennen is the answer that Weibo are touting it as, with the way that they're drafting such priority onto that top lane pick for Breathe, but it's not been working out. Now a chance for Breathe to show his quality. Won't quite find it. Scout still surviving. Redemption. Not enough. Maybe a chance for Weibo. The Xiaohu free firing, stacking up with the Zeri. Tarzan extends the fight, and Aru comes in from Light as well. Xiaohu has to carry this one. Curtain call flies on in. Gala's taken over on the backside of the fight though. though, and somehow LNG are still in it. Gala goes for more as Xiaohu escapes.
Breathe very nearly rescues that play, manages to catch an over-pushing LNG just briefly. Weibo still have some damage to that extendo beam, doing a decent amount of work there. Tarzan still on the flank. Weibo, they don't want to let this one go. Dog with a bone, it feels like, in this last phase of play. Weibo, though, they are still the team which lose out more from this play. They are still kept in their base. I guess they stopped the Baron buff from taking another inhibitor in that mid lane so easily, but they do lose that bot inhibitor and a bunch of gold.
9,000 gold down. It's a miracle this was even a close fight, honestly. Yeah. Great start from Breathe.
And normally you expect the Kennen to be flanking. That's not the case. Xiaohu comes in and Breathe goes straight down the front and center. Managed to take down Scout and a lot of the damage is gone. But just look how much AoE damage this goes through. Just look how much damage keeps coming through there. And of course Gala putting out a bunch of... It's not just the Rise. We've been talking a lot about the Rise because it's a different pick. We've seen a ton of the Ezreal. Gala is also just absolutely punting these arcane, mystic shots into the hides of Weibo. It's so much damage.
And it just feels like, unless Weibo can kill this Ivan early in the fight, the longer it goes, the more LNG favored it feels. The value out of these shields, the sustain, I guess not really sustain, but the redemption, I guess, is a little bit sustained. But either way,
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's quite big, actually, these fights. I'll give you that one.
It's just insane. Weibo, again, like, kind of miraculous that the fight was even as close as it is, and look at that light. Finishes off a Serpent's Fang. He knows someone's got to deal with these shields.
And no, normally that would be the Rel's job. I wonder if that's a mistake, you know. I wonder if you drop too much damage when you're this far behind the game. Normally I say yes, Serpent's Fang, great stuff against the Seraphs from Zucker, from the shields coming through from Weiwei, what have you, a lot of this stuff, and technically the Bloodthirster shield as well from Scout on that Bloodthirster. However, in this game, you can't afford to drop damage. You're already losing out on the damage race, and now when you've got that Rise who is absolute critical mass, you're gonna be feeling that as it comes through. It just literally walks at 3 people and they back off from it. I love that, man. But yeah, Light, I think going towards that Serpent's Fang, not having an Infinity Edge, not having something like a Lord Dominate's Regards to maybe cut through, I guess a little bit of the Leona resist that come through just from her Eclipse as well, could end up hurting. I think he slowed this build down just a little bit too much.
We'll see if Xiaohu can go for some armor pen. It does feel like the logic here for Weibo is, look, Light's going to be a setup tool. He's not going to be a big damage dealer. It's all down to Xiaohu to carry the game. He's been in this position before. Usually it's him on the rise in that position back in the day.
True, yeah.
But he's on Zeri today, and Zeri's certainly a champion that can take a game by the scruff of the neck. With Breathe, Tarzan, Crisp there to set up these fights to get that CC down. Light there to shred the shields. Maybe that's enough. But Xiaohu will have to pull out something truly special if it's going to work.
It's so hard to think of a winning team fight for Weibo in clean fashion. And that's normally the way that you'd like to try and visualize things. How can Weibo win a fight? Should it be something which is possible? You're probably now looking for someone to get caught out very far out of position for LNG. Kind of hard. As, yeah, looks like the Observers are carrying, highlighting that build as well. See, we got there a little earlier, but Observers showing us there too. But if you manage to then get also a massive AoE team fight with, I think it has to come from Crisp at this point. Maybe you can clump people up enough. Maybe kill Weiwei so he dies before he gets huge shields out. Catch up the Tarzan. That's not a great start.
Yeah, Tarzan not the guy that needs to be caught here. This is disaster for Weibo. It was already a tough game. But with him going down just as Baron spawns, that will be the objective. Pretty much uncontestable. There is no DPS here currently. Ivan Leona, not the strongest Baron combo, but a TP up to the top side from Zucker. Gala arrives as well. That'll be Baron for LNG, and that might just be the last bastion of hope for Weibo shredded.
Crisp used his ulti, Buster shot it away by Scout, so that's the big playmaking tool from Weibo we see gone. It's quite hard to tell how easy it is for Weibo to mess up in situations like that because we weren't seeing them in their fog of war. If you look at how shallow Weibo's vision is, though, it's so hard for them to play. And now you've got Ivan shields on people walking up with Bloodthirsters as well. It is a ton of shields for them. And yes, the Serpent's Fang, I guess it gets some value now, but I just don't think you're going to be able to kill them all the same. This push is so disgusting from LNG.
I mean, the thing is, Serpent's Fang, it'll do a bit to the shields, but even half of these shields is still an obnoxious amount of shields, to be honest.
Yeah.
I still feel like he's getting value. That's going to be an in him. On the top side, TP behind enemy lines here. Breed trying to get on the flank, but he's too late. The rest of the fight's already kicked off. Tarzan's gone again. Redemption comes on through, as Hung will survive for now. Exhaust Breed pretty early on, but Breed won't be able to survive long enough to ult. Xiaohu and Light, last two standing, and LNG have no interest in ending the game. They want to end the lives of the Weibo players chasing Xiaohu around the map. This will be, at minimum, triple in him.
Yeah, I think that could just be the game. I don't know whether Weibo can hold on to this. Well, Light, he's going to go down. That'll seal it off. LNG, they do manage to pick themselves up the win. Zucker, we saw this champion from him in that last game, and we wanted more. This time, topically, he's rise to the occasion.
He certainly has. 6-0 and 5 with a counter pick. The cannon sent packing, and LNG put themselves on match point as they look to push through the lower bracket.
LNG, the elimination match in front of their home crowd. The whole of playoffs played in the LNG arena out here in Suzhou, and they are making their fans feel a little bit better than their last series. They were blasted 0-3 out of that series by Top Esports. Weibo similar with BLG on the other side. Both of these teams in good positions to look towards a Worlds run, but as we said, the stakes aren't there for that right now. This is about LPL. This is about continuing that journey and trying to go a step further towards that Silver Dragon Cup. We know these typically go to 5 games between these two teams, and now the onus is on Weibo to make that happen.
Weibo will have side selection for the next game. We'll see if that's enough to make a difference. We're going to jump into a break and then head to game number 4.
children of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome towards game number 4 between LNG and Weibo and Munch. I'm joined by Nymera, and Zucker has a bit of redemption. A heavily criticised player after his match against 369, but my goodness, did he have a performance on that rise today.
I wasn't expecting him to pull it out for the second game. The first game, we saw it not really work. This was a much better performance. Got the early gold, got online early with those time-dependent items, and then just got really good fights for himself. First it was the top side fight around the grubs, and then it was around that bot side in the dragon, where he managed to find these split 1v1s, 1v2s, where Ryze can really excel. He just continued to put out just gigantic damage out for the rest of the game, so I wonder if that's now a consideration for Weibo. For both these teams, they've been blind picking the cannon. I've been saying, cannon's not a great blind pick. You can counter pick it, and this finally works out. We saw the Nasus fail. Saw the Ryze fail in the game before this, but you can see in this kind of game here, when it's much more split. Look at the Ryze, he's getting a 1v1 at the top side. As you go through this again, he's just finding 1v1s and stuff like that. It's not like he's being focused down by like 3 people at the same time. If you can get this kind of machine gun mage just firing down on a single target, it's so much different to when you're firing down on a whole team. You end up just getting burst out before you can really use your big continual damage.
I think Gala as well really getting a lot of work done on the Ezreal during these fights, because similarly to that Rise, if you do get to just find your isolated matchups, if you're not focused down, you can just keep slamming these Mystic shots out. The damage is absolutely insane. The fact that Zuka survived that fight on like 1 HP was absolutely insane, yeah. And then, you know, Weibo doing their utmost to try and defend, but again, the longer these fights went on, the more value Weiwei was getting, and the longer Zuka could just tank up on that front line.
And I think the reason that they were, well, lasting longer is because, you know, you'd typically expect Kennen to be ending the fights very, very quickly. It doesn't work like that. Into Redemption and the Leona stopping you on one side of the fight, or the Ivan shield or something like that. It became really hard to end the fight in a time span which Weibo likes. They did end up having a fight back in that mid lane, just about, but even then they couldn't quite manage to capitalize anything. They were too far behind at that point. So now Weibo find themselves down 2-1. They find themselves in a situation where they have to fight back to bring this back to another Game 5 series. And it was Zuka who ends up getting that MVP. Completely deserved. He managed to pay back the investment of that early gold into his lane, and has shown that the Kennen is not infallible in this top side. I'm very intrigued now to see whether that affects the drafts going forwards, because Kennen has been a blind pick up to this point, and I really don't think it should stay that way.
We'll see what the draft priorities shift up to for this next one as we get the highlight reel of Zuka. I mean, this is the one where he just baits Breed in. Weiwei there, flashes for the room close, and the flash follow from Weiwei as well. Beautifully set up.
It's got the Cannon Rise skin as well, which I think is very appropriate, the amount of damage he's doing here. Is this kind of fight, again, we talked about it all the way through the last highlight reel too, just being able to hit one target when no one's focusing on him. Rise isn't the target, and you understand why Rise isn't the target, especially once he gets later into the game and has a bunch of HP, you got a Zhonya's on third item, so you can't exactly close him down very easily, especially through the Redemption and the Ivan shields as well. It was a really well-played game from LNG to make sure they got the right kind of team fights for them. This is a big thing for them in multiple ways, because for me, LNG were never the team fighting team out of our top teams. I actually felt like they struggled a lot when it came to team fights, compared to top esports, compared to BLG, even compared to teams like JDG, and of course Weibo. I thought that they were the worst team fighting teams, but this kind of game like this, where they actually understand their win conditions of their team fights a lot better, is a much better sight from them. Hasn't necessarily been as clean from this in the rest of summer.
No, it certainly hasn't, and I mean, whoever wins today is going to need to be clean finishing this series out, because they're up against top esports next. LNG have already played top esports. It was a 3-0 last time around, and it feels like LNG have completely changed their approach compared to that previous series. And when we saw the Vi coming out from them earlier in the series, now we see the Ivan again. Weiwei actually played that Ivan last summer in the matchup between Weibo and LNG, when LNG knocked Weibo out of playoffs. It was obviously Weiwei on the team back then. He was the one getting knocked out. This time around, he wins with the Ivan. I mean, the matchup last time around was against old Skarner as well, so it's quite different. Quite a different look of League of Legends than last year. It's amazing how much has changed in 12 months, honestly. Grubs weren't even there last time around.
Yeah. So we've actually had both of these teams knock each other out in playoffs in the last 2 times. In spring, Weibo locked out at LNG. In summer, of course, of last year, was LNG doing the same to Weibo, and they were both in 5-game series. These teams, they are... The thing about it, this is one of the things about the LPL. There are so many great rivalries. It's really hard to put like one which is still a good rivalry, but you know, not like, I don't know, IG RNG 2018, EDG RNG from before that, or the JDG BLGs of recent years as well, because they're not the top rivalry in the region. But Weibo LNG it's been bangers. There've been so many bangers of the last series that they've had, and I hope that over the next couple of games we can see more of that again. We have had utter carnage in some of these fights, which is sometimes a little bit hard to bring out of LNG. They're not always the team which will go straight down into the dirt with you, but Weibo sometimes bring them out of that turtle shell and get them to put on the boxing gloves.
Gala pentakill sign. I'd say of any player in the LPL, the most likely. That's to be
the Prince
Gala,
of Pentas.
Right? Yeah, he's been known to make a penta or two happen, especially when a Sheen is casting specifically. Yeah. I don't know what it is. As soon as the Sheen is on the cast, Gala gets a penta.
So, fun thing from last year, his first Kai'Sa game of both spring and summer, I had the pleasure of casting, and he got a pentakill in both of them. So I've somehow managed to cotton onto a couple of them too. I wonder whether this... I'm sadly not expecting a Kai'Sa coming through from this series. Heck, I would love it if we do. Get there into that draft, Corki banned again. We have figured out the Corki is not something that these teams have been able to counter.
So Corki gone, Ivan now gone as well. The Zig's still going to be removed from Gala. And the question remains, where does Kennen sit in the priority list now? Because Lilia gone there. Weibo have been quite happy to blind the Kennen. Obviously not like B1, but we'll see if they're still happy to go for that, because LNG will have their opportunity to respond.
Lilia's gone as well. Ash, quite high prio here, I think. You could look towards that Ash. Last time it was first... Oh, okay. No, Lucian's up. Right, let's revise that. Lucian's up. It's probably a Lucian. Then we will see whether it's the Zeri or the Tristana on the other side. Lucian's been almost permaban throughout the entirety of playoffs. It's been really lane dominant. The culling gives you great power in that mid game as well. You do lose out in some late game scenarios to some AD carries. And of course, the Corki is very, very powerful. But that Lucian, very, very strong.
Lucian so often banned in playoffs because of the sheer power he brings that mid lane. Zika goes for the first Renekton of the series. It's a potent pick, and Weiwei sticks to that plan of utility junglers, of being the engage tool for the team, potentially setting up for Zika up in that top side, depending on the response in that top lane. I'll tell you what, Kennen can actually do okay against Renekton. I feel like this is finally a good Kennen angle.
I swear, if we get 3 blind pick Kennens and then when you actually have a good Kennen counter pick angle, we go towards the K'Sante. Are you kidding me? Oh, get off it. K'Sante locked in as the quote-unquote counter to Renekton. Look, we just see Kennen as the blind pick now. Look, it's not going to be here in this game, I suppose. You do get to play K'Sante into Maokai, though. I will say in terms of the lane matchup, yes, Kennen, great counter into the Maokai. K'Sante is great against Maokai because you just look at his ultimate, you press W, you go unstoppable, and you allow your team to kind of hunker behind you while you get to W either forwards aggressively if you really want to turn things around, but typically just press that W and go backwards and deny Maokai that easy engage which he's known for.
Brand going to come through for Tarzan. So, we've been talking about how we've been mixing up the meta in this series. It's been a lot about the trees in the jungle, but game number 1 started with Tarzan having himself that Nidalee. It didn't work out. Now he goes for a Brand, another carry in that jungle. We did see the Aurora hover there. It is banned. It is not acceptable in playoffs. Yeah. Scout goes old school. He goes classic. He brings out his Azir.
This time last year, LNG using Scout on Azir was very, very special to watch. The way that he was, as soon as he would get Nash's Tooth and just go into a side lane, much like how LNG do nowadays with stuff like their AD carries, to destroy turrets, get a gold lead and carry the game was really, really special. I do think that Scout, compared to that year where he got so many MVPs, has not necessarily been carrying to the same degree, but it is still very, very potent here. And it does bring some magic damage out from a largely physical... Well, I mean, Maokai does bring some magic damage. It gives you something. But it gives you that ability to put all of that resource into the Azir and let him be a late-game carry.
And I just want to... For anyone that, you know... There's a lot of players that are known for Azir, right? You know, there's many, many Koreans that would come to mind, especially. Scout... not only is Azir his most played champion ever with 120 professional games on the pick, 61% win rate over 120
That's
games.
Insane.
It's also almost double the amount of games on his next pick. His next pick is Rise to 67. He has almost double the amount of games of Azir of any other champion.
Yeah, tell me you played in Season 6 without telling me you played in Season 6.
Yeah, this guy's experience. Anyway, back to the bottom lane. There's 4 AD carries banned out here from both teams. I wonder where we end up going now.
Right, well, Ezreal's the obvious one. So Ezreal's there now. Do we get us, well, do we actually get a Kai'Sa now? We were saying, oh, I don't expect a Kai'Sa from Gala this series. I think, actually, it's fine here now. You want to be going towards a pick engage spot. I think
Nami lock-in, something else really mid. Okay, I'm cooking too hard.
I mean, yeah, maybe a bit much there, buddy. But I think Varus is not bad here either. Varus is gaining popularity. We've seen some teams like T1 pick it up again back over in the LCK. I was expecting something like a Kai'Sa, but the Varus very, very good now. If you lock in something like the Nautilus, allows you to have really good pick CC. That'll be something very, very different. Also, I'll say, Brand Varus is hellish for tanks because they have so much random mixed damage and percent HP between physical, because Varus tends to go for the Blade, the Ruin King, and of course Brand and Varus having their own magic damage in the kit as well. If someone gets hit with good enough CC, they get locked up by that Varus ult, and the Varus ult then spreads. You are sitting ducks for Brand too. I'm surprised we haven't seen this more. Thinking about it, Leona gets locked in alongside it. LNG, if they stick with a front-to-back comp, it could be in real trouble here. That Brand Varus is no joke.
And you talk about the CC chain set for the damage. Culling's no slouch at slaying one target.
Yep.
From Xiaohu in the mid lane. Hung will go for the Rel to finish this comp out for LNG. And it feels like somewhat more standard, I guess, in general from both teams. However, you know, the Azir coming on through is a bit different, and also this Varus. I feel like Varus is one of these picks that we've seen banned more than we've seen it picked, really.
Varus should be picked more, I think, nowadays. I think the Varus is starting to come back up onto the table again. Strong laning phase, good anti-tank, and particularly because of the changes to some of the items being built onto him, and also the nerfs to first items for other AD carries. He's really, really strong once you get towards 2-3 items compared to some other AD carries now in the same kind of spot. If there's ever an item for opportunity from go towards Wit's End, really, really strong now as well. I doubt it'll be picked up in this game, but it's worth noting that for other games where it might be picked in this spot. I like the brand Varus. I love that into the Renekton, Rel, Maokai. If the engage is poor from LNG, that percent HP shred combo from that's Europe, the Varus brand, is going to end this game. So look for good engage angles from LNG. If they fluff their engage, if they just run down the front to center of the team fight, assume it's going to be okay, I don't think it's going to work out very well from them. That brand Varus is deadly as heck as Waver look to chase the series and bring us to Silver Scrapes.
It's Xiaohu versus Scout, two of the greatest mid laners of the region. 5 LPL titles and 3 MSI titles for Xiaohu. Scout with only 3 LPL and 1 MSI, but he brings out his old faithful in the Azir. On match point in his home arena, Scout looks to respond to Xiaohu and looks to keep LNG alive in this bracket. Weibo against the ropes. They've got to try and fight back.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
So, getting ourselves back onto the map. In the early games, we have seen a lot of value put onto these early walls being put into the enemy jungle. Weibo haven't got one down just yet, like they have done in previous games. Tarzan's used that very, very well. We'll be stacking up as 3, not able to get that much done here, though. So it's going to be basically unscouted starts from both teams.
So very sort of normal starts here for our junglers. No information either way, it's going to be a guessing game. There's a ward dropped in the river there by Tarzan as well, just in case any shenanigans should come through from Weiwei. Tarzan will have full information. And this does feel a bit more standard to the meta that we've seen across the course of this year. I'm curious how different this game is going to be compared to the rest of this series. And Zika going for a late scout onto the blue buff, sees it's not started. Could be false information for his team, honestly, because Tarzan started on his wolves.
Yeah, so they don't know that well, they know he's not starting on blue buff, but they don't know which side he's starting on. This is the thing. This kind of information is so important, folks. Because look, think back to the skirmishes we've had previously and how much value we put on Tarzan and Weiwei, the 2 junglers which were traded teams coming into this year. It's not just a narrative. They're really important to their team. And if you give them a good... I mean, Xiaohu, buddy, come on. So mean of him. But that early jungle start is really, really important for both of these teams. As Xiaohu makes his presence known on the Lucian mid, which he is so powerful at. One of the first players ever to play this pick back in 2016 MSI. He was solo killing Faker on it back at that tournament. And he took it to the top lane after that point. It is a real specialty of his.
It certainly is. And it's a phenomenal pick for playing in those side lanes that we've been talking about all series long. Scout gets himself a shield, but this is a brutal start to the lane from Xiaohu. Scout's gone for the old scaling classic of that Azir, but the thing about scaling picks is you've got to get later on in the game, you've got to get more abilities before you can really fight back.
And there are ways you can lane against that Lucian. Azir is not a bad matchup into the Lucian if you can end up guessing where he's going to dash. Because if you put your soldiers wrong and then Lucian dashes out of your soldier range, you absolutely lose a trade. If you get him to dash into a soldier and you get an extra 2-3 autos or whatever, then you can actually start getting some lane presence. I think it's a real testament to Xiaohu and his mastery of this pick over so many years that he's managed to get so many good laning phases over this summer. It has been kind of the pick which stabilized him. He was, as we said, really falling off across this year. We were wondering whether Xiaohu, whether he's done, whether he was dusted, whether we would never see him on form again, but I think the Lucian really helped him gain some of that confidence back and be a real force in Weibo later into summer.
And I do feel like these two players often mirror each other, because Scout felt like at the start of this year he was having a really tough time. It didn't feel like he was on form. It felt like both of them slumped
Oh
at
dear.
a similar time. Xiaohu caught though and knocked straight into Hung's lance. Scout's going to be set up here for potentially first blood flash over the wall. Scout looking to chase. The stun is there. The laning phase looked good, but Scout's got buddies.
The dopamine of the first few levels of the game doesn't always last. Weibo, they weren't there to support this trade coming in. They're going onto the river now.
Response, but the Seer goes wide. Weiwei walks away with his life. So does Hung. It's not enough from Weibo.
So, first blood goes onto the Azir, and we said, yeah, it takes a little while sometimes for Azir to really get a leg over that Lucian matchup if he ever does in a game. But right there, this is one of the things about the mid-jungle kind of pairing. You got to be on the same page. If you're going to be shoving in like a lunatic early, you need to have someone there to respond to you. And LNG, they're the ones which managed to strike first. LNG, though, because they put a lot into that mid lane and they moved Hung up there as well, means that Gala's zoned off here. So Weibo at least gets something back.
Gala being kept away from this wave. Cannon missed, but he should be able to pick up most of this minion wave. No dive opportunity, really. The side of Weibo. So Gala will, I mean, he'll keep himself relatively close. He's 15 CS down before that wave. I expect at least 5 or 6 down after.
So Xiaohu thinks that he's going towards strong side because his brand is on that side, but bot lane's been shoved in, and he's not got anyone close to river, and Brand is not even close to his lane. No, just because your jungler is on one side of the map doesn't mean that they can respond to you in time. He's closer towards his Krogs than he was towards mid lane. Xiaohu just over pushing a bit. He has done this occasionally too. It has been a stabilizing pick. It's a great pick for him mechanically. He's just not been connected with his team.
Weiwei's just going to stay in the mid lane. Scout gets the shield. It's not enough. It's not enough against Xiaohu. Finds the solo kill. 2v1.
Alright, so if Xiaohu's not going to have teammates in his lane, he'll just do it all by himself. Gets one back at least. Good damage coming through for him, and also buys time for Tarzan to get onto this top scuttle as well. Weiwei has to respond in mid lane again. I guess Xiaohu, with drawing so much pressure to mid lane, gives a slight advantage bot lane, gives a slight advantage in mid lane as well. That is something he has gained for his team, as well as that kill he just got back.
That kill is enough to equalize the matchup. Obviously has that CS lead. I mean, I'm surprised quite how much damage he was able to squeeze out here. Looks like Scout's fairly safe, but just
hang on a second.
Double shot dash,
yeah.
Double shot piercing light, double shot. And with the minions' help, it's plenty.
Yeah, there's 9 minions! There's 9 minions there, and it's only level 4. Like, those are going to be doing the same amount of damage as another champion. The minion wave is effectively making that a 2v2, and Scout tanks all of them.
Beautiful stuff from Xiaohu. And just after, the laning phase starts beautifully for him, and then Weibo respond with a 3-man play towards mid lane. And then Xiaohu pulls that out 2v1. He responds to this pressure from LNG, and it's beautiful to witness.
Yeah. First death, I think you could probably criticize Xiaohu for. That second one, though, gets a lot of value out of it. And as we said, you know, Lucian is very much someone who does kind of want to be ahead of the game. He's not right now. That is a problem. But he has gained something for his team elsewhere with the way that bot lane managed to get that brief amount of pressure there. And, of course, the top side into the grubs as well. Weibo now have those 3 grubs, which will very much help the mid-game side lanes, which have been the story of this series for most of the games that we've seen so far. I want to see if Weibo can capitalize on that later with the second squad of grubs.
Xiaohu showing Scout what 8 trophies feels like as he finds his solo kill in the mid lane. But it's a quiet...
You just had to mention that, huh?
I just had to. I couldn't not. It's a fairly quiet start to the game, really. And this has sort of been the theme of the series. Drake started by Tarzan on this bottom side. They already got the first 3 grubs of the game as well. This would be both neutrals to start off for Weibo, which is a pretty fantastic start for them. Scout's moving over. Gala's here as well. Weiwei is trying to get here as fast as he can, but Tarzan's just dying to the Drake in the meantime. He does get that dragon. Scout gets out with his life. There's an ult though onto Hung, and Weiwei locked up as well. 2 for light. Weibo will be happy with that one.
They absolutely will be. Getting Varus some extra gold too means that he can be a bit more oppressive heading into mid-game as well. LNG lose the dragon. I think even Chris is going to be able to stop the back here. This is nice. Weibo have 3 grubs. Scout has to recall. As long as he lives, that could be... Yeah, that's the problem there. It's great because it allows Xiaohu to hit tower. It's not great because you died.
I don't think one plate is going to be equal to the 300 gold you just gave over to Gala. Gala very happy with a bonus little pickup there, and it is going to be 2-0-0 for both of our AD carries down on the bottom side of the map. And this is turning into quite an interesting game. Very back and forth, and again, a little bit messy from both teams.
It is, but I will say it's not a clear advantage just yet, and that's the big thing. We have seen clear Weibo advantages opening up in most of these games. I am surprised that Tarzan lives through to this long. Somehow he gets away with this, with the smite after that point. Damage coming through from Chris Michelle, who wants to scout, means that at least Azir doesn't add into this. Like getting 2 kills though, really, really nice for him. We talked about how the Varus brand later into the game is going to be disgusting. Keep your eyes on that combo. If they can manage to get that anti-tank damage onto the single person into the front of the fight, it's not going to be pretty, folks. So LNG do need to still be aware of that, and it gets worse with the gold we've just given him.
I've got to say, at the start of the year, when Lethal Tempo was removed, I did not think on-hit Varus was going to be making a showing in top 4 of LPL Summer Playoffs. But here we are, in line with 2 kills already. It's such a fantastic start. And again, back to your point previously of, Rise in the previous game. Scaling champions get so much value out of early gold. Varus, one of those champions that when you get 2 and 3 items, you're just such an absolute monster. So getting that gold early, so valuable on the Varus. The blue buff will reset. Attempted invade here from Tarzan and Chris. Weiwei instead going to perhaps look towards that bottom lane, but can't really find an angle, just has to settle for the Grom.
So, remember, at this point, if Light hits an ult within Tarzan's damage range, someone's getting burned alive. That is not going to be very pretty. Grubs up in 20 seconds. Weibo would like to get their hands on that. Might be a bit difficult, given how Zucker's been pushing in that top side. He hasn't got himself necessarily... I don't know when the last time he got a recall in. Probably not that recently. He's going to do that now. If Weibo can get towards multiple grubs, and they can get people into side lanes, whether that's the Varus or the Lucian, they're very, very happy with that. You know, we've talked about that to no end. Zucker has just got his first item, though. If he can get towards that top side in time, I don't know if Weibo really want to be tussling with a 1-item Renex. It's such a big power spike at level 9. That max rank Q, the Eclipse, it is quite risky. They might just give that up.
Gala moves mid lane. Scout now. I mean, it begins. It begins for Scout. He's in his side lane.
Yes, Dash. He's got Dash to soothe his ear. Yeah. Batter down the hatches.
Scout. He's in his lane. He's moisturized. He's flourishing. All of that good stuff. Unbothered, unfazed.
Yeah.
He's got his Wits End and it's happy to... Sorry, Nash's... I don't know what it is. Wits End and Nash's Tooth are just one item in my head. I can't ever get the names right. It's been years at this point. Gala forced to flash in the mid lane by Xiaohu. Has a calling over the wall as well as pretty good, and Xiaohu dives in to finish his old teammate. They won MSIs together, but it's not enough to save him. And Crisp has been completely abandoned by his mid laner. Maybe he can execute when the roots are coming in. There's nowhere to go. Drops the ward, at least it's something to answer for his death.
I was actually wondering if he should just literally just stay there and take a while to die. He's going to take a while to die anyway. Alright, Gala's going to head on over. Wait, but what are they doing with this time? The thing is, your time is really valuable as a jungler. Crisp is taking such an obnoxiously long amount to go down. It means that Tarzan gets to go towards top side. Tarzan might actually... Guys, Tarzan's ganking top. This could lead to something up here.
That was absolutely absurd. Crisp survived so long. And now, Zucker... in a 2v1, Seer goes wide, there's a burn there. And Light, I guess, already used Chain of Corruption earlier in the play.
And he did. So, Light uses the cleanse as well. I was wondering whether Tarzan probably should have just gone towards the grubs at that point. LG took 1 of them. They should be able to get themselves at least 4 for the Might's buff. 5 might be a bit difficult. Might be Weiwei coming over in time for a smite beyond that point. We'll see exactly how that works out. First one goes down. Tarzan still has smite, likely 5.
5 grubs for Weibo. Hog jumps in to try and punish it. But the flash comes through, and now Crisp is here. He's back for more once again as Weiwei. Chased down, it's a good Magna Storm from Hong, but no follow-up so far. Gala has to be the one to carry, but Zika jumps into the mix and gets one for himself. Gala forced away, Weibo with another fight.
Weibo get themselves a fight, and they get the grubs too. So that's going to be really big to see if they can now leverage that grubs advantage to start tearing through these towers. And also we can see how much value Xiaohu is getting out of this Lucian pick. His Lucian is really, really good in these skirmishes. He overpushed in the early lane, and he was punished for that, but you're not going to doubt his ability to output damage if you give him the room to do so. LNG I think it's a big worry for them now that they couldn't use that one-item Renekton on that top side of the map early enough. Zucker, great Rise game coming before this point, but he's not been able to get a lead at all now at this point. He's actually behind in gold to breathe. That's quite worrying. Renekton does really need a lead to start carrying that into mid-game to team fight.
It was so close to enough as well in that fight. It felt like if people had just been slightly more clustered, maybe that's a huge Renekton fight, but it was such a spread out skirmish that his Q gets barely any sustain off. Does find the one kill for himself, but I don't know if one's really enough in that kind of situation. And it does mean that Weibo have built themselves just a tiny lead, 1,000 gold, but it's the 5 grubs I'm more worried about for the side of LNG. It's 5 grubs on Illusion. We know how good at side laning Xiaohu is. That is a dangerous prospect.
That it is. So, LNG, can they get themselves into their own comfort zone? Make things a little bit more formulaic. Stop Weibo from just pushing in across the board and forcing them to respond to stuff. Dragon's now up. They could maybe use that to pull Weibo away from these towers. But if Weibo want to give it up and can get onto towers, they have that option too. 5 grubs gives you that power.
Xiaohu, oh, actually going to use the culling onto Scout there. Good little chunk of damage there. Scout will even lose a couple of minions for the attempted engage. As Tarzan clears vision, this will be Drake potentially for Weibo, or at least an attempt.
I think because Xiaohu had no flash, Scout did. Scout's wondering whether he could shunt him back into his teammates, couldn't quite get that. Breathe pulls the all out.
Zika's already losing trades against Cassante pretty early on into this one. Level 11 for Breed, that's a Q3, that's Zika, so chunked to Breed! He makes it look easy in the top lane, absolutely smashes Zika.
Cassante breathes in deep and Zucker falls down, can't match him there, all out, takes him out, and suddenly Zucker, you know, this is the early game Renekton. This was the one-item spike that LNG were meant to be playing around the top side. It is not going to be easy to play from even, and now potentially even just behind the top lane of Weibo. That's a big problem. Weibo get themselves the second dragon. They use that 5 grubs to get this tower in the bot lane, and suddenly that one kill in the top lane destabilizes the map for LNG. That is absolutely the opposite of what they wanted. They can't even stick around to get themselves the Herald on top side. Weibo open up a huge lead, and this is typically been something they can accelerate against LNG. LNG need to be afraid of these advantages being opened up.
And one of the important advantages we've not talked about that much is Tarzan consistently invading on this bottom side. It's like a 40 CS gap in the jungle for Tarzan. He grabs that blue buff again. Weiwei a level down in that matchup as well. Like, this is a big lead for Tarzan. It doesn't look as big as maybe some of these laners, but it's substantial.
We saw this in a couple of the matches in the last round when we saw LNG versus Top Esports and Weibo versus BLG as well, and a couple of series before that. If you are playing the utility like the Maokai into the carry, you can just get blown out in terms of that farm advantage. Throughout a lot of this year, we have learned that a farm advantage on a carry jungler can be a win condition in itself. You know, Tarzan against his old team, Weiwei the same thing. These junglers just switch against each other. It does feel nice to keep turning back to this jungle matchup because it has that extra emotive oomph to it. And Tarzan is looking mighty pretty on this brand now with a huge amount of ability to take over this game. Going back to that top lane 1v1. This is a powerful Renekton, but Breathe just hits everything.
Really nice Q3 there, sort of in the wrong direction, but knocks it backwards. Hits another 3. I mean, Breathe just beautiful bit of play to finish the job. I don't know why Zucker won't back into him there.
Yeah, I think he was looking maybe for the empowered Q. Is coming off a cooldown. A lot of the way that you play these extended trades with the Renekton are about getting that healing through, but didn't judge the cooldowns right. Breathe absolutely did. Massacres him on the top side.
And Breathe, the player that realistically not his greatest year ever, was criticised earlier on in the year for really being able to follow through on the carries. He's not on a carry today though. Has been earlier on in the series. These Cannon games didn't really work out for Weibo, but it's Cassante looking good so far. Feeling practiced, feeling ready to bring that into the team fights. And now what I was talking about was a 1,000 gold lead not too long ago for Weibo has extended to 3. And Xiaohu has just had so much time in this side lane to keep slamming these minion waves in. Herald in the top side, that will be a tower.
It's gonna get worse, Joe, because you got 5 grubs and a Herald. They are accelerating buffs. They're win harder buffs. You get the grubs, and you hit towers, it really starts making a difference. It's not as easy to play around as the Herald. LNG looking to death push, maybe scout. Does have the flash, does have a result. We might look for a big sweep.
Here come the roots, and in they go. Hung with a Magnet Storm. Can Scout get into the action? True Shot Barrage is fantastic, and it's 2 for LNG, but there's the explosion. Tarzan's going to go down as well. LNG find their moment. They punish over aggression.
Weibo go too far, they don't check their corners and LNG are hiding in them. They get themselves a huge play, take down 3 for 1, and they stop the push coming through in the top side. That's important. It'll start to curtail Weibo's pressure on the map a little bit. Also, with Scout being left alone in this top side, maybe he gets access to a tower beyond this point as well. Big reprieve for LNG. This was about the latest they could have left it to. I think you leave it a couple more minutes and those towers start falling even harder. I think that LNG might have found it very, very hard to find a similar opportunity.
And so crucial, the timing of it, denying this snowball, finding themselves their own opportunity hunt. Such a great engage here on the route.
Tarzan and Light, they're on the position to try and get that percent damage through, but they can't stand and fight for the time that they need to right now. They get the 1 kill back, but Zucker forces them to turn tail and go in a different direction. The Renekton does actually get some value here. We were just saying that, hey, it's quite hard to play the Renekton at this point in the game. When you're even in gold, at least you get something out of the kind of the tail end of his power spike.
Tense in the LNG coaching room there. You can see that even with
I mean, they just want it to be over, don't they? They don't want this go to 5.
They go to 1 fight, but 1 fight is not really enough to turn the game around. Still 2,500 is the lead for Weibo. But more importantly, where the items are is important. Xiaohu and Light both on 2 items on these carries. And that is a terrifying thing to go up against. With Drake spawning, it's Infernal Soul this game as well. And that'll be soul point for Weibo.
Easily done. So LNG, they need to be really careful of those item spikes you just said on these 80 carries, because if LNG don't force a second angle for Weibo to respect, whether that is Scout on a flank looking for a sweep or Zucker coming in for a flank teleport, then the carries of Weibo with these items will shred the front line. You are not tanky enough as the Leona and the Maokai to walk into Brand, into Lucian, and into the Varus, especially if those ultimates get high value. So LNG, the next time they square up for a fight, check how many angles they're using. If they get onto the carries first, that's great. It's a little bit different that way if it's more skirmish than a full team fight. But as soon as you get like the majority of people across the map involved in a fight, ask who is disrupting the backline from Weibo. If it's only a single direction, it's probably a Weibo win.
Weibo, they want to go to 5. They want to take us to Silver Scrapes. I think everyone at home, aside from LNG fans, wants them to take us to Silver Scrapes as well. I feel in the previous round, we were robbed a little bit. We had some very fast series in our top 4 so far. I want to get back to the good old 5-game bangers that we're so used to here in LPL playoffs. It feels like perhaps Weibo have the tools necessary to make that happen. But I'm just so happy to see Tarzan and Xiaohu having such a great end to their year, considering how hard of a year it's been, especially for Xiaohu. With Breathe going back onto a tank in that top side, it does feel like a recipe for success for them. However, Zucker caught out in that top side. Will have a minion wave to hide behind, so no culling available for Xiaohu.
Yeah, I was wondering if that fight would last long enough for there to be a big rotation over from LNG. Not going to be the case just there. You saw a lot of people moving up LNG. Very quick to move multiple people to one lane. Typically, they're very good at doing that when they're ahead. It's much harder to do that when you're behind. Thing is, though, now you've just lost that push and you've lost a lot of vision here. Baron's going to get burned down. Are we just flipping this? Are we feeling like burgers today?
It worked for him earlier on in the series. I'm not sure I agree with it, but here we go. Way over the wall.
Here we go.
5k on it. Breathe on a flank here. Just trying to threaten, trying to keep them away. Way. Doesn't want to get into the pit just yet. It's still 5k on the Baron here. DPS stopped. Weibo, peel away. TP acquired. But can they actually survive the fight? The health bars are so low for Weibo. Chain of Corruption is perfect from Light to disengage.
That's not really how you want to be cooking that play, Weibo. They don't choose an option between finishing the Baron and go looking for the fight. They didn't want to go for the flip. I understand that, but if you're going to do that, if you're not going to go for the flip, you've got to find a fight afterwards. They wait too long. They tank the Baron and LNG, get themselves another reprieve. Weibo, they're not necessarily choking LNG out. Every time they fail a play like this, it allows LNG to push in a wave that maybe they shouldn't have been able to. Get some extra gold onto someone that they shouldn't have been there.
I mean, ultimately, what happens there is Weibo just concede control of that river, right? They had complete control of Baron. They had so much control, they felt the need to start the Baron. And yet, at the end of the play, It's LNG, as you say, pushing those waves in, getting pressure out, and importantly, laying down some vision, clearing some of the Weibo vision. But I don't think we're going to be seeing another attempt on this Baron anytime soon, because Infernal Soul is coming up in 2 minutes' time.
I wish I had the same faith as you, man. Like, look, logically, yes, but it's still Weibo. Like, lest we forget, it has been less of a feature of their gameplay, but this team is still just as weird as they were before, folks. Occasionally, they do just throw a random play to see if it works. They do that every so often. It scares me, Joe.
Yeah, it scares me too. I'm surprised the win percentage is so Weibo favored. Honestly, 66% for them. They're only 3,000 gold up at this point. Not even that. Clearly, the stats, the aggregate solo queue stats favor this composition. I mean, Brand is a bit of a terror later on into the game. There's no two ways about it. Close to a second item there for Tarzan as well.
I was wondering whether Weibo might... I know it would have been a bad move, but I was wondering whether they would start Baron again to try and force Zucker's TP. Because we were saying, what are the ways that LNG win team fights? And with a minute to Dragon, keep an eye on that too. Getting a second angle onto the carries. Forcing Varus not to fire in one direction, but then retreat in another. Deal with the Renekton on a flank. Scout Azir on a flank as well. If you get rid of Zucker's TP, it makes it much harder for LNG to do that, but he will have that potentially available for another big fight. See whether LNG can get themselves those wards in place as Xiaohu actually ulted the top wave for quick prio, goes back, gets himself that fire cannon, gets himself back on the map.
3-item spike for Xiaohu. That's a scary moment for anyone who finds themselves in a 1v1 against that Lucian. Scout close to those 3 items himself, can't quite finish off his Void Staff there. Crisp's gonna face check. Gala can't quite find the damage to punish, and that will be vision cleared. Drake up in 5 seconds time. This would be Infernal Soul for Weibo in a composition that is all about that damage. It's not something LNG can afford to lose, and they know it. They start onto Breathe as Crisp is chunked as well. Good CC chain, but they don't have that much damage just yet. Breathe gets onto Gala in the mix of 4 people. Gala still chunked and goes down! What is that from Breathe? Zika trying to threaten on the top side of the fight as it's now a 4v4. LNG need this Drake. They have to take this objective, but Weibo, they don't want to let them. So they continue to tussle for this one. Weiwei tanking the Drake. Look at the combo onto the Azir, but he turns golden. Holding the arrow is light, but dodged by Scout. 3k on the Drake as Weiwei still in the scene. Zika jumps into the action, and the Drake is secured. Zika goes down as Tarzan turns golden. Scout still going, but obliterated by Tarzan, and Xiaohu finding more.
The kills go to Weibo, but they don't get themselves that soul. Baron is on the table, but I don't think the HP bars are there from Weibo to finish that one off. LNG, I think they just about got what they came for. They don't lose enough to lose the Baron, but they do. Well, actually, I say that teleport's coming in. Call me a liar. Of course, they have Breathe. Teleports in. He's tanky enough. That could change everything, though. Tarzan just about lives. LNG, they now need to respond to the Baron.
That would have been something else if it killed from Gala. It's a great shot for the True Shot Barrage. It's not good enough to kill Tarzan.
Weiwei has no flash, he can't get over.
Weiwei, no flash. Oh my god, it's gone. It's gone. It's Baron for Weibo, and LNG have to respond now. Roots come on through. Breathe takes a little chunk from Gala, but Gala don't want to get too close again. We saw what happened last time. Breathe dashes to his teammates. I think Weibo pretty much just got away with this one scot-free, culling out from Xiaohu. Not a single pick here. Tarzan now aggressed upon, but Hun can't close the gap. Weibo, they get away with it without a single casualty.
They do. They get away with absolute murder. Murder of LNG around the Dragon, and then the Baron itself as well. So a bit of wildlife thrown in for variety. LNG, they did get themselves that Dragon, but, I mean, folks, this is just a certified Kasance moment. Like, look at this. What are you supposed to do against this champion? There are 4 people here trying to save the AD carry. How are you allowed to do this?
It's the fact
what
that
is this?
The auto
He
goes
flashes away from the auto.
Flash as well. Oh my days, Gala just getting absolutely smurfed on by Breathe. That's been nerfed a lot of times. It's still pretty damn
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Scout escapes the arrow there as well. Zucker actually gets a really good play into the backline, which ends up getting some damage down, but it's just kind of beyond the Renekton power spike. It's much harder to get these kills than in the past. And fantastic stasis from Tarzan keeps him alive. as well. Gosh, the late game Baron damage, we have seen that all year, and it still catches me off guard as well. So Weibo with the Baron buff, is that enough to now push in across the map and put this to a 5-game series? Might take a little bit more than that Baron, but it might put them in enough into the lead to secure it.
So good to see Breathe having such a good game on this Cassante, going back to what's worked for them. And it looks like it might just work today as well. 11-11 on the scoreboard, but Weibo very much in control. And now with the Baron for another minute, they look to break down the final tier 2 of LNG's base. And LNG, we talked about their scaling. Well, they've got 3 items on Azir, on Ezreal. I feel like that clock is ticking down. It's sort of now or never.
So, LNG, they do have some playmaking potential. We've never really seen Scout be able to get into the backline either or do the damage he needs to. God, he's actually taking so much damage to the cannon minions too. So he needs to be quite careful. Yes, Azir has not really been the story of this game, despite getting that kill very, very early on into the game. Really has been Xiaohu who on this Lucian, which of course is a massive comfort pick for him, just like Azir is for Scout. That's taken over this game.
I feel like Scout needs to grab himself a Will of the Ancients, get a bit of sustain on that Azir.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, let's just throw in a Hextech Gunblade while we're at it. What else is there?
DFG maybe. DFG Azir. Doesn't sound that good to be honest, but...
Look, as somebody who started playing during the heyday of Season 4 DFG Ari, I missed that item. It wasn't fair, but that's okay. I enjoyed myself, and everyone else should have just accepted that as the way the game should have been played.
I loved playing DFG Veigar, because you just literally like DFG
that was back when Veigar,
anyone's dead.
He did damage based on your AP at that point, so he was genuinely anti-mage. If you had 1,000 AP, that's actually just stuff he uses against you. We don't really get that anymore. I understand, because it means that when you don't have any AP, it feels not great. But hey, for those brief moments where you saw a really fed mage, you are genuinely true counterpicking them.
Yeah. I feel like if that mechanic was still in the game, Veigar would just be like a permanent support pick, probably, to deny mages, and assuming mages were meta anyway. Crisp trying to maintain control for Weibo, as he's been so tenacious in this series. He's died a few times this game, but Crisp, honestly, the way that he positions on the map is totally fearless. He has no qualms putting his life on the line for the squad.
So we'll call him Tenacious C. He's not the real thing, he's just a tribute, but we'll see exactly how much he can do in this game with the engaged potential he's got.
I don't know, I'd say he was the real thing back in 2019, that's for sure. Great to see him back in form. Great to see him doing good things on this Leona. Solar Flare to Weiwei, but no follow-up from the rest of the gang. Drake coming up in 5 seconds once again.
Sucker on the flank. As he's seen, he is now. He needs to get out of there. He can't 1v2 this. Remember, Varus, Brand, if they get themselves the damage onto the tanks, it is absolutely disgusting. Zucker needs to threaten those two champions in that combo. Make sure they can't cleanly kill someone on the end of it. LNG, they're looking to disrupt, but right now it's a little bit difficult. Zucker's getting pushed away. Breeze starting to shuffle in that mid wave.
Gala up against his old teammates as well, and it is LNG just muscling their way towards Drake. Yet Tarzan moves in, but the Drake is taken and Tarzan chunked as well. Gala getting massive damage out in this fight, and Crisp is gonna fall. This is huge for LNG. The series on the line for Weibo. Match point for LNG. They find the Drake, they find a pick, and they look to snowball for more. Gala getting in for the damage, and here comes Scout on his classic pick. Light pushed away, and Zika puts him into the dirt. Breathe finds one, and there's the damage for the Brand. Zika burns to pieces, and somehow Weibo have held on.
Weibo don't get the dragon setup they want, but they do get a bunch of kills. It is 2 for 2, but I think with Zucker and Scout being down, they'll take that trade, I guess, roll for roll. Weiwei, he will actually been spotted taking that because the Scuttle Crab gives off a little bit of a bloom. Spree doesn't have flash, though, so he'll make his way out to safety with the Blast Cone. LNG, I don't know how they're doing this around the dragon fights, but they've managed to take 2 back-to-back against Weibo, who've really dropped the ball when it comes to having this lead, having the Baron as well as part of that last dragon trade, and not being able to set up the map effectively to get themselves into a winning position. So let's go back to this again. Breathe comes in late. He's trying to take care of Zucker, but not having Breathe in the front line really hurts Weibo. Tarzan doesn't get himself big combo in the start of this. Breathe ends up getting caught out at the end of this too, weirdly. As I said, it's kind of like sticks around in the mid lane, doesn't get himself into a frontline position, he gets gunned down. I think if Scout hits this shuffle, might even be the game for LNG, but you're going into targets with flash. Sadly doesn't blow the flash from Xiaohu too if he looks for that later on. It just means the fight extends long enough for Tarzan to come back and start blasting away in the way that late game Brand does, baby.
I Look at that damage from the Pyroclasm. Tarzan enough to turn it around. The all-out from Breathe, kind of making up for perhaps a bit of mispositioning at the start of the play. That is a very deep TP from Breathe. He's spotted. Everybody knows he's here. Xiaohu with a culling onto Gala. That'll get Breathe out. And it'll set up for a fight win for Weibo with Gala down, chunked, has to heal off of the Krugs.
Weiwei has no flash again, they can just take this.
True shot barrage in, Tarzan takes the Baron as Weiwei's caught out by Xiaohu. It's Weibo taking two, taking Baron, and looking to take the game.
Zucker's in the bot lane, but it doesn't matter. You've just lost the Baron. Yes, it's an objective ban here. Once again, LNG without a flash on their jungler, playing for the red side. Baron, retake of the pit, can't do anything. You can't get into the pit. Weibo find the smite easy as you like, and they get themselves a huge play here with the kill onto Weiwei and Hung. There's very little frontline. LNG can't defend the towers.
Zika with a classic tier 1 for game trade. It's a controversial strategy. We'll see if it plays out for him.
It works out.
LNG with 2 members down, have to try and hold on Weibo with 2 inhibitors down. Push to try and end the game. Xiaohu getting onto the towers. The 5 groups still paying dividends all these minutes later. Zika there to defend though. The Nexus tower surviving. Hung looking for an engage. Breathe not the greatest target for him. Solar Flare dodged by Gala. True shot barrage. Clips 2, but it's not really enough.
That's not going to be the game at this point. Weibo needs to be careful on the retreat. Luckily, there's no one teleporting behind them, no wards to do so, but the Markyle might just start the fight anyway. It's too short. Breathe and Xiaohu now caught out on their own.
Hung's low, but there we go. Tower comes out. Zuka has to dash away. He's low. He's not tanky enough. Has a GA, but is that going to be enough to save him? Weibo look to finish the job. The Chain of Corruption's early from Light, and Zika survives.
So, inhibs down in LNG's base, and Nexus turret hanging on to its just about foundations by that point. We now have a minute left of the Baron, a minute up until that Dragon. LNG have been winning the Dragon setup, if not the Dragon fights, but they've been losing the Baron fights. Baron's off the table now, Dragon's coming up. That might be a good omen for them, especially with Gala getting himself 4 items on the table too. Weibo, they'll reset, they'll take the fact that they have 2 inhibitors down, and maybe even look for a teleport from Xiaohu onto that Nexus if LNG misposition enough. We'll keep an eye out for that back door. It is gone into proper late game now. LNG will once again try and deny that soul, but it feels like it's so much harder than before with all the towers and inhibitors lost.
And I gotta say, the last couple of times I've not really favoured LNG to get that Infernal Drake. They are on 2 Infernals at this point. It's going to keep on stacking if they can find more of those objectives. Gala waits to try and dodge the Zenith Blade, but just gets hit by a Q, so that's his cleanse gone. There's his E, and Gala is screwed. What a pick by Chris. What a blunder by Gala.
LNG were desperate. They wanted to get towards the Dragon, but they leave Gala out of position. Well, Gala leaves himself out of position. With that, the last dying breath of the Baron buff. I think Weibo might have just brought us the Silver Scrapes.
We're going the distance today. That's the 3rd inhib down. Baron still just for 5 seconds, but 5 seconds might just be enough. Chain of Corruption on the backline, but Zonius keeps him alive. Weiwei trying to get into the backside themselves. Zika finds 1. Xiaohu down. Is it enough? Scout has to go huge. He has to carry. In goes Zika. Forces a GA. Tarzan still surviving on the backside. A Scout is here to finish the job. They might just hold on. LNG trying, but Breathe has had enough, and he'll make LNG take their very last breath. It's going to 5. Breathe has made sure of it as he hammers onto the Nexus, but here comes Gala. Is he tanky enough? Breathe down, Nexus alive. Wait,
Breathe no more. Minions to strike! Oh my god, the Minions can't quite do it! They stay alive, but at what cost? 3 inhibs! This is now a PvE League of Legends!
Full-on tower defense, call it Swarm at this point. Gala unlocked a new character, Ezreal's in Swarm. As he manages to hold on, tanking the supers, the Nexus is alive. LNG will not go quietly.
Holy crap, we are going right the way from all of these big team fights into the late game. There are teleports for LNG. Can they stop the soul coming over? This is such a low HP Nexus. I mean, Breathe does have teleport. He's not the best tower taker when he's not in his all-out form, of course. And does look like Weibo. They will get themselves Infernal Soul. Look, LNG, they do survive, but, I mean, they're missing, like, organs at this point. They've got smashed teeth, broken jaw, and LNG, they're against that Infernal Soul. I think that's going to be it all the same.
Broken teeth, they stumbled to their feet. I didn't hear no bells. Says Scout trying to hold on. Gala with that final kill. On to Breathe to save the game. My goodness, I can't believe LNG are still in this game. It does feel a little bit doomed for them as Xiaohu continues to put that pressure on. Infernal Soul now, in case the lead wasn't enough for Weibo. Gala, maybe he could be the one to save the day. He was the one that lost him that bot lane in him. He's against him, good poke down. Scout drops a tower as well.
Chris has Warmogs, but he's not in there just yet. Solarflare misses, as is the Zenith Blade. Here comes the Markile.
Breathe isolated, but he's so tanky, and Hung's just gonna go down. Scout dashes to safety as such, trying to threaten onto the back line. It's big damage, but it's not enough to finish the kills. Tarzan dodges the Mystic shot. That could have been huge from Gala. He eats in and has to flash back out. Breathe tanking all the while as Weiwei falls, and Gala just can't finish his targets. Another Mystic shot, but it's not enough to finish off Xiaohu, and Weibo with 5 standing might just finish the job. Gala gets 1, Gala gets 2. Breathe onto the Nexus once again, but this time it's enough. Weibo go to 5.
3 times in a row has LNG versus Weibo gone the distance in the chase for the Silver Dragon Cup. In the lower bracket, we go to Silver Scrapes. LNG, they see themselves defend that Nexus over and over, but it is not quite enough. Weibo, they are not going quietly into the night.
They certainly are not. They will fight against the dying of the light, or rage against it. Damn, so close. Fantastic game coming out from Weibo.
The problem was they couldn't keep light dead back at LNG, so...
Yeah, I mean, look, messy game, and a valiant defense from LNG, but not enough ultimately, and it means we go to Silver Scrapes. We're gonna head into a break and find out how this saga ends. Everybody to the LPL. Welcome to Game 5. I'm joined by Nymera as we head into the 5th installment of LNG versus Weibo. Every single time these two teams face off, it's an absolute banger, and every single time it seems to go to 5 games.
In the last 5 times these teams have matched up, whether in best of 3 or best of 5, it has gone the distance. That now includes, with this series, 3 elimination best of 5s which have gone the distance, and it has been a very even record between the two of them. In the best of 5s, each of these teams has won one of them, and we will have, of course, technically a bit of a tiebreaker here today. And you know what's even more special about this too? Because of the way championship points are working right now in LPL and the current the points of BLG and Top Esports, unless Weibo or LNG win this split, they are guaranteed to be the first matchup of our regional finals as well. So not only have we had banger after banger between these teams, in about a week's time, we could do this all over again with Worlds on the line as well. Today, though, it is really just about these teams and that chase for the Silver Dragon Cup. I have loved this rivalry. I think that it has taken a backseat to the likes of last year's BLG versus JDG, and maybe this year with BLG and Top Esports and a couple of the other really marquee matchups. But over the last few years, this has been maybe the most entertaining matchup I can think of in the whole LPL. It has never failed to produce bangers.
It's such a good series. It's such a good series every single time. And there are so many individual matchups that are so crucial. And let's just quickly talk gameplay while the replays are on as well. LNG, honestly, fair play managing to hold on as long as they did. This looked over for a good 15-20 minutes, but they battled to hold on to the Nexus. And if you remember, last summer, game number 5 ended in a pretty similar fashion, with one team desperately trying to hold on to the Nexus. It was Weibo defending that time around, and LNG just about pushed it over the line. Opposite way around today.
Look, if you have friends who are fans of League of Legends, of Pro League of Legends, and they're not watching this series, grab them by the scruff of the neck and shove them in their seats for this Game 5. This has been one of the most entertaining series of LPL playoffs so far. We had a couple of disappointing series. You know what? The 3-0s. The 3-0s are great for the teams that win them, but in terms of just being that viewer that enjoys League of Legends, stuff like this, the high-octane best of 5s with these late-game team fights between very competent teams, nothing beats it for me. The fact that these are going the distance again, and I am a neutral party between them, it is an absolute honor to see this kind of game again. And you know what? I just hope that Game 5 is also a banger. Breathe walks away with an MVP. That's great. Zucker's had an MVP. Breathe's had an MVP. Both mid laners have had incredible performances. Both junglers have had incredible performances. It's not even like it's been a consistent diff of a single role in this series. No. Everyone has had their time to shine.
This has been just quality through and through. The fact that different players are stepping up each time, and Breathe, well-earned MVP from him on the Cassante. I mean, finding a solo kill onto Zucker at level 11, not something that realistically Zucker should be letting happen either, but Breathe doing a good job of punishing the misplays coming out of the opposing top laner. But great to see, the Kennen's been put to bed. That's removed from the champion pool, back to Cassante, and what a performance on Cassante.
This play in particular as well, what's he do about this champion, man? There are 4 people trying to save the AD carry, and he still manages to get him down in that team fight around that one soul point. And of course, Weibo were looking for that soul. I gotta say, I was a little bit afraid for, no, a lot bit afraid for Weibo going in towards that late game. They failed to get that soul multiple times. LNG managed to drag the game out a heck of a lot. It really did come down to these Baron fights and a couple of the heroics coming out of Breathe and Co. to end this game finally. But I mean, credit to LNG, they made them really fight for it.
They certainly did. Tarzan and Shahu doing so much damage in these late game fights as well. But Breathe just setting everything up, keeping people away. Scout having to ult backwards just to keep the Cassante away from him. But not even the wall can protect him from Breathe. He was just mashing people in these team fights. Fantastic stuff to see from him.
So we have everything here today. We have ex-teammates fighting against ex-teammates, players who made their legacy on teams try and find green pastures elsewhere, and we are straight into that draft. LNG on blue side, what is making it through the draft? We have seen a lot of different champions hit the ban phase. Is Corki going to be a remaining banned? Oh, you got to hope so after the wins that came through earlier in the series.
Yeah, Delusion gone once again. Shahu only gets that once, and I think rightly so. Scout did not enjoy that early laning phase. Ivan gone as well. I wonder if there'll be a Maokai ban. I mean, it leaves up other potential picks then, but Maokai has been one of the more powerful picks throughout this series.
It has been, but there's so many powerful picks that have remained on the ban list the whole way through. All right, Corki's still unbanned. Do you leave it open as first pick? No one's counted it so far. I think that one should be very valuable. Corki left open, 100% win rate, huge win streak in LPL playoffs, 14 games on the trot if I remember my numbers right, and Scout has a chance to make it 15.
Why Yone? That's such a weird ban from Weibo.
I don't get it.
I feel like they've just... I don't know. I mean, I'm sure people will debate that one on Twitter. It seems like a weird ban to me, to say the very least. Yeah. But Breathe, potential to go for that Renekton in that top side. Things like the Leona still open and available. Even things like the Ashe that we've seen. You know, we saw it in game number 1. Wasn't that successful, and it feels like the rest of the series, everyone's just moved away from the pit.
Stuff like the Ezreal team. Lilia's not on the ban list right now. That's very, very impactful. Very good with the Renekton too, because the Renekton, right?
Tarzan picked a game
can do that. Yeah, I would prefer the Lilia if you're going to do that though, because it just gives you that extra, you know, it doesn't put that onus of early game excellence on you. You need to be perfect throughout pretty much the whole game and not make mistakes. It is the Zeri locked in for Xiaohu, not really wanting to lock in another role. Ezreal's an easy lock in here for LNG, you feel?
Ezreal. I mean, Ezreal Corki, just a great pair of carries. It gets so much done for you. A lot of range on you, a lot of poke available. Leona, Ezreal would not be a too surprising lock
hang on. Ziggs isn't bad. We could see the Leona Ziggs instead. That's something which has also slipped through. It's a game 5. There are a lot of important bans which you have to consider going into this. Weibo did leave the Ziggs open. They banned the Yone. They don't ban the Corki. They don't ban the Ziggs. Scala, maybe the very best in the league. They don't go towards it. All right, so crisis averted there, I suppose. But the Ezreal still very, very powerful. The Ziggs ban not really needed, I suppose, in this one.
I mean, light's no slouch on the Ziggs either.
All right.
And there it is, that Nidalee we talked about.
Okay.
Does come on through. Tarzan, it didn't work in game number 1, that he wants to try again, and this time he's got a Renekton in that top side to set up for him. I wonder if we do see a top side focused matchup here. It's generally been focused towards the bottom lane.
So you can ban away the stuff which can play disengage against the Renekton Nidalee. It's the same kind of thing when you play against Renekton Sejuani or something like that. You ban away stuff which can go unstoppable, like the the Cassante rather. I mean, Ornn can technically do that. I doubt that's going to be locked in. Do they want to just chance the fact that Zucker will go towards the cannon and say, all right, you lock in the cannon, you die to the Nidalee? No, they don't want to chance that. They take that away too. So it's not, there aren't that many things you can play into the Renekton now. The Gnar is one of them, but any of the picks left are going to be quite vulnerable to Tarzan if he just does choose to be topside centric.
So much resting on this series. So much resting on this final game. And it looks like LNG wanting to set up Gala for success. He's got that Ezreal. He was so close to carrying those fights, defending the Nexus. But it wasn't quite enough in game number 4. He gets his Ezreal again. He gets set up for success in that bottom lane.
Right, so what are we looking for here? Do you lock in something like the Rel, one of your engaged carries, if you want to do it this early? Light did, of course, get a win on that Jhin earlier in the series. I don't love it. If Weiwei still locks himself into tank jungle, you'd still be against 2 tanks. He doesn't go towards that. He does go towards the Ashe, which has been abandoned since that game 1, much like the Nidalee. Weibo, very similar to the game 1 draft, but they lost that game 1. I'm getting a little bit worried if they play it like they did at the start of the series.
Maybe just deciding there was nothing wrong with the draft itself, just mispiloted. As you say, very, very similar. And with the Leona there as well, if LNG look for more commitment in these fights, it's a pretty easy Braum angle, potentially alongside that Ashe. You've got your engage from the arrows, but it is going to be that Lilia anyway for Weiwei. And there we go, Sion comes through for Zucker.
Right. Okay, I did not expect the Sion. Sion is a sign of a lane swap. You can lane swap with this champion. We'll have to keep an eye on that level 1 now. Game 5, maybe we start pulling out all the stops in terms of the crazy strategies. Chris could go towards that Braum. It does work well against the Leona. It could also work well against the Lilia. You can actually block Lilia ult with that champion, but do they want another aggressive go button instead? The Rel would be better aggressive, but the Braum adds a lot more utility in tank. That's exactly what they're going towards at the end of it. Ashe, Braum, it is some extra setup for that Nidalee. This time though, Light must hit his arrows. LNG, watch out for those lane swaps early. They do have a Sion, it can potentially be there. All the same, you have a very good tank front line into what Weibo are bringing to bear with them. Both of these teams have ample engage, some interesting ways to play out the early game as well. You've got a Nidalee, you've got a Sion. Watch out for those first few minutes of the game. Weibo typically getting ahead in them, but this is a game 5 and crazier things have happened than a turnaround in that early game. All on the line now. Third best of 5 in a row between these 2 teams, which have gone to 5 games in an elimination match. It doesn't get better than this. It doesn't get better than this as they go the distance.
It's a long while since we've seen a Sion in that top side, but looking to play for the weak side, looking to defend while the rest of his team takes over the game. We'll see if that can work out for Zucker. I'm curious about the compositions. I'm curious about how this game is going to go. But mostly, I'm curious about who is going to make it through to the next round. So many stories in this matchup with Scout versus Xiaohu in the mid lane. Xiaohu with Gala and Breathe in the series as well. The old RNG gang up against one another. Tarzan and Weiwei swapping rosters last year. Breathe, the only new face since 2023 within this matchup. There are so many big names, so many trophies among the names of this matchup. But here we go, game number 5 again, the 5th series in a row between these teams to go the distance. And we may well have a rematch in regionals as well. It's time for game 5.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
So we did say that Sion can sometimes lead to some early game shenanigans. Well, Braum can too with his level 1 plays. As it stands, standard fans, so it might just be standard lanes in it as well. Wouldn't surprise me because you do also still have good laning phase of that Ezreal Leona on the other side of the map. You don't always want to abandon that. And there are, of course, been a lot of checks and balances been put in to make sure that lane swaps don't completely go the distance, but it's worth mentioning it all the same. Weibo, they're going to go walk in, clear out a ward, use that sweeper early on Chris. Early information has been so important between these 2 teams. Any kind of information on first jungle start gleaned from the other jungle could really pay itself back in dividends.
Really importantly there as well, Xiaohu was the one to last hit that first ward, so we'll hit level 2 off the first minion wave in the mid lane. Big advantage potentially for Xiaohu. Obviously he's up against a Corki, whether or not he can maintain control of that first wave enough to hit the level 2, I'm not so sure. We'll have to wait and see with that one. Breathe drops a ward onto that blue buff. He wants to know where Weiwei's going.
So, Weiwei potentially spotted if he goes up towards that ward there. And of course, the Renekton does give you this value to say, look, you're against the tank. They can't stand against you at level 1. You got the Conqueror, you got the Q healing. You get that enraged as well. The empowered one. So, that's a flash in for the passive.
Crisp gets the stun onto Gala. Big damage onto the carry early on in this laning phase. Hunk disengages. That's 2 summoners out from Chris to make that happen. It is control of the lane, but is that worth 2 summoners? I'm not sure.
This is the thing. So, we did say earlier in the series, LPL were the first region historically to just flash in and try and get a good trade to get control of the wave. Now what this means is that you have 3 pushing waves for Weibo. If Tarzan can use it, it is worth the summoners. If he can't use it, then I think you start running into some issues. At the end of the day, Gal is still going to be able to pick up farm. Tarzan, he has been passed the buck here. What can he do with the pushing lanes?
I mean, he's been the main character for Weibo all year long. He's been, or at least in summer. He had 10 MVPs during the group stage. Time for the top with a hawk shot coming through, spotting out Weiwei. He's on his chickens and Tarzan is waiting, ready to pounce. He stood outside the brush. Blastcone's away instead, looking towards the red buff. Crisp has moved in. Crisp has been so aggressive across this series. This is like a renaissance of Crisp as a support.
And this makes a lot of difference. No, you don't get the spear onto Weiwei. Not great from Tarzan there. Would have been nice to get that chunk, but you still get a camp taken away. And it means that Weiwei can't do anything in these lanes too. There are 2 things you want to see with pushing lanes. 1, the jungler make use of it to get their own advantages, but 2, also, the jungler, if you stop the enemy jungler going into your own lanes, means your lanes get to keep pushing. Pushing lanes means you're more likely to get better resets, more likely to make the enemy drop some farm as well, and you start eking out advantages. It actually was a very big way that T1 played and won the World Championship last year. It has been very effective in the recent years of League of Legends. Tarzan needs to be able to keep this up though and make sure they can keep ahead of Weiwei and stop Weiwei from interrupting his own lanes.
See if they can keep this pressure on. Because that was what happened in game number 1, right? We saw Tarzan on this nearly. We saw a really, really great start to the game. But unfortunately, couldn't keep that ball rolling. And as you said in game number 1, those first couple of deaths as an Italy, if you lose that momentum, really can finish out your game, and in this case would finish out that series. Tarzan has a lot of pressure on his shoulders here. A lot of onus on him to carry the game. Has actually foregone his blue buff to get up to this top side and get on his Crows.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do is make sure he can get towards his Crows, get towards the second respawn of Raptors, which of course Lilia loves to take, and it means that he hasn't taken his first blue buff, and he hasn't spent as much time towards the bot side, but it means that there's no option for Weiwei to get into his jungle, get that real quick chicken steal in the way that Weiwei does. Loves himself some KFC out there in the jungle. Hawkshot's going to spot this as well. All information to Tarzan. Tarzan, can he make the early game impact like he did in that game 1? And also, step beyond that, can he make that impact and then keep himself ahead?
Only time will tell. Keep my eyes on Breathe in this one as well. He's got a good matchup, obviously, as Renekton against Sion. Generally speaking, Renekton will be quite happy to bully that matchup out, especially after that first recall, once you've got a little bit of damage to work with. It'll be down to Zerka trying to survive. I'm curious as well if Tarzan will end up looking towards that top lane, you know. With the setup for Breathe, it can be a very easy kill to finish off if you can land that Javelin off of the stun. Sets up for very easy kills, but whether or not you have time to go up towards that top side is a different question, because it's been very much a mind battle between Weiwei and Tarzan. And it's just poetic that, you know, swapping organizations as well, and now this absolute mind game for the final game of the series. Too many stories.
There's so many, and we've spent a lot of time, we've given a lot of time in 5 games to talk about them, and I think the biggest things I can think about in this one is that no player has walked away without a good game. I think that in every single game, one player has at least had at least a game which has been better than their opponent. Breed, Zucker, both getting MVPs. I think mid-jungle has gone both ways as well, and that's great. It means that you're not walking away just logging onto your social media and saying, oh, this player completely ruined it. And yeah, there will be criticisms to be put across because that's pro League of Legends, and there will be a loser after this, but I'm glad that the stories have kind of been put to fruition there. Tarzan goes up towards these grubs, early spawn up there. Weiwei, maybe not expecting this. Might be able to smite fight for the last one.
Tarzan gets that one, and the smite used to secure it. Could look for a spear, but I don't think he'll find it, especially with those mites annoyingly in the way. So, 2 for 1 on the grubs. Tarzan will still be happy with the fact that he managed to get 2 of them, and he even finds a little javelin on the scout as a parting gift.
Yeah, Breed didn't have the best reset for those grubs to help Tarzan take them. He was teleporting back in as Weiwei was walking up, and that Breed wasn't really there to be able to do that much. So, there's a cull picked up for Gal. Remember in game 1, which was similar draft to what Weibo drafted here, LNG responded by picking up 3 culls on the other side and saying, look, we'll outlast, we'll get ourselves the first early play that we can, but we'll not be over pushing for it, and then we'll try and cash in the kills and get a huge advantage for it. There's only the one this time, and Xiao who's even picked up his own, so that isn't going to be put up here again. Weibo not wanting to get outvalued monetarily in that one. And as we look through this early game, keep track to see exactly where that first early advantage comes through. Tarzan had a good start, needs to keep ahead though. Actually, Weibo's been doing well to pick up enough farm to give himself in arm's reach.
Yeah, I just love that. You know, we've had 1 or 2 games where there has been a lot of early action, but both teams, I mean, it's game 5. Everything on the line. You know that they're going to be cautious. Xiao not being cautious at all. Caught in the jungle here. Good damage out from Weibo, but it's not enough because Tarzan trading it onto Scout. Fairly even in the 2v2, but another javelin lands. Weibo aggressed upon Tarzan, dodging everything. And both mid-jungles limp away.
It is tense, Joe, it is tense. The butt cheeks are firmly clenched between these 2v2s in the mid-jungle. It means an awful lot to the players. LNG, of course, in front of their home arena too, and it has been so back and forth. But Tarzan manages to force Weiwei out from the river. Does mean that he won't be able to access bot side as well. So is there going to be something happening there? No, it's not a bot side dive, it's a full camp clear from this bot side. Tarzan going to very quickly go towards that. And because Weiwei did take a big chunk, and Tarzan has the sustain, which Weiwei doesn't, on that Lilia for this point of the game, Tarzan is open towards the spot side, and Gala and Hung, maybe they pushed too far here. They have flashes, is that going to be enough?
Slow comes on through, stun will land onto Hung. That should set up for a javelin, but he's underneath the tower. Oh, Gala maybe should have blocked that one, to be honest. Hung now extremely chunked, and Tarzan wants to find him. Oh, good sidestep from Hung. That felt a little dangerous, but cheeks firmly engaged once again as the arrow does land onto Hung, but Tarzan's pushed away. In the meantime, Breather's gone for a dominance up in that top lane. Weiwei trying to escape with his life, but the passive stacking up. It's not enough to find the stun. Tarzan looking for more javelins, but Light in the meantime is getting so much gold.
I mean, man, the Olympics have ended, so Tarzan's decided to bring the javelin toss over towards here instead. Putting onto Summoner's Rift. Weibo pushing in all lanes again, starting just make LNG lose some farm, lose some jungle camps. It's that slow roll. It's not been the explosive play. And, well, if you remember what happened in the first game of the series, of course, Tarzan got those 2 kills up in the top lane in that explosive play, but they also threw an explosive play towards that bot side as well. Weibo, I think they'll maybe be learning from that mistake and not just over pushing it. This is fine for now, but you do not want to be going too deep into an ignite on the Leona, especially if she hits level 6 after a certain point as well. You don't want to be giving that gold over to LNG. Weibo, content to slow roll for now.
I think Weibo as well. Desperate for their opportunity to face up against top esports. Whoever wins this one will go into that series against top esports to decide who makes it into LPL finals. Well, LNG already had their chance against top esports. They lost 3-0. Top esports were beaten by BLG. BLG beat Weibo, so I reckon if you're Weibo right now, you reckon maybe there's an angle there. Maybe there's a chance. Hey.
And the last time they faced off in a best of 5 as well was in the regionals of last year, where Weibo beat out top esports to cinch themselves a chance to go towards that World Championship last year. So top esports haven't had a best of 5 against them this year. Very different stories for both of them on this time around. But hey, I'm sure they'll be wanting that chance. Of course, folks, we're 11 minutes in. It's not enough to call it like this. Last game, Weibo had an early game advantage, and they went in towards the middle late game. They couldn't close that one out. Every chance to LNG start to stabilize. LNG have been a team which really thrive when they get that stability in side lanes where they can push out the side lanes, send like 4 people into a lane and just crush through a turret or 2 and move around the map, constantly forcing the enemy team to defend those turrets. It's gonna be hard to do that though when you do have grubs on the other side from Weibo and when they do have this early gold lead. So LNG, they're going to have to start racking their brains to say, right, how do we start settling down the map and get Scout on the Corki, which has been so successful in LPL playoffs, into the side lanes and getting gold.
Spear of the wall, Tarzan, no smite. Oh, slightly wide of Weiwei. I don't think it would have been much of an opportunity anyway, but look at the way that Crisp is playing this early game. Like, he went aggressively behind the Drake there to get vision and make sure that there was no trade available for LNG, and then immediately sprints up towards that top side, just in case there is that angle onto Weiwei. Feels like Crisp and Tarzan have really become like one mind. They've mind melded at this point. They think
yes,
as one.
the Weibo hype man. We finally discovered it.
But he's, I mean, Crisp has just had a fantastic series, hasn't he? I mean, getting MVP earlier on in the series as well. Remember, this is a player that earlier on in the split was fighting for his place within the roster. Feels like he is fully back.
You know, he's not been without the couple. He had the one airball ult as well, but hey, you know what? I think all players in the series are very happy with the way that they've been coming through it. Zucker taking some good trades up here as well. Haven't really had much chance to talk about the Scion. That will be a tank front line and an extra engaged threat later into the game. I will say, I don't love Scion into Ashe Braum, because you dive into the Braum, he puts up the shield, tanks up your ult, and then you just get slowed by that passive. And so, the way that Zucker will have to play this game later on is make sure you are hyper-coordinated with the Lilia and with the Leona. When you're going in, there needs to be another engaged threat so they don't just turn and isolate you in that front line. Double AD carry is very, very good at killing you like that. You cannot afford to be just stunned up with that Braum passive in the front line.
I feel like specifically Ashe and Zeri as well, just so good at killing tanks. Like when you get to 3-4 items, these two AD carries just, they're exceptional at burning through a front line. Need to see value found there by Zucker. I mean, surviving well in the laning phase, only 10 CS down at the moment, which you'd expect perhaps even a slightly larger lead for the Renekton. Black Cleaver finished off, by the way, for Breather. That's the first tier 3 item of the game, and in fact, Light turns me into a liar as he finishes off his Kraken Slayer.
Well, it's still first, it's just slightly beyond that. You're not quite like just yet. Be kind to yourself, Joe. It's been a long series for both these teams. Gonna have to spare ourselves some sympathy just yet. We're going to have to save our energy and our brains, I suppose, for later on. Dive coming in towards the Scion. He is probably dead.
No brain left, only engaged. Zucker going to be the target, and he will go down. Breathe even allows it over to Tarzan. Everyone knows that Tarzan is the carry in this one. Breathe combo Zucker to protect his minion wave. And in fact, a TP up to the top side from Xiaohu to switch a route.
And you can see that Scout is teleported down to the bot side instead. So, he's going to get himself some alone time there. Gallus falls away from all. This is now more important. Remember, folks, if you are cross-mapping and you have grubs, you have the advantage. You kill towers quicker. LNG, yes, they get that time on bot side, but they're losing out in mid lane and in top lane at the same time. So, LNG have said, all right, Scout, buddy, you're on the Corki. 14-game win streak in LPL playoffs, but giving the resources over to that Corki, is it going to be the same with giving him 2 turrets over in a fell swoop and the Herald? That feels like a bad trade to me.
Feels like a huge win for Weibo. It's a 4,000 gold lead for them at 14 minutes. That is monumental. Yep. The first Drake with 5 grubs. Next Drake not up for another 3 minutes, but that's Herald taken by Tarzan. And guess what? Herald is usually the tool to get mid-tier 1. Mid-tier 1's already gone. This Herald can get massive side lane value now.
So what you might do with this now, we see this when you don't use it for like an immediate turret take. You wait till the dragon spawns and then you use the Herald somewhere to force someone to respond to it. So what Weibo might do is say, look, we don't need to slam through a tower. We have the 5 grubs, that's easy enough. Around that dragon spawn, wait to see if Tarzan is using that to break open a lane and just walk towards the dragon instead and make sure that LNG lose out on that objective game 2. 5 grubs to Weibo already. It will be 2 early dragons. It would be nice for Weibo to get themselves onto that point as well.
I mean, this feels like a very rough game for LNG at this point, and I want you to kind of reiterate to me the win conditions for LNG, because it feels like, well, I'm going to have to hold that thought. Yes, I tried to open up a conversation. It's caused action. Crisp on the front line. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. There's one for LNG already. Xiaohu caught and finished off. That's a shutdown for Scout. As Gala in a 1v1 with Light. He's not winning, but a swirl seed could change it. Volley hits onto
Flashes the volley.
Scout moves in, but can't quite finish the kill. And there we go. That's the answer. LNG, they find 2 kills.
Yeah, would you like me to say anything more, or is it just described there? LNG do have ample engage. They have the Scion, the Lilia, and the Leona. If Weibo do fail their position, you get a good sleep onto the backline, then yeah, this Lilia can be a huge issue. This is even without the Scion coming through. A lot of big skill shots miss here. You miss the spear, you miss the arrow, and once that kind of goes down, where's your big engage? You know, you're going on to Leona, who procs Aftershock and has the W up. That's not the target you want. You see that Weiwei managed to get huge damage through. And also the ult isn't blocked by the shield. There is a niche interaction where technically Lilia pressing the ult does get blocked by Braum shield if the particle flowing to that target is kind of in the same path as it. Doesn't quite get it there. Maybe that'll come through later. But LNG, if they could replicate that on a larger stage when it comes around to the bigger fights and they get the engage onto the backline, that is how they make it happen.
I thought the swirl seed was going to steal the cannon then. I was on the edge of my seat. It doesn't come through in the end. Let's take a little look at our lanes here as Light 1,500 gold up somehow in the AD carry role. I believe Tarzan also having a lead. As I went to talk about gold leads immediately, it was covered up by a graphic. But yeah, 1,000 gold both for Tarzan and Light. A little bit of a lead for Breathe. Whereas Scout on the other side, I mean, Corki is just something else right now. We've seen it earlier in this series. We've seen it in other series and playoffs. It's on a 14-game win streak. Scout wants to keep that record alive and keep LNG in this tournament. We saw how hard it was for Weibo to finish that last game. LNG will not go down without a fight. They are pretty far behind in gold. It's not enough to be a done deal for Weibo just yet.
No, so Dragon comes up. We did say, hey, maybe the Herald will be put down as a counterweight. There's no contest. They don't have to use that. They still have the Herald to use somewhere. Maybe they just put it towards bot lane now. There's a chance that it goes towards that. We get ourselves a Mountain Dragon. You know what? That could really work out for LNG at some point. Zucker can ult away from this tower. He might have to. You don't really want... Yeah, this could be a bit of an issue. Just ult away. Don't get Braum stunned. Gets his way through that. Weibo do have the 5 grubs. Use that Herald. They put it towards bot lane, and that'll be the last of the outer turrets taken. There's a goal into Xiaohu to even it up between him and Scout.
Nicely done here by Weibo. Use the Herald just to finish the tower off. To be honest, I think they maybe could have done this without the Herald. But
yeah.
I mean, look, you've already you've done such a good job early on of taking these towers. It's like the Herald is kind of surplus to requirement.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, tower on sale. Like, I would have got it anyway, but sure, I guess it's slightly easier. Save you a little bit of effort in that case. And Xiaohu gets the gold all the same, so that's nice. We definitely saw earlier in the series with the Corki. If Corki is getting resources in a side lane, Corki does unreal amounts of damage. So Scout getting the advantage through some bits of this early game, that's good signs for LNG. And I have to say, once again, feels like one of those games where Weibo came out with a really strong start with Chris and Tarzan getting into the enemy jungle and making a real mess of things, but it hasn't rattled LNG too much. Considering the level of the gold lead, they've actually stabilized pretty okay. This hasn't expanded. They've given over a Dragon, they've given over the Grubs and the Herald, but it hasn't been game-losing plays. You've got 2 items coming up for Ezreal. They've been built for Corki, waiting for that Muramana transformation as well. And when we get through to the later team fights, again, just reiterating how LNG can win this play. A good enough Swell Seed, a good enough Solar Flare, comboed up with Sion at the same time, is good enough to get enough CC to absolutely obliterate the first person into the play from Weibo. Weibo need to play well around the Braum, I think particularly probably blocking out the Sion with the shield and tanking up some of that damage there, and making sure that they can not fall prey to that engage and use the gold leads that they have with the double AD carries to peel through the engage and kill the front line.
The one thing I will say, no matter what the compositions, with the way that things have been going in LPL recently, I'm always looking towards the team with Corki and Scout. Already got himself an MVP on that Corki in the first game of this series. It looked devastating for Weibo. He's got plenty of gold. He's getting those items online. And Gala on that Ezreal once again. Had a bit of a fumble late game in the previous game, but we've seen the damage he's able to get out in these fights. These 2 carries, in my opinion, 2 of the biggest tools that you can have as a team right now in terms of those team fights, in terms of just getting sheer damage out. Weibo still with that lead, and again, it's just about maintaining. It's just about slowly but surely pushing that lead forwards.
Oh, that fog of war is so scary.
And to be fair, actually, you know, we talked about how fast they can kill Sion. That also applies to Baron. This is Ashe alongside a Zeri. Like, Baron goes in seconds against this comp.
What's really interesting to me as well is that Light chose to go towards a Hurricane second as well. Maybe just saying that, look, if Sion and Leon are going in at the same time, I want to hit both of them. That's an interesting build opportunity there. Normally we see something, I mean, you could have gone for the Blade of the Ring King as well into this comp, but that might have even been better, actually, thinking about it. Wonder whether Light will want some of that more anti-tank damage later into things, but still, lots of AoE damage between both AD carries, and they're starting to starve out some vision on that top side. We did see briefly LNG's Fog of War, and yeah, that's an important thing in League of Legends, folks. As spectators, we are blessed with the ability to see both sides. It's really scary when you play against this, and you know that there is the threat of this. This is why LNG, they have to walk up with this and say, wow, hang on, there's so many, there's so many traps on the heck.
Yeah, for Hug when he pops his sweeper and there's traps everywhere. It's like, don't move a muscle. And then just managing to clear those ones out in the end, get some vision onto the Baron importantly.
Well,
Drake
Nidalee pops around the corner and just, clever girl, fully completing the Jurassic Park experience.
Oh dear. And actually that's the second item picked up from Tarzan, by the way. The Horizon Focus coming on through. not only good for damage, also good for getting vision as well. You land that spear, it reveals so much. It tells you exactly what your opponents are trying to do.
Very good second, very cheap specs, second item spike as well. Could be very, very important because that power spike comes in just in time for Baron and Dragon. LNG haven't been picked off around this Fog of War yet, though. This is a good sign. They've managed to walk their way up through mid lane. That's important for them too. Other side, just look at that Ashe arrow, see where that lands. Light wasn't great at them in that first game, but one arrow could make the difference. One arrow could lead to Dragons, could lead to Barons, could lead to a whole load of things. Light, eyes on him to see if he can get a good pick.
I feel like the difference between that first game and this game is that rather than miss the arrows, Light's just not shooting them.
Not use them.
Weibo shot, I think, one arrow all game long. Just saving that as a tool should they need it. And there we go. Chunk onto Weiwei. Crisp happy to tank up the initial engage from Hung. And there's the arrow setting up onto Hung. Stun, follows it up with a spear to finish the job. Bree diving into the mix to tank for his team, but flashes over the wall and survives. Weiwei chunked low. Drake up onto the map. This should be Weibo on soul point.
When we talked about the win conditions, this is what we highlighted. Weibo wants to just make sure the engage doesn't reach the backline, peel back and kill him. That's exactly what happens. Xiaohu wasn't there, Scout wasn't there, it was a 4v4, but the important thing is the Ashe Braum was there. Such an obnoxious combo, and Hung can't escape from it as soon as he's brought himself in too deep. Weibo get themselves that big dragon. He's going to give themselves that soul point quite early into the game, I suppose. No dragons taken by LNG, and LNG, you can't afford to play the front line front to back like that. You are not going to win versus the Ashe Braum. As Hung goes in, you can just see the problem of this. Yes, the spear lands here, but it just isn't the play. You don't have the Sion in position, you don't have the Cork in position, and you're going into a Braum shield. The Braum shield is not bad. It's not going to save you. It's not going to be something you can kill this champion through. The extra damage comes through. It only leads to the one kill, but this is not the kind type of fight they want.
They can get through the Braum shield. We didn't see how it happened, but Crisp has died, and that means LNG have a moment of reprieve. 4v5 on the map right now. Hung clearing vision around this Baron. Is that? I feel like that would maybe be a bit too risky.
Oh, he just walked up and fired a Q, and then walked into a Corky and died, I guess. Too far from his teammates, and Scout goes over the Valkyrie over the wall. Chris uses both summoners for that too. So, yeah, it's a little bit different if the Braum is on their own against the Corky with 2 to 3 items. That's still a bit of an issue, but still, when we come through to the next fights of the game, I think that kind of interaction of frontline and engage is going to be so, so important. I think both teams are probably going to go straight down the front and center for this game from what we've seen of them so far, and hopefully that leads to some really good, inventive, exciting, messy team fights.
One thing I just want to point out on the scoreboard as well is the way that LNG are spreading their gold among their team right now. You can see Scout has been catching extra waves. He's well more than 10 CS per minute in this game, almost at 300 already. Same for Xiaohu. Gala has been dropping a couple of those waves. Does feel like this is very much the Scout show for LNG currently. Gala. Wait. Oh, okay, he moved. I thought he just dropped off a vision without moving for a second there.
Yeah,
it's been a long series, okay?
Yeah, he learned from that dude in Guardians of the Galaxy. If you just stand really still, you just go invisible. It's a rare technique. Gala, he'd like to be more visible later on.
There was a really solid Jurassic Park reference there that we've just been referencing Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true too. See, you're so clever, Joe. Thank you. That's great. You could have told me that, you know, before I said the thing, but you didn't.
Well, it's rude to interrupt, what could I say? Weibo, though, I mean, this is not really the way we've been seeing Weibo play the game more recently. You know, when you think about last year, I feel like this is exactly what you'd expect from LNG versus Weibo. And the series has slowed down as it's gone on here. LNG very comfortable with a slow game, but, you know, is this going to be enough? Xiaohu caught by a swirl seed. Arrow goes across. Oh, look at that! How did he even get away with that?
Yeah, that's it. Some MRs caught when they're asleep. Well, the arrow hits, just not onto anyone they can follow up with. And yeah, it has slowed down a lot. And, you know, typically we consider LNG the quote-unquote slow, methodical team. Sometimes LNG can be fast-paced, but they're always methodical. It really depends what's on their flowchart for the day and for that game. Weibo, because they don't have engage in jungle, they don't really have it in support either. They're not finding the clean picks. Breathe can get an extended 1v1 here. He's got the level 16 to level 15, extra level in that ult. Really starting to chunk through the health bars. Best he's going to get is the ult taken away though, because yeah, ult for ult taken through there. I am getting worried for Weibo though. They've not been able to push any sort of advantage really across the map. They've taken Fog of War, and that's it. They haven't denied farm. haven't even really been able to get into the enemy jungle to steal as many. Well, okay, no, they have stolen some jungle camps. That's one thing they have done, but they haven't really forced LNG into really back-breaking decisions.
Yeah.
That will change, though. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Dragon coming up. Soul point for Weibo. If they manage to get themselves into that Dragon Soul kind of threat, because they're also on red side as well, they're not going to be trapped against the wall. It's a much better terrain for them than being stuck in the pit as a blue side Dragon taking team. Yeah. Imagine playing a Scion when everyone's lined up against the wall. That could change everything. Weibo looking towards that Soul.
And it's such a valuable Soul for, obviously, like, Breathe on the top side will be a little more durable in those fights, but importantly, Crisp as well. You know, when you are a support, you get that extra value on all of your stats. It really can make a difference. Crisp already pretty tanky without Mountain Soul. But more importantly, to be honest, I think the key thing really is less about how good Mountain Soul is for Weibo, and more about how incredibly good it is for the side of LNG and how much you really don't want to let them get a single Drake.
True, that's a good point, and that's Gala. A little bit of damage. Hung too. He has the Warmog, so he'll start healing up eventually. Weibo get themselves push of that mid lane. 20 seconds until that Dragon. LNG, no push in mid lane, no push in bot lane. Don't even have top lane pushing either. So they're going to have to do this the hard way. They're going to have to do it from behind the pace of the lanes. They're clearing out this mid lane, but can they really get towards this Dragon unscathed? Those spears, one of them hits. Maybe that changes the conversation.
Big chunk on Hung from Xiaohu there. Remember, Xiaohu, no flash. Crisps is still on cooldown from that previous pick as well. LNG muscling their way into the river. As the spears, the volleys, all flying on through. Plenty for LNG to have to dodge. Similar story the other way, though, now that Weibo have to try and face check into the river themselves. Zika there to be that front line. This is where these AD carries have to come on through. LNG getting through this Drake, and I think it might just go without a contest. There's the Drake. Can they escape, though? TP coming up through his way, trying to get asleep, trying to keep his team alive. Crisp tanking up on that front line. Unbreakable. Insane value in the fight as Breathe gets onto Scout as well. Zika trying to chase onto Light, but he can't find the 1v1 this time. Double kill for Light, and Weibo looks to Baron.
Weibo getting the kills again, but much like that last time, they do end up losing that Dragon. Weibo's Dragon setups haven't been great for getting the actual objectives, but they would be able to run this into a Baron. That could be everything they wanted all the same. LNG, if they can survive the Baron buff, this might work out for them, but, well, that might be a tough ask against Weibo, pushing in all lanes with the Baron buff buffing up the minions.
And part of the consequence there was that Breathe actually finished off the tier 2 in the bottom side before TPing in. So it was 5v4 for a long time for LNG. That's why they were able to get Drake. But then once that TP comes on through, everything changes.
Yeah, and a couple of big things here. Hung's gone for the Warmogs first, but with a change to Warmogs, he's actually not regenerating health. He doesn't have enough HP for it. He has to start the fight being a little lower, and the front line just isn't strong enough, partly because of that. You can see Zucker, he doesn't want to be stuck in the front line. Wei absolutely doesn't either. So LNG, they find themselves the problem with the front to back. If it becomes about tank versus tank, the Ashe Braum will actually chew through them much more. Even though technically the Siren is much tankier than the Renekton, the Ashe Braum is really nasty.
I mean, look at the items for Xiaohu as well. 4 items out on this Zeri, Light on 3 as well, I believe, as Xiaohu indecisive on what item to pick up there. It is an Infinity Edge in the end, and LNG pushed to the very brink at this point. Crisp potentially caught, but I mean, is there such thing as caught with Crisp? He did get caught once early on the top side, but he's been so bold in the way he moves in and gets vision.
This game.
He's not afraid, I'll give him that. He's not afraid.
No, and you know what? In the LPL, I love that. Because that's something which I think you can say about the grand majority of teams here in the LPL. They are, well, we had Fearless Draft earlier in the split. We have some Fearless players as well. Hey, we're all on topic here. Weibo have themselves that Baron buff. How much can they get out of this, though? They did manage to take the bot lane in a turret. Gala has a Bloodthirster, so he's actually happy tanking the wave in. He gets to keep it away from turret. Now they go for the engage. Okay, it's onto Crisp, though. That's not what you need.
It's not that tanky. He does get knocked up. Light looking to finish the job, and he'll do so. And now Zika locked up as well. What was that from LNG? Zika flashes to safety. Breathe on the other side of the wall will finish the job. Double kill for Light. I think that Red Buff finished the kill in the end. And Weibo have just been gifted the end of the game on a silver platter. Xiaohu pushing in the bot side while Weibo win a 4v5 elsewhere. LNG just lose their minds when it matters the most. After 5 games, after all this, that's how the series ends.
LNG in front of their home crowd might have just seen their frontline players completely forget what Braum Ash does as they walk into their dooms. Weibo, they find themselves the crack in the dam and the water keeps flowing.
I cannot believe this is how the series ends, but Weibo looking on the brink to make their way through the lower bracket. They get a second opportunity and they look towards Top Esports with glee in their eyes. Weibo take LNG down 5 full games. The rivalry lives on, but LNG do not.
Weibo find themselves victory here and will move on to face Top Esports in their next round of this lower bracket to see if they can get themselves towards a finals. Pretty unprecedented here for Weibo. They found themselves finalists of Worlds last year, but they've actually not necessarily done that well in regional stuff in terms of the playoffs of LPL at that same time. They're finding themselves in a high result for the last few years, and LNG will see themselves go out in front of their home crowd. In what was sadly just a blink and you miss it end to that last game, sadly for them. The front line didn't understand the threat of that Ashe Braum. They didn't get onto that back line and they just left themselves into the meat grinder of that Braum protecting his carrots.
What an anticlimactic end to the series. Disappointing, honestly, for Weibo, for LNG, sorry. I think LNG will be going home after that one. Very disappointed with that final game performance. But Weibo elated with how that one's gone, and rightly so. I feel like there's a lot of players on this roster that are big fan favourites, and they've made it into the top 3 of the LPL. I don't think anyone expected that to happen after those placement games all those months ago. But somehow Weibo always seem to do it, don't they? The Weibo plot armor truly is thick.
Weibo consistently inconsistent. It's not been as relevant in this split when they've actually been on form. They've actually found some consistency, but it's another 5-game series. They managed to make their way through it. This game 5 was very similar to their game 1 draft, but this time they've performed in a lot better at transitioning through to the mid and late game. They managed to fight around the objectives well enough to draw in the engage and make sure that LNG were never really going to chunk through that brawl.
Yeah, I mean, the Scion just, unfortunately, not able to withstand the power of the Zeri and Ashe on the other side. Like, that felt like a very, very one-sided situation when it came to those team fights. Crisp doing a really good job of using that Unbreakable to block massive damage and then kite back, jump into the rest of his team, try and survive for a little bit until the Unbreakable is back available again. Yeah, just unfortunate stuff for LNG at the end of the day. To be honest, I'm a little bit speechless for LNG. I'm so disappointed at how that final game has ended. That was such an anticlimax after it's built up.
They had the blueprint.
Like that.
They had the blueprint to win in that game. We saw what happened on that top side. You just don't go through the Braum if you can help it. Yeah, if he's out of position, you kill him, but just make sure you're not making this a game about front to back where the Braum gets huge value out of everything. And multiple times, I think, look, I've been a hung defender for most of this year. He was subbed out for Mark, and he came back in and looked a lot better. And I think actually he's had a very good summer. This last game was really not good at him realizing where the game was meant to be played in terms of who are your targets. You can't go front to back. He ended up just going to that front line time and time again. I think that, Zucker did the same thing, and Weibo, they just caught the engage. They absorbed it and ran it back. Light on that Ashe did an incredible amount of damage, as did Xiaohu on that Zeri, and they will move on. Now, I believe this is now an all-time LPL. I believe this is their highest regional result they've ever had, going into third place minimum now. Weibo have never reached this level within the LPL before, and they'll be going on potentially further. We'll see if they can get past Top Esports. A hard ask, we'll say. Yeah,
hard ask to say, at the very least. I think Top Esports looking to be a heavy favourite for the next round. I think whoever made it through this one was going to have a challenge ahead of them. But, I mean, at the end of the day, fantastic game from Weibo, and great to see almost learnings from Weibo across the course of today, right? We saw this Tarzan Nidalee at the start of the day. It was a good first few minutes, and then it all fell apart a little bit. I feel like a much slower performance, but a needed slower performance, and just maintaining that lead, maintaining that pressure.
And I have to say, one of the storylines that often comes up for a player like Tarzan is how he kind of falls apart in playoffs. He had some weaker moments, particularly in that game 1, but I think Tarzan overall had a really good series too. I think that his brand was great. I think that his Nidalee game here was also very effective in that early game. I think Tarzan has actually been very good, and I think it's very easy to It's very easy to look down at a player that had that awful series of Worlds last year and then didn't play in spring, but Tarzan continues to rack up some pretty good results back-to-back now between summer last plus, getting towards those finals, 5 games against JDG and now into this series too. I'm hoping that Tarzan can keep up this level of form, and it is likely that we see this matchup again in Raid Regionals as well if Weibo do not win against top esports and then BLG winning the entire playoffs. I would very much like to see if LNG can return the favor in that regionals as well, because this matchup, despite this last game not quite ending with the bang that we would have wanted, has been delivering so much over time.
I mean, the series was fantastic, even if the final fight didn't really live up to it. The rest of this series has been phenomenal. LNG, I think, left scratching their heads after this one. A fantastic draft from Weibo, and they played it beautifully as well. I mean, the fact that Breathe was able to be greedy for the tier 2 during this fight and then TP in and find the fight off the back of it. The fact that Weibo could hold on essentially 4v5 there and still end up winning the fight.
I have to say as well, a couple of other questions coming through. I think the draft adaptations were largely pretty good across the series, but one thing in this Game 5 which did leave me shaking my head is where was the Gala Ziggs? It's been banned away from him so much, and he chose to go towards the Ezreal too. I think that could have been so powerful for them. In the way that the draft was evolving at that point, I mean, it wasn't banned at any point. They could have picked it up a little bit later. They go towards that Ezreal. Yeah, I wonder whether that could have helped them with that combo. Use that Leona to really pinpoint someone in the backline, because Braum can't save you from that. That ult is not a projectile. It comes straight from the sky. Can't really do much about that one. But Weibo, serious credit to them. I think that they adapted a little bit better. The Corki, which seemed indomitable in LPL playoffs, finally picks up a loss, ends its 14-game win streak within the LPL playoffs that it was on before this, now reset back to 0.
Xiaohu's Zeri stats just look all the better, don't they? I feel like the man is just an absolute monster on the pick, and showing it once again. That was a great game to be playing Zeri, to be honest. Very difficult for anyone to lock you down and just big meaty targets for you to just wail away at. Fantastic game coming out from him. Fantastic series out from Weibo. I've got to say, early on, I mean, when LNG went 2-1 up, I really had lost faith for Weibo. I really thought that maybe LNG had figured them out. Apparently not. Weibo still managing to fight on through and perhaps figuring out LNG the other way around. Perhaps if we do have a rematch of this matchup, maybe Weibo have figured out the solution at this point.
I mean, as we said, we might see this matchup again in about a week or so, because there's very high likelihood. Well, LNG will be in regionals, and they will be in that first round of regionals. If Weibo don't win the whole split, they'll be there alongside them, and of course, the loser of that will play against the winner of NIP and JDG. But today, it didn't really feel like it was about that. Again, it's more about what's happening here in that chase for the Silver Dragon Cup and how these teams can work their way towards it. Both of these teams coming out of the group stage, out of their individual groups in that fearless draft at the start of it, looks really, really shaky. I would have called them 8th, maybe, around that benchmark. You can argue a place either side, whatever, but they definitely weren't top 4 at that point coming out of it. But lo and behold, they have improved. I think there's been a huge improvement from players like Tarzan being integrated into the roster for Weibo. I think that Scout and the way that the whole macro worked around LNG, and of course Gala on great form throughout most of this summer as well, also helped LNG too, and it has brought them to now where they are deserved top 4. They do deserve to be here, even though LNG did have a disappointing end in that Game 5. They are still very much above the rest of the teams that we saw in the rounds before them.
And to be fair, like, to really exemplify your point there of how rough the start of summer looked for both of these teams, I mean, Weibo nearly lost their spot in the upper group to Ultra Prime. Like, just think that through for a second. That is just such an insane thing to think about. And yet, they've made it to top 3 in the LPL. I did not expect Weibo to make it this far. I mean, it never even crossed my mind that Weibo would make it this far, to be honest.
It's just the Weibo experience.
It really is.
I hate to say this always, I have a certain amount of respect for Weibo through this, because look, they are our region's kind of, CLG, KT Rolster, whatever, like, flippy team you want to call. Weibo, like, I love to doubt this team because they just always keep me guessing. And when you watch so much League of Legends, and there's so much in the LPL, having a team like Weibo to just have you scratching your head, it is novel. It's definitely a team which you can't really call one way or the other.
Yeah, I feel like as well, the downfall of JDG really helping Weibo out. I was expecting that to be a JDG Weibo matchup, and I was expecting JDG to look a lot better than they did in their series against NIP. So then Weibo got to face up against NIP, then managed to make it into the double elimination bracket. So pretty fortunate run for them. But honestly, like, it comes down to more than just fortune, right? They were the ones that beat NIP on the day pretty handedly, it has to be said. And now managing to finish this series against LNG as well. There's no two ways about it. This is a spot that they have absolutely earned and can be proud of. The question now is, can they bring this up against top esports? Because I think when it comes to that series, one of the biggest things Weibo have shown us today is that mid-game macro. So many of these great trades when it comes to objectives, so many great movements around the map. Top esports are a fast-paced team. They're a team that likes to win lane. They're a team that like to make good macro moves themselves. That's going to be a challenge for Weibo.
I think what we saw in both of these series versus BLG and Top Esports was just that, again, it's just a level up again in terms of the intensity, the macro, and the laning phase. Tarzan walks away with MVP, couldn't get it done in that first game of the series, and now he has himself 13 MVPs from regular season, 3 at this point as well. In playoffs, I believe that's the way it's split. And he does deserve it. His spears were very, very accurate. And once again, great early game from him. Got a lot of value out of this pick, which has been often maligned in Pro League of Legends across this summer. He got himself out that fadeaway there. Cool guys don't look at explosions, and apparently neither do Cool Cougars. Got himself a lot of damage in this game. And yeah, he was instrumental in the early games. Weibo were better in the early game in almost every single game, and a lot of that was through Tarzan and Crisp just teaming up, getting into the enemy jungle, and making a mess of things.
The mind meld comes up true for Weibo as
Are we really going with this?
Taurus
We're really going with this? The hype man?
over the early game. Crispzan? I don't know. Yeah, either way. Kryzen.
Is this like a Dragon Ball Z
There we
fusion?
go. Kryzen, the ultimate duo takeover. It's Tarzan.
Whatever you say, buddy.
Grabs himself
Sometimes I just gotta let you. Just sometimes, folks, you let the play-by-play do whatever it determines that it works out.
Look, Kryzen is the key for Weibo, and Kryzen is what top esports have to go up against in the next round of playoffs. The mind meld is complete. Let's take a look at our results as we round out our series today. It was certainly an entertaining series. Weibo 3-2 over LNG in the end. That means we only have 2 series remaining in our bracket. On Saturday, Weibo continue their story. The next opponent on the list is Top Esports.
Top Esports, and then waiting in the finals will be Billy Gaming. I think Top Esports and BLG, for me, they are a solid step up on where LNG and Weibo were, and we've seen that Weibo and LNG are very, very close. They both got 3-0'd, so this is going to have to be a Weibo classic of somehow they had an extra gear left which they hadn't slotted into so far. Weibo are probably one of the only teams in the LPL which I can somehow see doing this, but even then, it's Top Esports, they are looking good. Yes, they did get blown out by BLG, but they still took a game off of them. It's better than what the other teams have managed to do so far. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more from Weibo, but Top Esports going heavy favorites.
Yeah, no two ways about it. Weibo have got to pull out something miraculous, but if there's any team that can do exactly that, it's Weibo. That's about it from us today, though. It's been an incredible series today. I'm the Munch. I've been joined by Nymera. We've had the pleasure of bringing you these games, but that is all we have for you. We will see you in chat on Saturday to watch Weibo versus Top Esports, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.